Once again, throughout the course of the day, if you have trouble hearing us down in the pits, you can tune in on the FM band at 92.7 FM. That'll be 92.7 FM on the FM band. And then, of course, I believe a little bit further into the day, we'll be getting our Twitter account back up and running, which is at Mission Raceway, where we'll be tweeting out lane calls later on in the afternoon as well. For now, though, we're going to make that call. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, Junior Street to 3 and 4. That is Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4 for our first round of qualifying. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Final call for junior classes. Once again, we've called Junior Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Junior Street to 3 and 4. This is your final call. Your classes are running now. And that's going to put non-electronics on standby. So we got a Chevy Silverado over here in the TCS line, bright and red, able to be seen as we get set for our first pass of the day on Smoke, Fire, and Thunder main event night. Dallas Nassie takes the slug Honda Civic up towards the top end of the racetrack, and at the 8th mile, 10.838, 65 miles an hour for the Silverado, and Nassie will go 12.010 at 61. That brings up James McNeil in the 2010 Nissan out of Surrey to race Tyler Smith of the Jerry's OK Tires Zapstrap Racing 2007 Chevy pickup. Of course, Tyler Smith trying to keep his win streak alive in Junior Street. He has won 5 times in a row, setting the new record on a win streak in Peden Industries Junior Street. Looking to make it 6 and 7 here today. 10.043, 69 miles an hour for McNeil. Smith goes 11.32 with a 9 at 62. Bring up Tara Monroe in the Blazer to race Sophia Getz in the 94 Mustang out of Kamloops. .125, 71 miles an hour for Sophia Getz. Tara Monroe goes 11.496 at 60 miles an hour. And that brings up Richard Peterson for Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabrication, with stitches by Shireen in his 2023 Chevy Silverado. Up at the 8th mile, Peterson puts down a 990 with a 6, 69 miles an hour, and that will wrap up Peden Industries Junior Street for first round of qualifying. First of 2, so 2 qualifying hits for all of the bracket classes once again today before we roll into eliminations. So we roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder. Hunter Thompson brings up his JBS equipment machine to race Cadence Rodrigue. From Milron Truck Body, Ken Specialty Auto, and Color Compass Corporation. The Junior Dragster program, of course, having seen a lot of success here at the Titanium Strip in 2023. We've seen sometimes record fields. It's been awesome to see all the fantastic racing that has been going on, and there is a whole host of different winners as well in all of the junior categories. Of course, we still have yet to have a repeat winner in Junior Lightning, and it is the same story in Junior Thunder. So far, we've had a different winner every single race. And Hunter Thompson, one of the few this afternoon trying to go for a repeat. Both cars run to the 8th mile. It'll be an 8.982, 73 miles an hour for Thompson. Rodrigue goes 11.61 with a 6. Down at 53. Brings up April Bond and Connor Jackson, JBS Equipment, going up against TKO Hot Rods, Fitness Lab with Lordco Auto Parts over in that Lordco lane. April Bond, again, one of the winners in this season. Took her win back in race number 6 over in the spring. An 0.70 in the tree for Connor Jackson propels him into the number 1 qualifying spot, and he'll also get to the line first with an 8.969 at 73 miles an hour. It is a 9-second flat with a 7 at 73 miles an hour for April Bond over in the TCS lane. Brings up Emily White out of Mission, and Alex Green also out of Mission. Emily White racing under the white knuckle racing banners for Lordco Auto Parts, Walco, and TNT, and that, of course, brings up Alex Green for Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, and more in Motorsports, along with, of course, Green Brothers Racing. We've seen both, in fact, all three, Alex Green, Jack Green, and Nate Green, all on the property. We saw them all making hits way back even on our Thursday testing days. They were among one of the big clusters of the junior cars that would come on out every hour or so to make a pass. We saw them out testing a good bit on Friday as well, making sure everything is perfectly tuned up and ready for main event day on this Saturday morning. with Jack Green and Wesley Armstrong having made their runs down the racetrack. We'll bring up Bentley Johnson for Lucas Oil and Bubba Speed Shop to race Owen Armstrong. For Fountain Tire Chilliwack, C25 kilograms Law, Lordco Auto Parts, and of course Badass Garage. Nate Green brings up the Global Container Terminals bumper stand machine out of mission to race Ashton Katnick for TK Performance and Lordco Auto Parts. For our final pass in Junior Thunder. Isabella Marshall and Adam Katnick in Thunder working their way down. 8.979, 8.936, 9,000 of a second. Adam Katnick got there first. Hunter Galan and Carson Brimicombe will come on up next. BDL Auto Super Seas Tires, Diversified Rocky Coatings over here. Down at the TCS lane, and Brimicombe over in the half-scale dragster over in the right lane. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Non-electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Non-electronics, come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics, you are on standby. So with Hunter Galland and Carson Brimacombe having ripped down the racetrack, we'll move back down to Natanya Peterson for Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Rig Construction to race Brody Brimacombe and Courtney for your last pairing now in Junior Thunder. And Brody Brimacombe going to get timed out over in the Lordco lane. So will not get a time on this first round of qualifying as Natanya Peterson runs through with a 12.576 at 50 miles an hour. Bring up Peden Industries Junior Lightning. Cars just a bit quicker, cars just a bit louder. Ages 13 to 17, racing in the Lightning category here in this one. Abigail White brings it up for White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Walco Industries, and TNT. Nick Bond brings it up for JBS Equipment over in the Lordco side. Nick Bond taking the win in race number 6 earlier in the spring this year. Nick Bond turns on the red light. It's not going to matter, though, in qualifying. This is only something you'll have to worry about come eliminations. Runs a 7.95 with a 2 at 82 miles an hour. Abigail White goes 7.89 at 82 miles an hour. Bring up CL Gagnon. Over here, TCS side to race McKenna Thompson to the Lordco side. Rat Torque Systems, Titanium Monochrome, and Big Kids Racing being represented over here. TCS side, JBS Equipment back on the car over in the Lordco side. $7.95 with a 4, 82 miles an hour for McKenna Thompson. CL Gagnon went 7.91 with a 6 at 82. Brings up Emma DeBricuz for Titanium Auto Group, Vancouver Car Ramps, B&D Lift Trucks, and Shawnigan Trucking. Racing against Lexi Winnabotham out of Langley for Bowtie Ventures. Once again, we have made the call for non-electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Non-electronics, you've been called to lanes 1 through 4 for first round of qualifying. Colton Moran brings out the Tires Plus SLR Rentals, Rex Cox, and Waco Flooring Junior Dragster mission to race Lincoln Shark, defending champion in Junior Lightning. So far, it has not been the season for either of the drivers that finished 1 and 2 in the championship last season, as neither of them have taken a win so far here in 2023. Puts him in the #1 qualifying spot, as he'll follow that up with a 792 with an 8 at 83 miles an hour. Lincoln Shirk goes 791 with a 5 at 82. And I do believe that wraps up Peden Industries Junior Dragsters. We'll get sent to roll now into non-electronics. 78 cars on the property. I've been working here since 2019 up here in the tower, and I have never seen a field of that size. It's going to be something. Crystal Outlet brings out the Titanium Auto Group Jim C. Jimmy to kick off National Tire Non-Electronics. Ryan Johnston takes out the Nats Fish Racing Investors Group 1963 Corvette. Loudon manages to get off the line, and Ryan Johnson, I believe, timing himself out. So, will not be getting a timed hit. He'll try to put in the mileage anyway as he'll hightail it down the racetrack. Scott Wilson brings up the Malibu wagon called Charlie Brown out of Ladner, BC, and Neil Cutherson brings up the Chevy pickup out of Alder Grove. Double 04 in the tree puts Neil Cutherson on the top. It'll be a tough time to beat. 11.631 at 113 miles an hour puts him in the #1 qualifying spot. Scott Wilson goes 12.368 at 110. Got it at the pickup duo over here. Nothing on file yet for the driver, TCS side, Rick Hawkstra. Over in the Chevy pickup Lordco side. 9.412, 144 miles an hour for the driver on the Lordco side. TCS side goes 12.979 at 99. Cody Blues brings up the Antle Towing Chevy Camaro to race Richard Love for Reflection Guest House and SS Motorsports in his S10. Bring up Randy Hermson in the winged Behemoth Oldsmobile. As wheel spin off the line. Lordco sign goes 946, 139 miles an hour. Randy Hermson will follow through the 13760 at 103. Bring up Walter Johnson. It is 972 Chevelle to race Eric Hansen. I wanted to thank Matt of North Vancouver for getting that Plymouth down the racetrack. $11,204. For Walter Johnson goes 119 miles an hour on the tree. Eric Hansen goes 12.757 at 105. And brings up Brandon Piscasek in his Ford Mustang out of Burnaby to race Brad Owens into Bel Air. On the tree for Brandon Piscasek. Brad Owens was 032. Owens goes 9,607, 137 miles an hour. Brandon Piscasek goes 13,230 at 101. Brings up Carson Barlow. Typically runs in the Sportsman category in his 1970 C10 to race Dylan Scott in the Chevelle. Barlow came close to punching through to the number one qualified time. Off by a foul, though. It was a 005s. Output him number 2 on the qualifying sheets. Dylan Scott goes 10:20 with a 5 at 129 miles an hour. Barlow follows up with a 13.471 at 98. Brings up the Mooch. By Steve Wilson, racing up against the Mustang over in the Lordco side. And this brings up one of the other 90s Camaros, and Grant Gordon. Dustin Brewington out of Kennewick, Washington, and the Camaro will hightail it down the racetrack. Has seen a lot of success over here so far. And he is going to fire up with a 10.255 with the 5. 129 miles an hour. Grant Gordon goes 12.224 at 110. Brings up Mark Bresinger, the out-of-time Vintage Speed Shot Nova to race Roland Lowen in the Meteor. Brings up John Sayer in the Dodge Dart, racing a Shelby GT500 over in the Lordco side. New muscle versus old muscle. And it looks like the youth will beat out the aging, and it'll be 10.684, 132 miles an hour for the newer GT500 over Lordco side. John Sayer only can get down to an 1188 with a 3 at 112. Brings up Tim Corner now in his Freak Child pickup to race Veronica Hodgson's Dodge Dart. Corner goes through at the 10.53 with a 4, 127 miles an hour. Veronica Hodgson goes 12.287 at 109. And that brings up Scott Middlemiss. His Pontiac to race James Dobson. For Dead Man Racing, Ron's Engine Machine in the Camaro from 1970. Always love to see Dobson's lime green Camaro hightail it down the quarter mile. It's one of my personal favorite looking cars that we can get out here at Mission Raceway Park. He'll go 10.55 with a 527 miles an hour. Scott Middlemiss goes 14.972 at 68. Bring up a pairing as old as time. Jim Benke racing Chris Stone. Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Bucky's Mini Excavating for the wheel standing Barracuda over here TCS side. Stone, Cold Racing, Middlebrook Chrysler for the darts. 005 with a 9 for Chris Stone. Firing it up towards the quarter mile, and it's going to be 19th thou in favor of Stone for the grudge match. Jim Benke goes 10.04 with a 7 at 132. Next up, Brian Heffel. In his 1970 Chevy Nova to race Sylvia Hookstons in the old 66 Mustang. Continuing to very steadily work our way through a 78 car non-electronics field. As Dal Northgraves takes his Nova down, he'll log in a 10.50 with a 4, 127 miles an hour. The driver, Lordco side, only able to put down 11.74 to 118. Bring out Terry Kramer in the drag package Challenger to race Ron Walsh in the Camaro Z28. Wheels up launch for Ron Walsh, but he's got nothing against the Dodge, and the TCS side of the drag pack will run through a 9.11 with a 5. 146 miles an hour. Ron Walsh goes 10.09 with a 9 at 132. Kai Jessman will bring out the Regal to race Jeff Bell in the Dart. James Winter now brings out the Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals Ford Roadster. He'll race Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center Dodge out of Cleveland. once again, wheels up high from Matt Warner, racing out of Sumas as he'll fire it up towards the quarter mile and races in at 10:41 with a 5, 126 miles an hour. James Winter goes 13:097 at 110. Next pairing up, Andy Antle in the Antle Towing Shop Truck, 1965 Ford F100. He'll race Colin Moore in the Beaumont Pontiac. And problems setting in for Colin Moore as he is going to be slow on the racetrack and pulls off to the right-hand side. And in fact, going to be stopping on the right-hand side. So Andy Antle runs through with an 880 with a 2, 143 miles an hour. While Colin Moore will have problems set in for the Barracuda, and he will pull to a stop in the Lordco side. So we'll get a safe cruise out there. We'll take a look, see what happened. As now, Steve Baskerville and the Volkswagen Golf and Moore wait patiently on the starting line. So from the looks of it, we might be looking to just hook Colin Moore's car up and tow it off the top end, and that's exactly what they're going to do. They're just going to hook it up and tow it, which is good news. It means there's nothing leaking that they have to be terribly concerned about. So something just happening. The car lost fire coming off of the line almost immediately. It was already kind of out of it by the 60-foot mark. So they're going to tow Colin Moore up and off. He did get a 006 on the tree, which would have been enough to put a number 4 on the qualifying sheets. But at this point, again, 78 cars in National Tire non-electronics. It is very much going to be it's very much going to be random for at least the first 2 rounds, if not the first 3, maybe even 4. And while it's quiet, I can make this call. Attention to the pits, attention in the pits. Electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Come on up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Junior classes, you are on standby. Car's going to fire up. Steve Baskerville will pull the Volkswagen Golf back into the water box and up to the staging beams, while Jerry Brandon will attempt a secondary burnout of the Chevy 2 out of Cloverdale. Cars up and away and back down the racetrack. Vander gets there first, goes 10:57 with the 125 miles an hour. Baskerville goes 12:080 at 116. Brings up James Taggart for Airport Glass, Windlock Auto. 3-time MPSA and NHUA Real Street champion. Racing against Kevin McCulley, 1983 Cutlass out of Maple Ridge. One of our regular runners over here at MRP. Continue through this massive non-electronics field. Jordan and Donnell Moss fire down the racetrack, both from the Detonator Car Club. This time it's the son to beat out the dad. Tyler Dobson for Deadman Racing brings up his Camaro to race Stu Funk in the Stu's Plumbing Chevelle. Stu Funk going to get there first, but out of the throttle by the quarter mile, and only 11:24 at 87 miles an hour. Was up to 102 by the 8th. Tyler Dobson will go 11:863 at 117. Brings up the next pairing. Derek Johnstone brings up the Chevrolet out of Cloverdale over in the Lordco lane. And how about that trip zip with a 1 for Derek Johnstone? 1/10,000th of a second off of a quad zip, and that will propel him into the #1 qualifying spot. The only thing that can top Johnstone now will be an absolutely flawless light. Rob Monroe brings out the White Knuckle Racing Model A out of Langley, racing John Van Derzen in the 66 Chevy 2 out of Quesnel. The Roadster fires it in with an 885 with a 6, 149 miles an hour. One of the quickest cars we've got in National Tire non-electronics this afternoon. Van Derzen goes 9:57 at 139. Brings up Doug Marshall, racing from the Detonator Car Club out of Enderby in his Chevy 2 to race Chris Lloyd in the Lloyd Customs Fabrication Chevelle. A lot of Chevelles out in the category this afternoon. Will get their first 10:028, 128 miles an hour. Marshall goes 995 at the Ford, 130. We bring up Rich Dyes in the Transporters Logistics Nova out of Poco to race Ross Walker to Langley in the Chevy 2. Hans Van Derzen brings up the Hot Shot Secret Steed Speed Diesel Ram. Oh, bumps through before firing it up towards the quarter mile. And logs in at 9:21 at 150. Of course, I'm willing to bet the 0.6 of a second reaction time had something to do with a higher ET on that one. Larry Rodenizer will bring up the old Yeller machine to race Giovanni Alberti. The Extreme Caliber Performance S10. Alberti's truck has a tendency to carry the front wheels, one of the few trucks to do so on the property. For Alberti, got towards the center line. He's going to get back in and able to maintain control over that race truck. But boy, that was looking a bit hairy for a hot minute. He'll obviously abort that run and coast through to the quarter mile. Brings up Sidney Jung in the Malibu. He'll race Rob Hodgson. Rob Hodgson will fire up to the top of the racetrack, goes 10.6 flat at 125 miles an hour. Sadie John will go 11.97 at 109, and that brings up the first of a couple of altereds, Lauren Dufour for Dufour LL Auto Body, and Dunrip Performance. His 23T out of Langby will race Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon. Hunter himself has seen a bit of success earlier in the season. In fact, took one of the wins during the TNT West Coast Classic earlier on in the summer. And took 2 wins back-to-back in races 5 and 6 earlier in the season as well. Whoa, hang on, as Lauren Dufour crosses it up and gets back into the center line. Rips at the top end and will follow through with a 9.75, 129 miles an hour. Dustin Hunter goes 9.10 with a 7 at 147. And that brings up Brian Vader in his dart out of the 70s from Langley. He'll race Blair Criddle in the 1927 Ford Roadster. That car, one of the oldest car models on the property, making the trip out of North Delta. Once again, we have called electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics, you have once again been called to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Juniors, you are remaining on standby for now. We bring up Al Proc in the Plymouth Lordco side. Lorenz Schwartz over here, TCS side. Pair of red bulbs. Red lights, though. not something to worry about in qualifying. Schwartz gets there first, 10:20 with a 6, 133 miles an hour. Al Proc goes through at a 10:042 at 132. Bring up Roy Roman's Trick or Treat machine. He'll race Jamie Wellwood. His TBT Auto Parts Bantam altered. Now, I know I sometimes get my dates confused, but I know dates enough to know it's not Halloween yet. Carrying the front wheels for Wellwood. That's a much better launch than the last alternate we saw. He'll run through 797 with a 6, 165 miles an hour. And the Trick or Treat machine goes into the 10.98 with an 8 at 122. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a white Volkswagen Jetta, license plate M as in Mary, W958M, again as in Mary. That is a white Volkswagen Jetta, MW958M. You are sticking out into our return road. We need you to move your vehicle in tighter, please. So once again, white Volkswagen Jetta, MW958M. You are impeding on the return road. Please return to your vehicle and pull it in a bit tighter so you are no longer blocking race traffic. Battle of the Tippies. Cassie over here, TCS side. Daryl, Lordco side. And the Nova wagon looks like will not have the speed to keep up with the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2. Daryl Tippy gets there first, 10.672, 125 miles an hour. Cassie goes through at 11.533 at 117. That brings up Sean Langley for what looks to be the final pass, finally, in National Tire non-electronics. Again, 78 cars on the property, legendary field size for 2023 Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. So with National Tire Electronics in the books, we will move over to Rad Torque System Electronics for our first round of qualifying. First of two, we will have Electronics coming on up. Then, of course, we will have Junior Street, Thunder, and Lightning back up after Electronic is complete. But before we get to the second round of no box and box qualifying, we'll get our first round first of the Super Shifters and Super Combo classes in as well. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Junior classes to the lanes, junior classes to the lanes. You know the drill. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. Junior Thunder to 1, Junior Lightning to 2, Junior Street to 3 and 4. Super Combo, you are on standby. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo, you're on standby. Just doing some mild touching up here on the starting line before we get things rolling for the quickest bracket class that we'll have out here in this one, and then we'll get back to rolling. So attention in the pits, once again, attention in the pits. Want to make a reminder that anybody that is under the age of 16 or that does not have a license cannot be operating a motor vehicle of any kind when you are in the pit area. Once again, if you're in the pit area, if you are under the age of 16 or do not have a license, you cannot be operating a motor vehicle. This goes for golf carts, scooters, what have you. We ask that you please do adhere to that for safety concerns. Keep it out for the racetrack. Dustin Brewington out of Kennewick, Washington brings up his Camaro once again to race John Jenkins for West Coast Building Restoration. Now, while Brewington has not had so much luck over in Pro Bracket, only has one win to his name in Pro Bracket, he has had more luck in Super Pro, taking races 6 and 8 earlier on in the spring, looking to go for race number 10 this weekend, and of course win the box shootout here on this Saturday. 003 on the tree immediately puts him to the number 1 qualifying spot, with John Jenkins still able to drive through, just able to keep behind him. Brewington goes at 10.25 with 829 miles an hour. Jenkins goes 10.65 with a Ford 125. Brings up Ted Buss and the Shawnigan Trucking straight line collisions Ford Roadster to race Jeremy Soares and the Soares Transport and a hot shot dragster out of Terrace. A 008 red on the tree for the Dragster will also file through the 732 with a 5 at 182 miles an hour. Ted Buss goes 9050 at 146. That brings up Brandon Rouse and the Catch 22 one-stop auto class GL Electric 1967 Camaro. Racing Nick Angelucci in the Malibu. The 008 light there from Angelucci will put himself through and into the number 2 qualifying spot. Bring up Alomond in the Thrifty's Machine Shop. Racing out from Abbotsford, has won the Division 6 championship in motorcycles twice and the track championship 15 times over his long and illustrious racing career. Racing this Saturday in the box shootout. Throttle stops in play for Dean Peterson's Super Gas Mustang. Amon will go through a 909 with a 641 miles an hour. Peterson puts down a 855 at 166. That's enough to go for the Super Comp. Brings up Rashid Al-Baluch for JBS Equipment, racing Justin Bond's Dragster. Kimberly Jonkine will bring up the Reckless Restorations Titanium Auto Group Dragster. So a pair of them firing down the racetrack. And the Dragster over TCS side having some issues getting down the racetrack. Going to shut that one off way early. Kimberly Jonkine will go through at an 8:23 with a 7 at 162 miles an hour. And we'll bring up Stephen Roberts. And an Evil Bucket Pitbull Mechanical Repairs Machine out of Courtney to race Gary Fisher. In the Pinto, we are shutting them off on the starting line. Safety crews hopping on at the top end just to take a quick look at the track, make sure everything is in tip-top shape. Track's been deemed safe. We'll fire them back up and we'll roll them into the pre-stage beams. .009 on the tray for Stephen Roberts, so a lot of 000s in first round of qualifying in Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Still nothing in the trip zip window yet. We've only had one of those so far today. A trip zip with a 1, which put that driver through to the #1 qualifying spot in non-electronics just about 15 minutes ago. Bring up Jen Crichton's Dragster to race Mike Stewart in the Ken Specialty Auto. Bucky's been the excavating Gibson's Transmissions, Big Al Motorsports, Super Chicklet Chevy 2. Pair more of dragsters. Aaron Phillips out of Chetwynd will bring up the dragster of 98 to race against Emily Gerard, one of the longtime runners of the titanium strip for Sheer Solutions and Just Mechanical. So while it is a 181 mile an hour pass, we're not quite sure what the total ET on that would have been. We know the bet though, it would have been a lot quicker than 10.74. Of course, that is due to having bumped through the beams before it hit green. Aaron Phillips will run 8:11 with an 8 at 160. and Wes Voth being told to back out in the Firebird. Ah, just repositioning, I see. Kevin Garlock going up against Voth and the Chevy over Lordco side. .890 with a 9 for Garlock. Lordco side runs 148 miles an hour. Wes Voth will go 9.565 at 141. Brings up Kevin McNichol in the Lordco Autoparts Titanium Auto Group. Ken Specialty Auto Nova to race Richard Love in his Reflection Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10. Stunt you don't see too often. Randy Hermsen in the Winged Behemoth bringing up the Oldsmobile to race in the box shootout as Martin Michelle will put down a 10-14 with a 5 at 128 miles an hour in the Super Street Malibu. Hermsen will put in the 1332 with a 0 at 104. Mark Muskrant will go for the Lordco Autoparts. Muskrant Racing Liquid Cool Visa Machine will go up against a driver not yet on file in the Lordco lane. And we are shutting them off again. There's reports that there potentially might be some oil down just up at the top end of the racetrack. So safety crews again going out and taking a look. We're going to back this pairing up and out though. Well, some good news. The oil is on the car, but not on the track. So we're going to get these guys back rolling. Lordco side gets their first 826 with a 1 and 163. Muskrant goes in at a 10-18 with an 0 at 130. And look who's back. Chris Stone and Jim Banky. Who could have seen this one coming? And 3 thou will give it to Jim Banky over Chris Stone in round 2 of the grudge match. Bring up Jeff Bell out of Oliver in the Dodge, racing Herman Chan in the Lordco Auto Parts Chevy Camaro. And Jeff Bell will fire into 957 to 6, 139 miles an hour. Herman Chan goes 999 with a 1 at 132. And that brings up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon over here, TCS side. Racing against Larry Peters over the Lordco side. Well, at least he was set to. That's going to turn to a single pass now. Dustin Hunter will make that now a solo run. 9:08 with an 847 miles an hour. We'll try this again. Craig Johnson now will try to go up against Larry Peters. And they are pushing him back. So Larry Peters having some mechanical troubles, and Craig Johnson now takes a solo run. And that is going to do it for first round of qualifying for Rad Toy Systems Electronics. We will roll back to the second qualifying hits for the junior classes. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo to lanes 3 and 4 for first round of qualifying. Super combo to lanes 3 and 4. BC Super Shifters, you are on standby. Firing up Brody Brimacombe's car over there in the Lordco lane. Want to make an announcement that Team on a Mission will be selling 50-50 tickets today from about 11, with the draw taking place around 3 o'clock p.m. The last winner of this 50-50 draw took home $1,644. There will be ladies walking around selling. There's also a table at the Junior Street OK Tire display along the fence at roughly about the 8th mile mark. As well as that, Titanium Auto Group is on the property, and they are giving they are giving away $500. If you want to get a chance to win those $500, you can head down to the Titanium Auto Group tent, which is down at the winner's circle. All you got to do is scan a QR code, and they will be announcing the winner of that come Wednesday. Attention the pits, attention the pits. Super shifters to 1 and 2. Super shifters, we need you to 1 and 2. That is once again BC McLeod Super Shifters. Come on up to lanes 1 and 2. So with that last pass in Peden Industries Junior Dragsters, that will finish out qualifying for the junior categories of this Saturday main event for 2023 Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Next on up will be Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. And again, BC McLeod Super Shifters, we have called you to lanes 1 and 2. More start line prep going on down here on the starting line. And again, while this, we have this lull in the action, I want to once again mention Team on a Mission is selling 50-50 tickets starting in 10 minutes. The draw is going to be at around 3 o'clock. You can find one of the ladies walking around to buy yourself a 50-50 ticket, or there's also a table down at the Junior Street OK Tire display, which is along the fence at about the 8th mile mark. And as well as that, just behind the the Tower Lane grandstands here in Victory Lane, Titanium Model Group have set up a tent of their own, and at that tent, they are giving away $500. You can scan a QR code at that tent, and they will be announcing the winners on Wednesday. That is a $500 giveaway. I mean, may as well. It doesn't cost anything to enter, so hey, get on down. For the folks that are sitting over on the Lordco side of the racetrack, you feel free to pop on over to the TCS side. Your ticket in comes with a pit pass for the entire day. So you can get on over here and take a look at all the beautiful cars in the pits via the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge. Half Track Snack Shack is very much open for business. They are wrapping up with breakfast. They'll be opening lunch in about 10 minutes here. Burgers, fries, chicken strips, hot dogs, and many, many more. And of course, the Pro Shop has all of your ice cream needs covered. And as well as that, we are, of course, going to be having, as always, food trucks on the property. Jay's Donaires will be open from 12 o'clock this afternoon to 10 in the evening. Same with Yardie Grill. They are going to be on the spectator side of the racetrack, just by near where the restrooms are. Yeah, so they will be opening their doors, or I guess their shutters on their vans at about 12 o'clock. That's about an hour and 10 minutes from now. Attention, Ralph Voss. Attention, Ralph Voss. We have your card up here with us. Ralph Voss, we have a credit card of yours up here in the timing tower that you might want to get back. That is Ralph Voss. You can find your lost credit card, second floor of the timing tower. I know, that's like standby when, like a short standby with super combo runs, and then call them when super shifters are running.
Yes.
Yeah.
Sorry, yes, I forgot that they swapped it, so I was thinking super combos after.
Ah.
You're right.
Yeah, put the class on standby that we are actively running right now. That's a great idea. I'm sure that won't piss anybody off.
Since you're still in the staging lanes, you're on standby.
I understand you haven't run yet.
Yeah.
It's a good luck.
Hopefully your lawnmower engines don't blow up.
Well, I said, well, I mean, Warren was up here, and when I told him that, he was like, "You received me?" Like, "Are you kidding me?" And I was like, "Nope." I'm even delaying the call.
How are you?
Hello, everybody.
Still got your glasses. Good for you.
Yes,
Good
thank
for you.
We're going to be in a white golf cart.
For Elimination.
Yeah. My wife's going to tell me, I don't know how you say it, but we're going to go along that side and sell the 50-50.
Okay.
So if you want to say something, watch out for the
Sure.
girl in the cowboy hat or the guy
Mike.
whatever.
So once again, in regards to 50-50 tickets being sold by Team on a Mission, there is going to be a white golf cart that's going to be making the rounds, and this is going to be not just on the tower side here, but they are going to hop across to the spectator side as well, so don't worry, you folks. You don't have to be sprinted over here across the bridge. They will make their way down and over to you. So keep eyes out for that white golf cart, and as I understand it, the cowboy hat as well. They'll be looking around. They'll be seeking out anybody looking to buy 50-50 tickets. Once again, last winner took home $1,644. That is $1,644 taken home in the last 50-50 ticket prize. So there's money to be made there. Martha Jackman and Mark Downey going to bring out the first pair in the Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We have a racer in distress. Brad Owens is seeking out a Power Master alternator and a 2-inch pulley with a 0.520 shaft. That's once again a Power Master alternator and a 2-inch pulley with a 0.520 shaft. That is Brad Owens is seeking these out. He is situated in pit number 136 with his turquoise and white Chevy Bel Air. If any of you are able to help out, I'm sure he would much appreciate it. Jackman and Downey fire down the racetrack. 10.637, 139 miles an hour. Downey goes 11-11 with an O at 144. Super Combo, of course, running either the Super Street 1090 Index, the Super Gas 990 Index, or the Super Comp 890 Index. One of the three. Most drivers run the Super Street Index. I believe Dean Peterson will likely be running the Super Gas 990 Index. And this car over here, Lord side of the water box, at one point tried to run the Super Comp 890 Index. Although that said, was eliminated round one, unfortunately. Dan Parsons and Bob Lowe will be the next pairing up. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors back to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Juniors, we need you back to the lanes for first round of eliminations. Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Thunder to 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. Once again, Brad Owens seeking out a 2-inch pulley for a Power Master alternator and a .52 shaft. That is a 2-inch pulley for a Power Master alternator and a .52 shaft situated pit number 136 in this turquoise and white Chevy Bel Air. I'm sure you would greatly appreciate the assistance. Got the old Corvette coming on up your TCS side to race Steve Lowe in the Camaro over on the Lordco side. How about that? A dead tie on this last pass at the line. 10.908, 133 TCS side. Steve Lowe ran 10.933 Lordco side. The win was given to the Lordco side on that last qualifying hit, but the margin of victory, .0000. It literally cannot get any closer than that. If only this was eliminations now. Brandon Hutchinson and Martin Rochelle. Legs pairing up down the racetrack. And Hutchinson running the super gas index in the Roadster goes 984 at 151 miles an hour. Martin Rochelle went 1095 at 126. Brings up Dean Peterson in the super gas Mustang. And that takes us out of Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo and into BC McLeod Super Shifters. Terry Hoogtons brings out the Volkswagen to race Andrew Weeb in the Austin. One of the few classes in which all 4 appendages must be used. 1 foot on the throttle, 1 foot on the clutch, 1 hand on the wheel, 1 on the shifter. Things not sounding terribly healthy for the Austin down the racetrack. Hoogstens puts down a 12.896, but is off the throttle at the top end. It is the same story for Andrew Weebs on both cars, not having the most ideal of runs down the racetrack. Will Zork will bring up his machine to race Alpha Weeb in the Buick. Doesn't matter in qualifying though, 008 to a 007. Weeb gets through a 10.38 with the 3, 128 miles an hour. Will Zork goes 11.278 at 120. Brings up Rich Graves in the 1967 El Camino out of Puyallup, Washington, to race Jamie Roth in the Comet. .049 for Jamie Roth. Rich Graves goes 11.65 at 117. Brings up John DePork in his Camaro to race Scott Winterbottom in the Rags to Riches Top Shop. In the Nova. As always, Winterbottom pulls to the right. Wrestles it back into the groove with 001 red on the tree. Follows that up with a 938 with a 2 at 141. John DeBork goes 10.313 with a 9 at 129 miles an hour. Believe that to bring up one of the last of the Super Shifter cars, Dan Gray in the 1983 Ford pickup. So Gray logs a 12-12 out of 4 with 110 miles an hour on the boards, and that brings up a licensing pass. Outlaw takes the Ford Falcon down the racetrack. Still got a few more, at least one more Super Shifter car running up to the racetrack. This one being one of ye old Mustangs. Carrying the front wheels, sets back down on terra firma and fires to the top end like a bullet. Runs an 8.20 with an 8 at 163 miles an hour and pulls the laundry just past the quarter mile. Wrap up the first round of BC McLeod's Super Shifters qualifying, and we get set for our first elimination pass on the day. Tyler Smith enters this weekend for trying to go over win number 6 in a row. Currently has a 100% win streak in all of not just the points races, but even the cash bash races as well. Trying to keep that streak alive. 5 straight points race wins. I believe that tally is out to about 8 total when you count in the cash races for races such as Door Wars. Believe the bounty on Tyler Smith's head at this rate has risen into the triple figures. It was a bounty that was put into play way back in the spring. So Tyler Smith takes the bye run with the #1 qualifying spot into round number 2 of Eliminations, and Peden Industries Junior Street will roll to Jack Johnston and the Chevy Silverado to race Dallas Nassie in the Slug Civic. 1093's out into an 1169. The Slugs got the upper hand on the tree, and that'll quickly go the way of Jack Johnston as Dallas Nassie stalls the car right out of the gates, and that'll should give the win to Jack Johnston on a silver platter, and in fact it will. Nassie eliminated early with troubles off the start line. Bring up Terry Monroe in the Blazer, dialed in 1145 to James McNeil in the Nissan, dialed at a 997. Red light start for James McNeil, went red on the tree by about half a tenth. And Terry Monroe will take that opportunity to make the free pass into round number 2. Closes out first round of eliminations. Oh, not quite. We still got one more pairing in the background here. Peterson going to bring it up with the Silverado over in the Lordco lane. We'll be racing Sophia Getz over here TCS side. Silverado versus Mustang, car versus truck. 10-13 out of Kamloops dialed in here TCS side. 10 seconds flat dialed in for Richard Peterson out of Grand Valley, Alberta for Pro Power Management. Peterson Fabricating and stitches by Shireen.
My nightmares, I just heard the shit.
10-25 of the 5 at 63. Peterson will go in at a 10-15 at 68, but it'll be Sophia Getz to knock out Richard Peterson in the first round of eliminations. fully through Junior Street for the first round of eliminations. We roll into Peden Industries Junior Thunder, where Nate Green brings it up first for Global Container Terminal Stands, Bumper Stand, and Green Brothers Racing. Down to the 1090 to Owen Armstrong's 1390 out of Chilliwack for Fountain Tire, Sea to Sky Law, Lordco Auto Parts, and Badass Garage. Pair of green lights. Nate Green trying to chase after Owen Armstrong. And it'll go the way of Nate Green. Gets there 4/10 of a second first. That race won on the starting line with Owen Armstrong with a 4/10 of a second reaction time to Nate Green's 700ths. Not even close. We will move back. Adam Katnick brings it up in the Lordco lane. Down at an 1190. We'll be racing Alex Green. Down at an 1190 as well. So pretty much a heads-up race. Junior Thunder. Sorry, Ashton Katnick brings it up over in the Lordco lane. Global Container Terminals, Bumper Stand, More Motorsports, Green Brothers Racing. Represented over here at TCS side, Ashton Katnick for the large TK Performance crew and Lordco Auto Parts. Bentley Johnson and Cadence Rodriguez will bring it up. Luke Soyle from Bubba Speed Shop down in the 890 and the half-scale dragster over here TCS side. Cadence Rodriguez from Milron Truck Body, Kent Specialty Auto and Color Compass Corporation. Over the Lordco side of the 1154. Cadence Rodriguez doesn't leave. So Bentley Johnson gets the free pass to the next round as Cadence Rodriguez, I believe, got timed out. Trying to get into the staging beams, Bentley Johnson. Free pass to round 2. Bring up Hunter Thompson, down at an 895 for JBS Equipment, and Connor Jackson for for TKO Hot Rods Fitness Lab and Lordco Auto Parts. Down in an 890. Two green lights. And it'll be Hunter Thompson getting there first by 5/10,000ths of a second, .0005. The margin of victory for Hunter Thompson down at the 8th mile. And that brings up Abigail White and Isabella Marshall. 893 to an 892. Isabella Marshall moves into round 2 of eliminations. Abigail White will be knocked out in the first round. April Bond for JBS Equipment and Adam Cannon for Deacon Performance of Lordco Auto Parts will bring it up in lanes for TCS and Lordco Auto Parts. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. National Tire, non-electronics. Lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. National Tire, non-electronics. Come to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This means Rad Torque Systems Electronics, you are on standby. This is for your second and last qualifying hits of the morning. April Bond moves to the next round, only 7th thou off the dial. Went 896 to the 7 on the 896 dial. She'll go through to the next round, knocking out Adam Katnick. And that brings up Hunter Gallant, the #1 qualifier for BDL Auto Super C Tires, Diversified Rocker Coatings, dialed in an 890, and Wesley Armstrong for Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Lordco Auto Parts, and Badass Garage, dialed in an 1190. 3 seconds the difference on the starting tree. And a red light start for Hunter Gallant knocks him out in the first round. Wesley Armstrong is into round 2. Bring up Carson Brimacombe. Down to that 10:03 to race Natanya Peterson. For Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Rig Construction down to the 12:56 for, I believe, the final pass in Junior Thunder. Two green lights, and at the 8th mile, a breakout for Carson Brimacombe will put Natanya Peterson into the next round. Carson running 9:62 with an 8 on the 10:03 dial, under by 0.4 of a second, propels Peterson into the next round. Jack Green and Brody Brimacombe, will be one of the final passes here in Junior Thunder. 1390 across the boards. Jack Green will get around Brody Brimacombe as Brimacombe 2 seconds under the dial. Went 1186 on the 1390 dial. Jack Green is into the next round. Colton Morin kicks off Junior Light and Eliminations for Tires Plus, SLR Rentals, Rex Cox, and Waco, Florida down to the 790 to race Nick Bond for JBS Equipment down to the 793. Two green lights. And at that 8th mile mark, it'll be Colton Morin moving on. Nick Bond under the dial by 5 stinking thou. 724 with a 9 on the 793 dial. Nick will be kicking himself in the morning about that one. Hey, at least he's got another chance to win that secondary Wally tomorrow. This is a Wally race, by the way, for the junior classes today. So Wallies are being handed out for all junior classes, Street, Thunder, and Lightning. McKenna Thompson brings it on next for JBS Equipment out of 793 dial. Emma Debris Coos for Titanium Auto Group. Vancouver Car Reps, B&D Lift Trucks, and Shawnigan Trucking out of the Shawnigan Lake. Dialed in at a 796. Only 8 cars on the ladder in Peden Industries. Junior Lightning makes it a relatively quick program. Already going to be halfway through first round of eliminations. By the way, Ralph Voss, we still have your credit card up here, second floor at the timing tower. Ralph Voss, we're still awaiting your presence up here to collect your credit card, second floor of the timing tower. McKenna Thompson knocked out by Emma Debris Coos by way of gap at the top end. Got there first by about 21 thou. McKenna Thompson will put it back to the pits and reset for tomorrow. Lexi Winterbottom brings up Low-Tie Ventures Junior Dragster down to the 790. It's a pair of 790s. Abigail White for White Lightning Racing, Lordco Auto Parts, Volcano Industries, and TNT. Down in the Lordco lane. Red light start for Abigail White, red by 0.03 of a second, and Lexi Winterbottom gets the free pass into round number 2. Brings up the last pass in Junior Lightning, CL Gagnon. Over in the Lordco lane, will go up against Lincoln Shirk at a 790 over here in the TCS lane. Lincoln Shirk for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and JBS Equipment going up against the Rad Torque Systems Titanium Auto Group Big Kids Racing Machine over in the right lane for the final pass in Junior Lightning. Pair of green ones and 8th mile. Lincoln Shirk moving on by just 12 thousandths of a second. So folks, that does it for Peden Industries Junior Dragsters and Junior Street. We'll see them back up for round number 2. We are going to be down for a little bit for track prep, but go absolutely nowhere. Keep those seats in the seats. The Hard Knock Stunt team is coming up next.
One, two. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you're excited. We have a real special program for you today. Right now I'm at the staging area with the VIPs, and we're going to be setting them up, making sure they're safe and secure for once-in-a-lifetime experience. We're just moments away now. And this drift experience is something that you can take part in as well. If you make your way down to turn 2, you'll see the Variety Children's Charity down there, and they'll be selling tickets for the drift along, or the ride along, sorry. That's raising money for the charity. I believe there's also a variety tent on the other side of the drag strip as well. But either location, they'll put you in the right direction. They're running a bus. It is a long way down. So they'll be running a shuttle bus, taking you down. You'll have your experience down there. There's also a drone in the air, I believe, later on. And that'll be videoing your experience. And hopefully you'll be able to get a piece of that action and save it on your PC at home.
Thank you very much. So we can't go on until the stage is clear for us. So Jackie, do you want to go up there and confirm when they actually get clear the stage and get us on point?
The stage is being prepared. They'll be clearing the carts, other vehicles, signs, making sure that the play area is safe. I'll just do a quick rundown of our drivers here. We've got, first out the gate, it's going to be Cassandra and Trevor. The dynamic duo, I believe from Coquitlam. This is how they settle their arguments. They get in their cars. Trevor likes to do a little vehicular cosplay. He gets in his cop car, the drift car, turns on his lights. He entertains the people around his block. That's how they settle their arguments. Cassandra will be in the Nissan 350Z. It's a silver car. Then closely followed by Gaston Morrison. He's going to be in the black and red Nissan. Right after Gaston, we've got Clinton. Clinton is a local welder fabricator. He's going to be in the purple Nissan 240X. Last but not least, we've got Alex Steins. He's going to be in the, what's he driving today? He's also in a Nissan. Be in the blue Nissan at the back. Alex used to be a breakdancer, so we expect him to bust a move. He'd like to give a shout out to one of many sponsors, Rain City Motorsports. Gaston, as you know, is a stunt coordinator and longtime legendary performer from Vancouver. He's the owner of Hard Knox Stunts. He'd like to give a special thanks to Mission Raceway for being awesome. Neil at SCG Performance for getting him on the road. Action Tire, TNT Motorsports, Pro One Safety, Tyson at Floric Garage, and the Real Stunt Driving School. That's Rick Pierce. And of course, Variety Children's Charity for helping us to help them. The VIPs are being secured in the car now. I'll see if I can catch a word with one. Hi there, what's your name?
My name's Rob.
Rob sounds excited. Is this your first ride along, Rob?
This is my first time. This is a last minute decision. I just got kind of shoved in the car.
Oh, okay. Apparently Rob was pushed from behind and he found himself in a car. That's the kind of thing that happens here at Mission Raceway. There's another Rob that I know. He's been secure. He's been looked after by Alison, another female stunt driver. She's going to be doing the ride-alongs at Turn 2 throughout the day. Our engines are racing. The cars are moving out into position. How you feeling, Rob?
Oh, very well. This is going to be awesome.
Thank you. We'll hear from them again in just a moment. I'm going to step out of the way, give them all the room they need. So keep your eyes at the top of the drag strip. They're going to be coming in any moment now. Ladies and gentlemen, the cars are in position. We have the green light. The stage is clear. Very exciting. Seconds away. Cassandra gives me the peace sign. And a rah, hell yeah. She's our first female driver today. Keep your eyes on the first car. That's Cassandra Ebner. She's a YouTuber and a content creator. You can catch her on YouTube with her show called Life XP. Light them up. Here we go. Yeah! On the going again. Okay, let's have a big round of applause for the drift team here. Woo! I'm just coming in. Let's have a quick word with our VIPs. The drivers are getting out. That's Gaston Morrison right there in the red, and Alex Steins in the blue. Rob, that was your VIP. How was that for you?
It was awesome. Thank you very much.
Okay, and you too can have this awesome experience. Remember selling the ride-alongs at Turn 2 at the children's variety tent down the bottom there on the side. So let me just have a quick word with these guys. Gaston, let me come to you first.
Me first.
Oh, guys. Hey. Okay, your engines are still running hot, I see. Guys, if you want to return to your cars, just settle down. It's a family show, right? Family show. Let's stay professional. Yeah, okay. Woo! Give it up for the drivers! Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up one more time for the Hard Knocks Drift Team. I believe we've got the trampoliners next, is that right? Okay, the trampoline, so just in front of the bleachers, see the trampoliners, they're getting on there, just keeping the entertainment going. Some local high skill. Okay, I'll just have a quick word with Jesse here. Perhaps that work can take place in a second. We're going to move on to the show with the cars, and we'll catch up with the trampolinists. They'll be continuing the trampoline show for you later.
Yeah, we'll be jumping periodically throughout the course of the day, and when we jump, the louder you guys are, the crazier we will be. So just a quick little tidbit. Can I hear some noise from everybody? Is that possible? Okay, so we know how to do that. All right.
This looks like into round number 2, qualifying for no box as Eric Hansen, the tower side up against Randy Hermison over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Randy, the big old holes he calls the Wing Behemoth, 58 holes. And Eric over here in the TCS lane, early 70s Dart, making its way down the racetrack. How about a 0.16 reaction time, 12.82 with the 9, 104 miles an hour for the Dart. And Randy Hermison in the big old holes goes 13.54 with the 6 at 88 miles an hour. Next up, 65 Acadian TCS side of the racetrack. That is Steve Wilson out of Delta, and Port Coquitlam's John Sayer in his 1968 Dart over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Sayer going to go 006 red on the tree is the Acadian carrying it down. Steve Wilson in the car that he calls the Mooch gets to the top end first with 10.24 with the 5, 129 miles an hour. It'll be Cody Plews, tower side. His 1995 Chevy Camaro presented by Antle Towing up against Scott Middlemiss from Kelowna, his 1995 Pontiac Trans Am. So Cody getting off the line first, that 041, of course, just qualifying at the moment. A 14.02 with a 197 miles an hour to a 14.12 with a 3 for Scott Middlemiss over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane out of Kelowna. Is next up James Winter, that 1932 Ford pickup alongside the Falcon Fast Falcon. Dustin Hunter out of Chilliwack, that 1964 Ford Falcon that took out the win at the TNT Bracket Series a few weekends ago. It's problems for James Winter. On the TCS side of the racetrack, Dustin Hunter, no problems for the Falcon Fast Ford. 9.15 with a 146 miles an hour down there to the top end is James Winter. It's like they're going to try and either back him up or let him idle down the racetrack. So just getting that Dart tower side backed up so that we can get James's truck off the starting line. Tough break for James Winter here in round number 2 of qualifying as get ready for the next pair here in no box. As Nolan was mentioning, round number 1, 78 cars in this category this weekend. An absolutely stacked field when it comes time to eliminations. As Colin Moore getting the single in that 1969 Beaumont. Racer out of Chilliwack. And now the TCS side of the racetrack going 028 red. Not going to want to do that in eliminations. 13.75 with a 5, 96 miles an hour for Colin Morris. Again, James Winter's truck getting pushed back as we'll get ready for our next pair.
Thank you, Cole, is covering for me while I finished up my lunch. Chicken strips and fries. You can never beat them at the Titanium Strip. As Jim Benke will pull it into the water box alongside Chris Stone for round number 2 of qualifying. And Stone puts down a 10.09 with a 9 at 130 miles an hour. Jim Benke goes 10.06 with the 9 at 132. Brings up Grant Gordon. And nothing on file yet for the driver over in the Lordco side. Straight axle Chevrolet hightailing it down the racetrack. Gets there first, 10.107, 129, and Grant Gordon goes 12.186 at 110. We bring up Stu Funk. Bit of a newer color scheme on the 70s Chevelle for Stu's Plumbing. Racing Ross Walker, the White Knuckle Racing Chevy 2. Speeding along through round 2 of qualifying a National Tire non-electronics in a record high for the season, 78 cars in the field. Neil Cutterson, not as good on the trade this time as was the first time around. Last time by, put down a triple zip with a 1 for the number 1 qualifying time, this time by 4/10, so it's the opposite end of the extreme. And maybe he'll find the happy middle. I think he'd personally like to get that thing closer to where he had it on the first qualifying pass. Chris Lloyd will put the 10-17 down on the Lordco side at 127 miles an hour for the Chevelle. Brings up Matt Warner in the Linden Service Center machine to race Rob Monroe in the White Knuckle Racing Model A. And the wheel standing machine going to be pushed back. Something going wrong for Matt Warner's machine out of Sioux Falls, Washington. Dustin Brewington will bring out the Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington to race Sylvia Hoekston's in the 1966 Ford Mustang as we keep on keeping on. Round 2 of qualifying. Oh, trips it with a 9 on the tree for Dustin Brewington. Red. Sylvia Hoekston's will move on to the next round. For the folks in the stands that are feeling a little bit peckish, we have Jay's Donaires and Yardie Grill on the property today. Food trucks will be located on the spectator side, right near the restrooms. They have just opened their doors for business. And I'm sure they'd be more than happy to provide you with some treats. Colin Jackson lines up the Datsun over here in the TCS lane out of Abbotsford. Lorenz Schwartz from Titanium Auto Group and Bubba Speed Shop will take his Monte Carlo and line himself up in the Lordco lane for second round of qualifying. And Lorenz Schwartz shutting it off way early as he's going to be coasting through to the top end. Colin Jackson goes through at the 15:57 at 98 miles an hour. And Schwartz eventually gets to the quarter mile, brings up James Dobson. At the Dead Man Racing runs Engine Machine Camaro. He'll go up against Mike Probin for Probin Motors in the Nova. $10.55 for the 727 miles an hour for Dobson TCS side. Probin goes 11:41 at 117. That brings up Cassie Tippy in the Nova Wagon, a race for Ron Walsh. And the Z28 Camaro. Z28 Camaro. Mark Bresinger will bring out the out-of-time Nova for Vinny Speed Shop out of Richmond. He'll race John Van Derzen in the Chevy 2 this time through for second round of qualifying. Wheels up, wheels down. We hightail it back to the quarter mile. And John Van Compel, not John Van Derzen, John Van Compel going to go through with a 9.65 with a 9 at 130 miles an hour. Bresinger will go in at a 10.22 with a 6 at 130. Brings up Tyler Dobson and Steve Modenese. Dead Man Racing Camaro racing against the 1988 S10. Hans Van Derzen here on a licensing pass in the diesel pickup. Ripping to the corner was coasting at the top end. Went through the 950 with the 6 at 152. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Rad Torque Systems Electronics. We need you to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Come up to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Super Combo, you are on standby. Brings up our second two-wheeler. I guess what's the afternoon now. Don Almas for the Detonator Car Club. We'll be bringing it on up over here on the TCS side. That car, of course, had its chassis built by Jordan Almas. And the bike hightails it up. Sounded a little rough at the start of the run, but we'll try to power through regardless. And logs 10.823, 101 miles an hour. Was off throttle by the quarter mile there. Brings up Rob Hodgson and Roland Lowen. We saw Don Almas run just a little while ago. How about Detonator Car Club's other Almas, Jordan? Racing out of Enderby will go up against Jeff Norman from Peden Industries. With all cars across, we will bring up Jamie Wellwood for TBT Auto Parts. Racing Dell Northgraves in the Nova out of Pitt Meadows. This Altern made a pretty good pull last time it came on out. 8:04 with a 0, 165 miles an hour for Wellwood. North Graves puts down a 10:59 with a 7 at 126. Well, Craig Johnson will leave. The driver in the Lordco. Whoa, bit of an awkward launch after being timed out by Craig Johnson. Runs through the top end. We bring up Bryce Lowe in the Skylark. Racing Roy Roman. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Bobby Ehlers. We need Bobby Ehlers to the tower. Bobby Ehlers, we need you up to the timing tower, please. Second floor, Bobby Ehlers. We continue to run our way through no box qualifying. Derek Johnstone brings up the Chevrolet out of Cloverdale. We'll race Kyle Winterbottom over in the Lordco lane. Johnstone goes 13:15 with a 700 miles an hour. Kyle Winterbottom goes 14:872 at 91. Bring up Giovanni Alberti. Now, this truck did not launch well at all last time around. The Extreme Caliber Performance S10 took a hard turn towards the center line. We'll see if he'll get a better run this time around. Andy Katnick for Lordco Auto Parts and TK Performance will be up beside him in the Shelby GT500. Oh, tire shake again, but this time powers through, and that's going to be a full pull. Shook the tires up something fierce, but kept his foot in it. 9:43 with the 149 miles an hour. Katnick goes 11:14 with the 2 at 130. That brings up Eric Stone in the Malibu to race Larry Rodenizer, an Old Yeller with the Ford. Bring up another one of the Getz family racing that Mustang. Last time we saw this car up was with Sophia Getz in round number 1 of Junior Street, where unfortunately Sophia was eliminated. Running this car though in no box as well, so making the second rotation of qualifying alongside Sean Langley in the Mach 1 Hustler. And how about king of the track himself, Lorenz Schwartz of the Monte Carlo. Going to be going up against Daryl Tippy in the Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies Chevy 2. Tippy turns on the red light, but it's not something you got to worry about in qualifying. Now, eliminations, different story. That's not going to be up, though, until the next time we see this grouping out to the racetrack, or onto the quarter-mile strip, at least. We'll bring up Blair Criddle in the Roadster from 1927, race Sidney Jung in the Lordco Auto Parts 81 Malibu. Anderson running in the no box category for the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette. Now, that car is typically a door slammer. So to see it running in no box is an interesting sight to behold for sure. Sorry, this is a testing pass, as I understand, running down the racetrack for Jude Anderson, and clocks in an 8:39, 38 with a 9 at 160 miles an hour for the testing hit. Not a bad start. I believe that will wrap up National Tire Non-Electronics, and we'll do some minor start line prep, and we'll set things up for Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Both races away on the green. JB runs through 7:06 with an 886 miles an hour. Bus goes into the 9:10 with a 7 at 144. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to the lanes. Lordco Auto Parts Super Combo to the lanes for second round of qualifying. BC McLeod Super Shifters, you are on standby. That'll be the lanes 5 and 6 for Super Combo. Once again, lanes 5 and 6 for Super Combo as Alamon runs down to 9:15 with the 6, 141 miles an hour. Keith Peterson goes through at a 9:59 at 165. Randy Herbson and Kevin Garlock will bring up the Wing Behemoth Oldsmobile and the Chevy Camaro over in that Lordco lane. Dustin Brewington, wheels up, wheels down. Jeremy Soares runs down to 7:34 with a 981 miles an hour. Dustin Brewington goes 10:31 with a Ford 128. Bring up Dustin Hunter in the Ford Falcon at West Voth in the Acumen Machine Shop. Hunter puts down a double 0-2 on the tree. West Voth goes 36 thou red. And attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo, second call. Super combo to lanes 5 and 6. We need you now. Lordco Auto Parts, super combo, second call to lanes 5 and 6. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. BC McLeod Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. BC McLeod Super Shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Junior classes, you are back on standby. Andy Hatton turns on the tree of the 006 light. Stephen Robert goes 28 thou red. Hatton gets there first still, 827 with a 362 miles an hour. Robert can only go 892 with a 6 at 146. Bring up Kimberly Jonkine for Reckless Restorations and Titanium Auto Group. Mike Stewart brings up the Ken Specialty Auto. Bucky's Mini Excavator Gibson Transmissions, Big Al Motorsports, Super Chiclet Chevy 2. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the lanes. Juniors to the lanes for second round of eliminations. Junior Street to 3 and 4. Junior Street exclusively to 3 and 4. We're going to call Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Attention to pits, attention to pits. Final call for Super Shifters, final call for Super Shifters and Junior Street. We have called Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. With electronics complete, we roll into Super Combo for second round of qualifying. As we continue marching headstrong into this Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Saturday on what has so far been a phenomenal few days. We had a pretty tame Thursday. I hear Friday got up pretty late though, and I know I was already asleep by the time it ended. I wasn't here at the track yesterday, but I was definitely watching along on MRB Lordco TV for a good chunk of it. And so far, it's been an amazing Saturday as well. It's only going to get better the further we go along. And of course, you got Sunday tomorrow as well, with Doorslammers and Pro Mods will be eliminating. It's just not going to happen that he's going to get it this weekend at Spokefire and Thunder. However, we do have a rainout date on September 9th that we had, where we had a race that was rained out. This was from back in June. And there's the potential that he could very well lock out the championship on the September 9th and 10th weekend if he wins both of those races, even if Monroe finishes in second. So the possibility is very much present there. Smith again remains undefeated in Peden Industries Junior Thunder here in 2023. It has been a record-setting campaign. And he'll knock out Tara Monroe with a trip, zip, and a 9. So Tyler Smith into the semifinals, knocking out the number 2 points runner. We roll into Junior Thunder where Bentley Johnson for Lucas Oil and Bubba Speed Shop kicks off. Out of the day 90 to race Wesley Armstrong for Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Lordco Auto Parts, and Bad Ass Garage as we will keep working our way steadily through our junior program. Second round of eliminations. We are now on a ladder with 9 cars left in competition. Red light start for Bentley Johnson. Couldn't be patient enough. Wesley Armstrong is into round number 3. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers, Canada West Doorslammers. This is your 20-minute standby call. Canada West Doorslammers, 20 minutes standby call. Red light start for Nate Green, went 13th thou under on the tree. Alex Green will knock out his brother and move into round number 3 of Junior Thunder Eliminations. Brings up Hunter Thompson and April Bond. JBS Equipment sponsored in both lanes on an 895 and an 896 dial. Both racers pre-staged. Thompson fully staged. Now is Bond. April Bond takes off. Hunter Thompson is right behind. And at the 8th, under the dial for Hunter Thompson. 7 thousandths of a second. Went 893. Sorry, 894 with the 3 on the 895 dial. April Bond moves to round number 3. Tanya Peterson and Jack Green now hightail down the racetrack. 12:56 to 14 seconds, and Jack Green goes to quick. Natanya Peterson moves on into the next round of eliminations. This now brings up Isabella Marshall, the driver with the bye run. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. If anybody has a wire feed welder on site, if you could contact Matt Warner down by Tech, that would be greatly appreciated. Once again, that is a wire feed welder. Wire feed welder. If you could contact Matt Warner, he is down by Tech. Thank you very much. Lexi Winterbottom will go up and race against Emma Debris-Coos as we kick off Junior Lightning Eliminations. Bowtie Ventures dialed in at 790 over here. Titanium Auto Group, Vancouver Car Ramps, B&D Lift Trucks, and Shawnigan Trucking dialed at 797 out of Shawnigan Lake. Double break out of the top end, and it could not be any closer. 002 under the dial for both. The difference comes at the 10,000th of a second mark. Emma Debris-Coos was only 2 thou under the dial. Lexi Winterbottom was 2 thou under with the 6. So Emma Debris-Coos by a margin of 10,000ths of a second will move on into round number 3 and the semifinals. Sorry, this will be the finals of Junior Lightning. Lincoln Shirk now will bring it up. And the Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, JBS Equipment, Junior Dragster, dialed at 794 to race Colton Morin. And the Tires Plus, SLR Rentals, Rex Cox, and Waco Flooring, More Motorsports Machine, dialed at 793. And again, Colton Morin goes under the dial in by 13 thou. Lincoln Shirk will move into the finals for Smoke Fire Thunder Saturday and Junior Lightning. So we are down for some track prep as we prep for the Canada West Doorslammers. We will be having a little trampoline performance, though, coming on up over here. I'll keep you folks entertained. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Canada West Doorslammers. Winter Harbor Marine and RV, Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. That is Canada West Doorslammers to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. This weekend sponsored by Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing. Are you in the market for a new vehicle? At Greenlight Auto Financing, they have access to over 1,500 vehicles varying from all makes and models. With decades of experience, they pride themselves on honesty and compassion. Their focus is getting you approved through their large pool of lenders, and they offer free delivery anywhere in BC. Located at 7179 Horn Street in Mission, contact them today at greenlightautofinancing.ca to get approved. Also sponsored throughout the course of 2023 by Total Dairy Solutions, Paradise Homes Limited, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Traveland RV. All names helping to keep the Canada West Doorslammers Association afloat here in 2023 and I will say it has been an incredible season for Canada West Doorslammers as a whole, as they were able to hit a record high field at Door Wars 11. It has been absolutely phenomenal to see these guys come out here and put on such a regular show week in, week out, and the entertainment is off the charts. It is something completely different. There's nothing like seeing 40 door slammers fire down the racetrack, one after another, back to back, and I cannot wait to see how many cars will eventually get set to ladder on up and take to the Titanium Strip for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on Sunday.
Well, the music cranked up and going in the Jack's Beer Garden. Make sure to go down there, grab yourself an adult beverage if you're 19 years of age or older. And of course, Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits sponsoring the beer garden here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder at Mission Raceway Park. And you can discover the world of exceptional beverages at Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. Jack's offers a vast selection of beers, wines, and spirits to satisfy every palate. Whether you're planning a special occasion, looking for a unique gift, or celebrating your raceway win, their knowledgeable staff is dedicated to helping you find the perfect product. From popular favorites to hidden gems, Jack's curates an impressive collection that caters to every taste and budget, including exclusive products you won't find anywhere else, located just minutes away at the Mission Junction. That's Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. Again, the beer gardens are open over here on the tower side of the racetrack. Yeah, everybody, how about making some noise for your trampoliners down there? Put on a show as we continue on with track prep here ahead of the third qualifying session for Canada West Doorslammers. And if you're not here in the pit area, Canada West Doorslammers, we need you guys in lanes 1 through 4. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you guys to the staging lanes for your third qualifying session. Well, you can hear the first pair of Canada West Doorslammers presented by Winter Harbor Marina and RV rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge and in the water box right now as we get ready to kick off round 3 of qualifying. A little bit of a Shirk family-friendly matchup in this third round. Over here on the TCS side of the racetrack, Derek Shirk, the Titanium Auto Group JS Performance, Bubba's Speed Shop 55 Chevy Bel Air up against Derek's son, Brody Shirk, out of Langley, that 1967 Chevy Nova on the far side of the racetrack for the Titanium Auto Group. JS Power Sports as well helping out. As Derek, that 55, unfortunately had a little bit of an incident earlier this season. That's why they've still got the repair work on that machine, and Derek elected to kind of leave that car unpainted for the year and show off the battle scars from earlier on in the season, kind of giving it that rat rod look as opposed to the fully polished presentation of the 55 Chevy. Man, 008 on the tree for Brody. He was ready for Dad. Unfortunately, Dad's got a little bit too much horsepower and drives around him at the top end. A 784 with a 6 at 173 miles an hour, and 847 with a 659 miles an hour for Brody over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Derek Shirk, that 784. Do not believe he's going to improve on his qualifying time. They had 2 sessions yesterday. A little bit better track conditions. So it'll be Ray Rusiani in his 1966 Chevy 2 over here in the TCS lane. Ray, recently moving from Ontario to come out here to BC, now calls Kelowna home, the Dexy Paws online pet supplies machine. So again, you see the pro tree for the Canada West Doorslammers, a little bit different from usual bracket classes. Top end of the racetrack, Ray's going to get there with an 826 with a 0-164 miles an hour. As it's Anthony Katnick up against Brody Soares. Brody over there in the Chevy Cavalier with the big block Chevy. 632 cubic inches of big block Chevy power for Brody. Up against Anthony Katnick out of Maple Ridge in that fox-bodied Mustang, the TK Performance Lordco Auto Parts machine. And Anthony ran an 890 yesterday. Unfortunately, not quite in the field and jumps through the beams. So that is going to really kill the ET department. Brody Soares an early shut-off over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So he is going to coast down the racetrack, as well as Anthony through the traps. It is a off-pace 12:39 with a 1 at 70 miles an hour for Brody, and Anthony gets to the top end with a 14:55 at 76 miles an hour after having that car lurch through the tree and tried to catch it, but unfortunately, it's going to be an early shut-off. He's finishing off his burnout over there on the far side of the racetrack. Paul Soares out of Terrace. We saw Brody up earlier in the Cavalier. Now it's Paul's turn as Brody, back in July during the Door Wars weekend, actually finished up the licensing process. Now has his own Chevy Cavalier, and Paul behind the wheel of that Pontiac over there on the far side of the racetrack. The 1941 Willys for Roger Winter out of Aldergrove, the Tap 2 Draining and Plumbing machine. Jim Winter Collectibles. Getting backed up from the burnout there in that orange Willys that is in the show. As well as Paul Soares over there trying to better their runs from Q1 and Q2. Getting some more laps under their belt here in the heat of the day. Of course, a little bit different conditions than what we saw here yesterday with the cloud cover and the haze kind of hazing us in throughout the day. So now the sun out here at MRP and getting ready for this next pairing of Canada West Doorslammers to head down the racetrack, as it'll be Roger Winter and Paul Soares. So Soares going way red on the tree. Fortunately, you can do that in qualifying and not really hurt yourself too much. An 803 with a 1. He had an 801 last night, so Not quite better than his run from last night, an 826 with a 761 miles an hour. Another strong run from the Willies for Roger Winter.
Tell you what, the rear wing on that wheel is really having some work put into it as it was keeping that thing planted on that racetrack.
1941 Willie's not the most aerodynamic thing on the planet, so any aid in that department can always help out. Is Tom Katnick getting backed up from the burnout? You saw that car yesterday at the Lordco Auto Parts display in the Lordco Auto Parts tent, repping the Lordco sticker over there, as well as TK Performance. That 1968 Chevy Camaro that was formerly Derek Shirks. You can see with the metal flake paint job getting brought into the beams up against Jan Christensen, who's going to be a busy man today, jumping in between classes, running in box as well. And Langley is where he calls home. That 1967 Nova. Perro, 20s on the tree, is getting to the top end first. It's going to be Tom Katnick with a 753 with an 8. 182.63 miles an hour. And Jan Christensen, an 870 with a 5 at 156 miles an hour. As it'll be Rod Leclerc, TCS side of the racetrack, is Jan running right on that 870 that he needs to get into the Canada West Doorslammers field. Leclerc coming into this session as your number 2 qualifier in Canada West Doorslammers, one of the only 2 cars in the 672nd bracket. The racer out of Victoria, the owner of Paradise Homes, and this is his 10th season behind the wheel of a Canada West Doorslammer in Canada West Doorslammer competition. Debuted this new look on his Chevy Camaro for the 2023 season, courtesy of the folks at M2 Graphics and Wraps over in Victoria. As Rod will purge the nitro system on his Camaro over the far side of the racetrack, Henry Zacharias. The 1953 Chevy Corvette, 660 cubic inches naturally aspirated power over there on the far side of the racetrack. And Leclerc going through the final purge of the nitro system as he'll get guided into the beams by the crew member. You can see him flickering that top bulb. Let Rod know where he's going to bring that car in, trying to stage as shallow as possible in qualifying as not rob any ETs. Both racers are staged. So Rod Leclerc getting to the top end. How about a 682 with a 1 at 203 miles an hour? The quickest run of the round in qualifying so far. Not improving, though, on Leclerc's 676 with a 3 at 204 from round number 1 of qualifying last night. And a 764 with a 2, 180 miles an hour for Henry Zacharias in the Corvette. It's going to actually be an improvement for Zacharias. He ran a 771 last night with a 3. With that run, Zacharias is going to move up a few positions. So it'll be Ray Bollinger coming up next. The TCS lane, that 1969 Chevy Camaro, the SpeedTech USA Just Mechanical machine up against your defending Canada West Doorslammers champion in Duncan's Paul Stretch, that 2002 Chevy Cavalier with 638 cubic inches of big block power. As Bollinger unfortunately rolls through the beams. He is not going to get a time in the Camaro. 731 with a 188 miles an hour for Paul Stretch. So Stretch, another strong run under his belt. Again, 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy power plant for the Chevy Cavalier, courtesy of Mid-Island Engines over there in Duncan. As Scott Robinson out of Chilliwack, his 1994 Chevy Beretta up against Jay Severston over there in the Acadia, the turbocharged machine, in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So Jay taking a stab, trying to get this thing qualified to the Canada West Doorslammers field deep stage. It's going to rob a little bit of ET, but he's still going to get in there handily. 822 at the 391 miles an hour, big speed from the turbo car. Robinson getting there first with 774 at the 677 miles an hour. The naturally aspirated Beretta is getting backed up from the burnout over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The Oldsmobile, Mike Bedsworth up against Adam DeYoung. DeYoung in the 1967 Chevy Camaro. Used to be driven by Dad, John DeYoung, who is currently the #1 qualifier. Adam taking Dad's car over as he has made the step up in his racing program for Total Dairy Solutions and Artex Racing. And Mike Bedsworth out of Marysville, Washington. Didn't see Mike make any hits the last 2 days, coming out here and trying to get into the field in his first qualifying attempt of the weekend of that 1996 Olds Cutlass. Well, no problems for Bedsworth, and man, oh man, if that was Eliminations, he'd be kicking himself. 1/10,000th of a second red for the Oldsmobile. 7:13 with a 4, 191 miles an hour for Bedsworth, again putting him into the field, again at the lower end of the 7-second bracket. 8:55 with a 9 at 156 miles an hour for Adam DeYoung. As it'll be Brad Powell up next, that 1967 Chevelle, the Outlaw Garage Customs machine, up against Howie Winklehorst in that 55 Chevy Bel Air. So Winklehorst already pre-staged. Now going to turn on that bottom bulb, waiting for Powell to come in the Chevelle. Winklehorst. 052 light as he'll head down to the top end with an 830 with a 160 miles an hour, and 843 with an 158 miles an hour for Powell. Over in the TCS side of the racetrack is up next. It'll be Terry Langdon Davies starting the burnout. And at the TCS side of the racetrack, that 1962 Bel Air for Dave Warren. Car that he has called the Blue Max. Of course, we've seen it various iterations out here in Canada West Doorslammer competitions for coming up on 20-plus years. Here in the Pacific Northwest for Dave, running that quick 7-second Chevrolet. So Warren doing a little bit longer burnout, and that's usually something that the crews communicate before the starting line procedures. You can see Terry Langdon Davies waiting to stage that race car until Dave backs up from the burnout. The crew member out in front trying to guide him back into the tire tracks from the burnout and try and place him firmly in the center of the groove to get ready to make a trip down the TCS side of the racetrack. Terry Langdon Davies, the Langdon Davies Concrete 41 Willys, and very iconic car out here at Mission Raceway Park, competing in a variety of different categories throughout the Pacific Northwest, and has found a home with Canada West Doorslammers. As Dave Warren, who took some time off for racing the last few years, has come back with the Blue Max machine, getting ready to light that bottom bulb, and Terry Langdon Davies. Both cars kind of driving over to the opposite sides of the groove. The Impala getting to the center lines with an 800 with a 5, 168 miles an hour. Langdon Davies, an 821 with a 264 miles an hour. As Langdon Davies' car went towards the right side wall and had to reel that thing back into the center of the groove. And Warren's car was kind of flirting with the center line, managed to keep that thing in the prep portion of the racetrack, though, and got down to the top end with an 8 flat with a 5.
Now, this Transport Porters Logistics Corvette over here did make it into the finals during the Langdon Loafers old-time drags here, Cole, but unfortunately lost it by way of a chute failure right out of the gate. The chute deployed, and it costed him a win because it dragged him down all the way down the quarter mile, and he's seeing if he can get some redemption here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Jansen will put down a 788 with a 5, 172 miles an hour. Lacanis can muster an 864, 156.
That is a wicked Acadian that Dale Jansen has for the racer out of Armstrong, again running that 788 with a 5, former winner of Best Appearing Car at the Street Cars Super Nationals in Las Vegas, and it is a beautifully turned out machine if you get a chance to look at the Jansen pits. As Otto Schulte, 2005 Chevy Cavalier, Sunset Racing Engines power plant, up against Darren Buick, the 1967 Chevy 2 over the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. No box, no box. Non-electronics, National Tire, non-electronics. We need you guys in the lanes. No box, non-electronics. The lanes 1 through 4. So Otto Schulte, who about a year or so ago debuted this new paint scheme on the Chevy Cavalier. It used to be gray, going back to Otto's usual blue paint scheme on that machine. Of course, Chevy Cavalier is quite popular. So for a while, they were body style of choice for Chevy competitors, rather, in pro stock competition, making their way down to some of the Sportsman categories. And Darren Buick over there in the Chevy 2, right here in Mission, the Evans excavating machine. Man, Schulte, 004 light. Going to try and carry that into eliminations. Gets to the stripe with a 754 with a 6. 181 miles an hour. An 867 with a 755 miles an hour for Darren Buick. And another solid lap in will be Jason Field and Zach Joyce. Up next, Field, the Nova, the TCS side of the racetrack. And usually going with the small tire setup. Ritchie Race Engines, machine 632 cubic inches, running on pump gas, a little bit of nitrous assistance. As Zach Joyce getting backed up from the burnout in that supercharged 1948 Austin. 512 cubic inches of Mopar power for Zach. You can hear him cleaning out the motor for the racer out of Langley, the second generation racer. And Anglia has been a fixture out here at Mission Raceway Park over the years as well, as Zach climbing behind the wheel in the last few seasons. Got his license a little while ago and trying to run this thing deep into the 7-second zone. Even off the tree, down at the top end, Zach Joyce can get the job done at the top end. 781 with a 974 miles an hour. Jason Field, an 810 with an 167.10 miles an hour for the small tire Nova. As the Battle of the Classics coming up, it'll be Mark Thompson, the Marvel Racing, Studebaker. And getting backed up from the burnout, Grant Howell, another longtime Canada West Doorslammers competitor over there in his 1937 Chevys. You got a good look up there on the big screen at MRP, courtesy of Valley Tech Productions, helping us out this weekend. As always, their major events and throughout the season with the stream going out on our YouTube channel, courtesy of Lordco Auto Parts. So Mark Thompson, who took a little bit of time off of racing, didn't quite hit up as many races as we're used to seeing him last year's back pretty much at every single one of the Canada West Doorslammers events for 2023. And Grant Howell making the ferry ride over from Vancouver Island. So both cars, the big cubic inch naturally aspirated setups, and a 764 with a 9 at 180 miles an hour for the racer out of Coldstream, Mark Thompson. The TCS lane, Grant Howell, a 779 with a 173 miles an hour over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Is backing up for the burnout in the TCS lane. The black Ritchie Race Engine, 68 Chevelle of Brian Ritchie. Man behind Ritchie Race Engines, building his own, a 632 cubic inch power plant. Chevy power, another big block Chevy, 565 cubic inches. For Devin Jansen out of Armstrong, his 1970 Chevy Nova, the second half of the Jansen family team out of Armstrong. Devin already turned on that top bulb, as we'll wait for Brian Ritchie to bring that Chevelle in, the sinister black looking machine. Devin Jansen, trip zip red by 3/10,000ths of a second. Man, oh man. Again, if that was eliminations, he'd be kicking himself. How about John DeYoung, almost a 330-foot burnout, going all the way almost to the 8th mile mark, and the Camaro over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the Artex racing machine backing up. He's got a long way to go before he gets back to his crew member. So John DeYoung, currently your #1 qualifier in Canada West Doorslammers, one of 2 cars into the 670s, a 672 with a Ford, 206 miles an hour. Currently leading the way. I believe John sat out the 2nd session last night, so this will be his 2nd qualifying hit of the weekend up against Mike Kenworthy, his 1992 Pontiac Firebird for Speed Mart and Illusion Motorsports from just over the border in Arlington, Washington. So the Total Dairy Solutions Camaro on a pass to the top end, 673 with a 4 at 206 miles an hour for John DeYoung. That is just a tick off of his 672 from the first run of the weekend that has put him in the #1 spot. So within a 100th of his previous qualifying run. So backing up from the burnout now in that red Pontiac Firebird. That is Terry Shaflita, another racer from Vancouver Island. Shaflita gunning for his first 6-second run in that Firebird up against Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd. His 67 Shelby with Chevy power, I should say. Yeah, Chevy Shelby. Isn't that an announcer's nightmare? Shaflita, the high-winding Firebird, making his season debut with the Canada West Doorslammers, getting guided into the staging beams by his crew member, helps build his own power plants, and Dale Phillips, regular in top Sportsman competition over the NHRA and the IHRA side of things. Shaflita tried to abort one run earlier, goes 7:02 with a 197 miles an hour on the TCS side of the racetrack. Crew seems happy with that one. Dale Phillips, 770 with an 8 at 177 miles an hour. As it is side-by-side supercharged combinations in the water box next. So Cam Shantz backing up from the burnout in that 37 Chevy that before was naturally aspirated, but Cam over the offseason putting the supercharged combination in with the 1471 blower on it. Up against Mike Sapiri out of Abbotsford, that 1969 GTO. That car got heavily refurbished over the last few seasons and brand new black paint job, making that thing look very sweet with the supercharged combo. Both cars in the field. Of course, both supercharged, running on alcohol. You can see Mike getting way over by the wall, had to pedal it, and Cam Shantz gets to the stripe with a 743 with a 180 miles an hour. As Sapiri, pedaling it, still runs his best run of the weekend. 791 with a 183 miles an hour. So you gotta wonder if that thing hooked up. Man, oh man, it could have been on a pass, and Sapiri again having to pedal it, but still goes 791 with 183 miles an hour over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. As it'll be Lane Woolley out of Langley, the 1970 Duster for Bucky's Mini Excavating, and a special thanks going out to the folks at Token Fiberglass. And over on the TCS side, that is Corey Stewart, another one of the Vancouver Island competitors from Campbell River, his 1955 Chevy. Woolley with the Hemi under the hood of the Duster, and big block combo for Corey Stewart, 622 cubic inches. Naturally aspirated power, getting ready to trip on that top bulb, and Wooly getting guided in by his crew member. So to the top end, it is going to be Wooly going into the 7-second zone. 774 with the 677 miles an hour, and 801 with a 4 at 165 miles an hour. Just shy of getting into the 7-second zone for Corey Stewart. Well, we saw the Shirk family friendly. Now it's going to be the Freeborn family friendly matchup. Kathy Freeborn out of Courtney, over there on Vancouver Island. Your 1970 Camaro with the big block Chevy power plant. And Poe Freeborn, also out of Courtney, in his 1967 Shelby Mustang, 632 cubic inches, big block Chevy power for the Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating Machine. And Kathy Freeborn, also sponsored by Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating. On the tower side, is recently dipped into the Canada West Doorslammer category. So 001 red on the tree for Poe as he'll get to the finish line first, but if that was eliminations, Kathy would be getting the win. 721 with an 891 miles an hour for Poe Freeborn. Kathy, an 859 with 359 miles an hour. She gets to show that, well, she technically won that matchup on the time slip, so that'll be one to frame up in the trailer. As Gordy Abagush is up next out of Kelowna, his 2002 Chevy Corvette. This is Gordy's first appearance in this car for 2023. 512 cubic inches of Chevy power. Produced the Vokes and Sonny's race engines. A little bit of nitrous assistance to help that Corvette get to the top end. So, looks like this will be the final car in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 3 as Gordy's crew member leaning in the right side. Put the final touches on that machine, getting ready to head down the racetrack as Gordy will purge the nitrous system, get ready to bring that Corvette into the beams for the final car in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. John Young, for the moment, still at the top of the qualifying order. Gordy Abagush trying to go up a few spots in the vet. A little bit of a soft launch there. Only a 1:43.60 foot time. Gets to the top end with an 8:12 with a 183 miles an hour. And for that car that's been deep into the 7-second zone. So far, not quite the run that Gordy was wanting going into Session 4 for Canada West Doorslammer qualifying, but they're still going to take that data and bring it back to the trailer and try and come back and put the tune-up back on it for the next section. So again, that's going to round out Canada West Doorslammer qualifying session number 3 for Winter Harbor Marina and RV, as well as the rest of their sponsors this weekend. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder being brought to us by Greenlight Auto Sales. Whether you have good credit, bad credit, or no credit, their experienced team at Greenlight Auto Financing can help you get approved with a large pool of lenders. They also offer in-house financing with rates starting at 2.49%. Winter Harbor Marina RV helping out with their title sponsorship, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat, TCS Performance Products, and Travelland RV, all bringing us Canada West Doorslammer action.
That rolls us straight without any delay into National Tire Non-Electronics for first round of eliminations of this absolutely mammoth class this weekend. Typically, this class is most commonly compared to the likes of the Bubba Speed Shop Pro bracket category that we're going to be running tomorrow during the Summit ET Series race. This class, I believe, over double the usual number of cars that we get in the pro bracket category. So it is absolutely insane, the turnout we've had here on the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. And it's looking to be a fun race indeed for everybody involved. Rick Hawkstar and Brian Heffel will kick us off. 10 seconds to a 9:39 on the dial. Pair of Chevys, one a pickup, one a Nova. So we get set to hightail it up towards the top end of the quarter mile. Red light start for Brian Heffel, and Rick Hawkstra will immediately move on into the next round. Bring up the drag package Challenger, driven by Terry Kramer from 2010 down to the 914. Kramer's going to have to be mighty, mighty patient, though, as Robert Getz and the 1994 Mustang will be dialed at a 1554 out of Kamloops. You can hear those revs building. Still waiting. Now launches, and his patience will be rewarded as Getz went red by 0.03 of a second. So already a pair of red lights deciding the opening pairs here in non-electronics. For National Tire at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, Al Proc will bring up the Plymouth to race Crystal Outlet. For Titanium Auto Group at the GMC Jimmy, 10:05 to a 13:45. Pair of green ones, both drivers away on good lights. Proc trying to chase down Lauda. Plymouth versus Jimmy. Plymouth going to lift early, giving the win to Krista Laudit as problems set in for Al Proc midway through the run. And the GMC moves on into the second round. Brings up Randy Hermson for the first of two classes that the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile is taking part in, racing in both no box and box. Down at 13:38 for this opening pass. Steve Baskerville going up against him in the Volkswagen Golf down at an 11:59. Two green lights, reaction times, almost nothing between them. And at the top end, Baskerville gets around Hermson for the win. Separated by 6/10,000ths on the tree. It was an 0.40 with an 8 to an 0.40 with a 2. That brings up Colin Jackson and the Datsun pickup down at 13:03 to race Ryan Johnston. And the Nasty Fish Racing Corvette down at an 8:45. Two green balls, the Corvette trying to chase down the Datsun. Closing at the 8th, closing at the 1000th. Can't get around him though at the quarter. Colin Jackson outlasts by 6 thou, and we'll move on to round 2. Brings up Brad Owens down at a 967, racing out to Bellingham, Washington in his 1955 Bel Air. Looks like he's got that 2-inch pulley that he was after earlier on today. Chris Stone for Stone Cold Race gonna try to knock him out early here. Down to 10-12. Oh, and a red light start for Brad Owens. A double red light, in fact, but Chris Stone, the lesser offender, 200th red, 2 thou red. That moves Chris Stone into round number 2. How about Carson Barlow now? Brings his 1970 C10 down to the 1364. Will race Rob Monroe Jr. in the ST Performance, Gibson's Racing Transmissions, Horizon Paints, and Auto Body Acadian dialed at a 1072. and Barlow outlasts Rob Monroe Jr., and the C10 will move into the second round of eliminations. Brings up Roy Roman in the trick-or-treat machine to race Scott Wilson in the Charlie Brown Malibu, and out that at 1240. Pair of red lights. Scott Wilson, though, lesser of the offenders. 3/10 to 500. Scott Wilson will move on. Roy Rome will take his AMC back to the pits. Got another pair of Chevys. It's really the Chevy show out here today in non-electronics, as it's now Chevelle versus pickup 1027 to an 1170. Just over half a second separating Scott from Neil Cutherson. Scott trying to chase down Cutherson and can't get there. Neil Cutherson knocks out Dylan Scott, and Cutherson moves on into the next round. Bring up the Shelby GT500 once again. Driven by Ada County for TK Performance, dialed at a 1080 to race Jeff Norman for Peden Industries at a 1269. And another pair of red lights, as it is it's red light central out here. Norman goes red by worse. Katnick will take the GT500 into the next round. Next pairing up, James Winter for Jim Winter Collectible Car Appraisals, down at 1308 to race Dustin Brewington of the 99 Camaro out of Kennewick, Washington, down to that 1032. James Winter was not allowed to make his second qualifying pass earlier in the morning as a result of having issues with his car. Trying to see if he can't at least move into the second round of eliminations. And James Winter goes under the dial by over a second. Dustin Brewington will move into the next round. Bring up Mark Bresinger and Rich Dyes, the out-of-time Vinny Speed Shot Nova, to race the Transporter Logistics Nova. So a battle of the Novas, but from two different eras. A decade separate the models. 1964 down to the 955, 1973 down to 1135. And Mark Bresinger will manage to outlast Rich Dyes as Dyes turns on the red light out of Poco. And he'll have to drive back to the pits, reset for Sunday's Summit ET Series race. Next pairing up, James Dobson brings up the Dead Man Racing Ron's Engine Machine Camaro down at a 1057 out of Langley with a 383 small block Chevy motor. Cody Plews brings the Ansel Towing Chevrolet up down to a 1405 in his Camaro. 10:64 with a 9. We'll see Dobson punch through into round number 2. Gets there first from Cody Plews by over a 10th. Brings up Brandon Piskasek in the Motoring Canada Mustang to race Craig Johnson in the Oldsmobile Cutlass. 13:30 to an 11:81. Piskasek puts in a 13.7 or 37.8, but it is not enough as Craig Johnson gets around and won that race on the tree, was better by over a 10th, and took the win by only 400. So Craig Johnson moving on into round number 2. Dustin Hunter brings up his Falcon. It's out at a 911. Falcon fast it sure do be. Colin Moore in the Beaumont Pontiac will be racing at a 13.72, leaves first. Hunter in hot pursuit. Closing in, both drivers lifted out of the throttle. And Colin Moore having an issue set in, went 14.6 on the 13.72 dial. Hunter moves to round 2. Got a straight axle Bel Air running over here in the TCS side. 10:07 on the dial to race Lorenz Schwartz at the Titanium Auto Group Bubba Speed Shop. Monte Carlo dialed at a 10:27. Charles spins the wheels over here at TCS side. Lorenz Schwartz in hot pursuit. At the line, Lorenz Schwartz will move to the next round, knocking out Charles. Ramon Rose Sr. will move the White Knuckle Racing Model A into the water box to race Tyler Dobson for Deadman Racing in the Camaro, 892 to an 1190. Jim Banky now will race Ross Walker. Wheel Standing Barracuda versus Chevy 2. Rad Torque Systems, Titanium Auto Group, Bucky's Mini Excavating. Dialed in on the 10-10 for Jim Banky over here at TCS side. Walker at a 10:09 over in that Lordco lane. Races away on the green bulb, and a breakout for Jim Banky. We'll see Ross Walker go through. A rare mistake from the Barracuda, goes 8th thou red on the dial. Went 10:09 with a 2 on the 10-10 dial. Jerry Brabander, the next driver to find himself eliminated, as Sean Langley will move into the next round. Brabander eliminating himself via red light. Brings up Jeff Bell in the dart to face off Eric Hansen. Eric Hansen gets around Jeff Bell for the win light, or stays out in front for the win light. Cassie Tippy will have to try to chase down Scott Middlemiss. Won't even get the chance, though. Knocked out before it even began by going red on the tree by 600ths. And that will take us over to the next pairing. Sydney Jung over in the Lordco lane in the Lordco Auto Parts Malibu down to the 1203. Tim Corner in the Freak Child going to be over here in the TCS side with the pickup down at a 1025. Tim Corner was over a 10th on the reaction time, so the Studebaker pickup will find himself eliminated in the round one. Sydney Jung will move on into the next round, which brings up Blair Criddle in the 27 Ford. Down at an 890 to race Don Almas and the Detonator Car Club's 1969 Dodge Dart out of a 978. Once again, both cars on a solid pass up to that quarter-mile mark, and Criddle will get around Almas for the win. And we'll be seeing the Roadster back for race number 2, round number 2. Brings up Richard Love in the Reflection Guesthouse SS Motorsports S10 down to the 1068. He'll race Brian Vader in the Dodge Dart down at a 1019 in the 1972 machine. And it'll be 1091 with a Ford, 103 miles an hour for Richard Love, and that is enough to stay out in front of Brian Vader, not able to catch him for the driver of the 1X22. Bring up Barry Siebert in the 1967 Plymouth down at a 940 to race Kevin McCulley and the old school Cutlass down at a 12-second flat. Coming all the way out from Maple Ridge. Two green lights. Very in hot pursuit of Kevin as we'll rip back to the quarter mile, and at the top end it is Barry Siebert to move into the next round. Kevin McCulley falling down to Barry as he will move to round number 2. Roland Lowen brings up the Meteor out of Aldergrove down at a 1290. He'll race Dale Northgraves down at a 1058 out of Pimp Meadows in the 1977 Chevy Nova. Hightailing it up and away is the motorbike as Larry Rodenizer will go red on the tree. We'll be seeing that bike back up for round number 2 as Rodenizer red by 4, stinking thou on the tree. Brings up the 1966 Chevy 2 dialed in over here at 960, driven by John Van Capel and Hans Van Derzen. Brings up the diesel Ram for Hot Shots Secrets and Dirty Diesel dialed in a 930. What's this for?
I don't know. It's for when Eric Horvath runs. It's just a little blurb for his team.
Oh. What's he running and where? Oh, that makes sense. It's like makes sense. Double breakout, we'll see Grant Gordon into the next round. Sylvia Hookston's got to the line first, but went under the dial by 7/100 of a second. Grant Gordon only under by 1/100 of a second. Mike Probin will now go up against Steve Wilson. And red lights immediately. Whoa, is Probin kind of getting a bit squirrely out of the hitch and will pedal it back into the groove and hightail to the top end. Does get there first, but went red by 1/10.5 in the process. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. We need electronics to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4. Electronics, come on down to lanes 1, 2, 3, and 4 for first round of eliminations. Stand by all junior classes. And attention to the pits, and in fact, in the stands, 50/50 tickets are still on sale for Team On a Mission, selling 50/50 tickets. The draw is going to be in under an hour. So you got less than an hour to buy your 50/50 tickets if you want to, if you wanted to get yourself in. Again, last winner took home $1,644. You can buy your tickets down at the Junior Street OK Tire display along the fence at about the 8th mile mark. That brings up Jordan Almas and the Detonator Car Club machine out of Enderby, dialed at a 902. He'll race Kai Jessamyn's Regal, dialed at 1156. Red by a 10 for Kai Jessamyn. It was a double red light, but Jessamyn was the lesser offender. Jordan Almas will move into round number 2. Next pairing up, Kyle Winterbottom will dial in a 1444. Meridian Auto Machine, he will race against Giovanni Alberti. Or Alberti, excuse me, in the Extreme Caliber Performance S10, dialed at 9 seconds. Alberti so far has not had the easiest of launches. That truck has spun the wheels up both times. First time couldn't even make a full hit. Looking for better. Spins it up again towards the center line, out of the groove. Pedaling to try to keep it in. Still fishtailing by the 8th mile. Will get it back in, but that's not going to be a solid run for Aliberti. And Kyle Winterbottom will be moving into the next round. Stu Funk brings up the Stu's Plumbing Chevelle out at a 1046. He'll race Stephen McKenzie's 1988 S10. Next pairing up, Lauren Dufour brings up the Do4LL Autobody Done Rip Performance altered to race Eric Stone in the Chevy Malibu, 815 to a 1079. Whoa, towards the center line, out of the groove. And gets back into the groove. And, well, good thing, too. It may have been a bad run, but it's even worse for Eric Stone, who never left the line. It's the one case where a bad run is almost a blessing. They're going to push Eric Stone back as he has lost fire right out of the gate. You can see Valley Tech Productions has begun their full production over here at Mission Raceway Park at the Titanium Strip. We want to thank them once again for coming on board. We first had them out a few years ago, and boy, it has made a world of difference. So Eric Stone, unfortunately, going to be, again, pushed back and out. Burnout on the way for Daryl Tipping, the Horizon Paint, that Autobody Supply and Chevy 2 dialed at a 1074. Andy Antle follows it up with one of the Antle Towing Shop Truck F100 dialed at an 885. Red light start for Andy Antle. Daryl Tippy moves to round 2. Rob Hodgson brings up the old dart to race down at a 1071. James Tegart for Airport Glass and Winlock Auto. Going to be bringing up the Ford machine over there. Lordco side out of that 1063. Up to the quarter mile and give it up for Rob Hodgson. Stays out in front by 21 thou for the win line. James Tegart will be knocked out in round one. Walter Johnson in the Chevelle will be dialed at 11:24. Chris Lloyd brings up the Lloyd Custom Fabrication Chevelle, dialed at a 10:19. Over a second separate this pairing. And breakout for Chris Lloyd. Walter Johnson will stay out in front. That race one of the trios. Walter Johnson still got there first. Only a thou off the dial as well. Derek Johnstone now will race Ron Walsh as we start to close out the first round of an absolutely behemoth of a category for National Tire Non-Electronics. And red light for Ron Walsh by just 14 thou. And that puts Derek Johnstone into round two. Next, pairing up. As we move it on through. You saw that extra long burnout from Jamie Wellwood, and the TBT Auto Parts Van of Altered going to start to back it up out on a 7.99. Veronica Hodgson will be racing that Dodge Dart out at a 12:41. Wellwood in hot pursuit. Veronica Hodgson trying to stay out in front. The Alta, though, closing, not closing fast enough. And Veronica Hodgson, by going only one thou off the dial, will move into the next round, knocking out Wellwood, as he'll close out the day with a 165-mile-an-hour pass. And this gets us set for the first pairing in Rad Torque Systems Electronics. Doing some small touch-ups on the starting line, make sure everything is in tip-top shape. How about the grandstands here at the Titanium Strip? Absolutely packed. And it is a great sign to see. We want to thank everybody for taking the time to come on out and play with us in the heat here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. It has been a phenomenal morning and a phenomenal early afternoon so far, and it's only going to get better. This has only been our bracket program. Of course, we will be rolling into all sorts of fun stuff, including the Hard Knox Stunt Show coming on up after the next run of juniors. We'll be having, of course, the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster will be out at 3 o'clock once again, along with the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. We're making runs throughout the day. After 3 o'clock this afternoon is when we're going to be, well, I guess we're a little bit behind, I guess I should say on that one. A little disclaimer on that one, but it should be close to about 3:30 to 4. We're going to be seeing our Outlaw program kick off with one final round of qualifying before we roll into eliminations all throughout the evening. Pro Mods are qualifying tonight. Doorslammers are qualifying tonight. Pro Mod bikes are making exhibition passes. Top Fuel Harleys are qualifying tonight. There is everything coming on out to party here tonight at Mission Raceway Park on the biggest night of the year. And we are so happy that every last one of you could come on out and join us for this fantastic sunny afternoon. Burnouts complete for Chris Stone and Martin Rochelle. 10:14 to a 10:20 on the dial. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Juniors to the lanes, juniors to the lanes, as it is going to be Junior Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. That is Junior Thunder to lane 1, Lightning to 2, Street to 3 and 4. Juniors to the lanes. Chris Stone puts down a trip zip with a 6, and that is enough to knock out Martin Rochelle in first round eliminations of Vancouver Car Apps Electronics. A double red light on this deal, and it'll be Dustin Hunter to take the wind light on as Kimberly Johnkind left before the final bulb was even lit. So Hunter will move into the next round. Jeff Bell, down at a 964, will take his Dodge to race against Randy Hermsen in the Winged Behemoth Oldsmobile, down at a 1347. Dustin Brewington, the next pairing up is Jeff Bell, able to take the win with Randy Hermsen turned on the red light. Brewington will be racing Outlaw in the Thrift Machine Shop motorcycle over in that Lordco lane. Alon's got some tough competition in front of him, so this could be an interesting race. Reaction times are pretty solid, but Almond's is better. It won't be enough. Dustin Brewington knocks Almond out by just 5 thousandths of a second. And that will see Almond through into the next round. Richard Love will be racing Jeremy Soares, and the Soares transport a hot shot dragster down to the 736. Lights down, both are green. Soares chasing down Richard Love. Doesn't get around him. Richard Love bests the dragster by 9 thou at the top end. All right, attention in the pits and attention to primarily our spectators. We understand, obviously, you love to wander through the pits and take a look at the cars. That is totally fine. We encourage you to come over, take a look at all the cars, wander through the pits, get an up-close and personal look. We do request, though, that you try as much as physically possible to not walk down the middle of the pit lanes. There are a lot of cars that are constantly in motion, and in particular, cars that are being towed that cannot stop on a dime for you. So please, as much as possible, for your safety and for the safety of our racers, please try not to walk up and down the center of the pit lanes. Walk on the side or on the shoulder in the gravel. Either one of those will do just fine. Jan Christensen takes off after Craig Johnson as we rip down the racetrack. And at the quarter mile, it is Jan Christensen by 4th out to knock out Craig Johnson in the first round. Keith Peterson takes the Super Gas Roadster out, and that's gonna be close as he and John Jenkins will fire up to the top end of the racetrack. Jenkins trying to stay out in front, and Peterson's Mustang running him down, and will get around him. So Keith Peterson with a 007 light will knock out John Jenkins in round number 1. Brings up Mike Stewart to race Brendan Rouse. The Catch 22 one-stop auto glass yellow electric Camaro. Mike Stewart in hot pursuit. And Mike Stewart gets around Brendan Rouse. Moves on to round 2. Next pass, Nick Angelucci and Kevin Garlock. 1070 to an 895. Herman Chan will stay in front of Stefan Robert as Robert was down on the tree by over 1/10 of a second on Herman Chan. And completing the burnout this time by was Emily Gerard in the Dragster. Attention to the pits, attention to the pits. Anybody that's taking part in the memorial run, please report to the back of staging. That is once again, anybody that is taking part in the memorial run, please report to the back of staging. Specifically lanes 5 and 6 for the memorial run. Lanes 5 and 6 for the memorial. Gerard racing against Muskrant in the Lordco Auto Parts Muskrant Racing Chevy. Oh, and Gerard rolls through the beams and knocks herself out of competition. Mark Muskrant will move to round 2. Pair of green lights as the wheel standing Barracuda trying to stay out in front. Oh, something falling off the car in the Lordco lane there as kind of slid over to the right side wall, and Jim Benke will move to the next round. Wes Voth and Andy Hatton will hightail it down the racetrack, and Voth stays out in front, will outlast the Grinch Camaro. So the Tavs Rooting Bubba Speed Shop Titanium Auto Group machine driven by Andy Hatton will be knocked out in round 1 as the Akuma machine Firebird moves into the second round. Burnout complete for the Dragster. Ted Bus brings it up in the Lordco lane. Aaron Phillips out of Chetwynd. Dialed in at an 8:16. Two green lights, Ted Bus spun the wheels. Here comes Phillips in the Dragster trying to chase him down. Can she get around the Roadster? No, in 2,000 of a second, we'll see Ted Bus move into the second round.
Ladies and gentlemen, if we have any VIPs that have paid for the drift experience, can they make their way over to the gate? And there'll be the stunt drivers over there helping you into your cars.
Kevin McNichol will be the final driver to make a run here in the Lordco Auto Parts, the TCS lane for Vancouver. Wow. The Raptor Systems electronics category goes red, but critically, doesn't matter when you got yourself a buy run. And that brings up another licensing pass for the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette. Jude Anderson, making a full pull of the Tommy Guns Barbershop Corvette, will run a 9:35 with a 2 at 136 miles an hour, pops the chute at the top end, and that takes us now into Junior Street, the final in Junior Street. Tyler Smith, trying to go for yet another race win, remains undefeated, and this is going to be a huge titanic battle as Smith trying to keep the win streak alive, even if he loses though. And this is the crucial point. Even if he loses this race, this is not a points race, this is a cash race. So you get a Wally, yes, but you are not going to be finding yourself with any extra points or winning this race. So even if he loses, the points races will still be a 100% lockout for Tyler Smith. He's going up against Jack Johnston in the 2009 Chevy Silverado, racing to the 8th mile. Smith will be leaving first, dialed on 11:35 to an 11:10. Smith trying to stay out in front of Jack Johnston as Johnston looking to close in. And not able to do it. Smith keeps the 100% streak going, smashes through, and will take the Wally in Junior Street for the Saturday main event of the Titanium Strip. So with Smith taking another win in Peden Industries Junior Street, we will roll into Junior Thunder. where we are setting ourselves up for the semifinals. 5 cars remain in competition. Isabella Marshall will be racing Wesley Armstrong in the Fountain Tire, Chilliwack, Sea to Sky, Outlaw, Lordco Auto Parts, and Badass Garage Junior Dragster over there in the Lordco side. And at the 8th, Wesley Armstrong stays out in front, will knock out Isabella Marshall, and moves into the semifinals. He will have to face off against April Bond. Tanya Peterson brings it up at the Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, Rig Break Construction, Junior Dragster dialed at a 1260 to race Alex Green. In the Global Container Terminals Bumper Stand, Moore Motorsports, Junior Dragster dialed at 1195. Two green lights. Peterson trying to see if she can stay out in front of Green. 008 light's going to be hard to beat, but she'll get her, or she'll do it anyway. Natanya Peterson stays in front of Alex Green. And that leaves just April Bond with the bye run. And with that run, Natanya Peterson is now locked into the final as well. So with the Junior Thunder pairings clear, that just leaves Junior Lightning and the final, where Lincoln Shirk for Titanium Auto Group, Rad Torque Systems, and JBS Equipment gets set to try to take out Emma Debris Coos for Titanium Auto Group, Vancouver Car Apps, and B&D Lift Trucks, along with Shawnigan Trucking. $795 for both drivers. Heads up grudge match to the 8th mile. Both racers pre-staged for the Junior Lightning Wally. 2 green lights. Lincoln Shirk trying to stay out in front of Emma Debris Coos. Got the upper hand on the tree. Translate that into the race win. Lincoln Shirk takes the Wally in Smoke, Fire, and Thunder Saturday. So with everything fully sorted here, we are going to get things sorted, as this is going to be another period of track prep here for a little bit. And we are going to get set once more for the Hard Knox Stunt team. One final announcement for the Memorial guys to swing on down to lanes 5 and 6. Speed it up. You're up in a few minutes, so Memorial once again to 5 and 6. And we'll pass things back down as we get set to watch some more Drift Team stuff. So after the stunt team has their routine, we'll of course have ourselves a little bit of a memorial run taking place, a memorial procession down the straight here, and then don't go anywhere, because we're going to get ourselves not just the Top Fuel Dragster fired up for Darkside Racing, but as well as that, the Tomahawk Jet Funny car will be making its first rotation down the racetrack right after. So stay in your seats. There's a lot coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks again for the second Hard Knox Drift Stunt Show. We have our VIP secured in the cars, and we're just making sure that the staged area is secured. Final checks, final lockup. But we're moments away. Once again, we're going to be kicking off with Cassandra and Trevor Addy. They're our dynamic duo from Coquitlam. Trevor's going to be driving the cop car. It's a cop drift car. He does take his cosplay to an extreme. I don't know how many tickets he writes his wife in the morning before breakfast, but we shall see. Cassandra's going to be in the silver Nissan. Then followed by Clinton. Clinton's a welder fabricator will be in the purple Nissan 240 SX, followed by Gaston in the black and red Nissan 240 SX. Last but not least, we'll have Alex Steins in the blue Nissan 350Z. And he'd like to give a big shout out to Rain City Motorsports. Gaston would also like to thank Neil at SCG Performance, where they make cheeseburgers into a science. Action Tires, TNT Motorsports, Pro One Safety, Tyson at Florit Garage, Real Stunt Driving School, that's Rick Pierce. Last but not least, the Variety Children's Charity, who are taking the tickets and raising money for the children's charity. They're down by Turn 2. There's a transport bus that's going to be taking you from the gate here. That's a free ride down to Turn 2 for the ride-alongs. Those ride-alongs are going all day. So what you see at the top of the drag strip now, you can experience that yourself by purchasing a ticket and making your way down to Turn 2. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, here we go. Action from Cassandra. Introducing Clinton, Gaston, and Alex Steins. This takes some high skills. These cars are inches away from each other. As you can see, they're taking it to the edge. If you notice, those cars do have passengers in. And they're going to be coming back round for round 2. Here we go. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, let's give it up for the Hard Knocks Drift Team. Let's meet the drivers. I'm gonna have a chat with one of the VIPs over here. And she looks familiar. Where's Shelby at? Is that Shelby? Shelby, would you like to tell us how was that drift experience for you?
That was absolutely unforgettable. You guys have to check out this drift team. They are amazing. So much fun.
Thanks for that, Shelby. And we should really meet the drivers. I mean, once again, we've got Gaston Morrison here. Hi.
Hi.
How you doing?
I'm good. How are you?
Okay. I guess we should really give a shout out for the track safety team here as well. They've been looking after us, so getting a little ride along as well. Did you?
It was awesome. Oh my gosh. I watch these guys drift all the time and we do safety for it. That was awesome.
There you go. So you two can have that memory. Gaston and Alex, I'm going to come to you in a second. Once again, so Gaston, tell me about the kind of like level of training that you have to do to perform like that.
It's 24/7. We gotta eat, sleep, drink, and it all comes out the other end. Everything we do is drifting. We love drifting. It's a passion. It's unbelievable, the addiction. We're getting the track folks addicted to it as well. So can't wait to see the next round of drivers that come on out here.
Hey! Too long, Gaston. Too long, Gaston. I need to talk here. I just want to what? Hey!
Guys! Hey, okay, settle down. Hey, you can't push each other. Oh! Guys! No! Stay back. Settle down. Hey, guys. Ladies and gentlemen, stay professional, guys. Family show. I'm so sorry you had to witness that, but there's only one way to, you guys made me do this, there's only one way to settle this.
Stand off, buddy.
We have to go old school. Old school.
Stand off.
Stuntman standoff. Stuntman standoff at dusk. Yeah, you heard me. Back to your cars. Back to your cars. Stuntman standoff. We're going to give these guys some fuel. We're going to give them some weapons. They're going to go out there, pretty much in front of the bleachers where the trampoline's set up. They're going to have 10 paces. And you guys can help count that down. We're going to have a countdown from 10. The first person to shoot. The first person to shoot the other gets set on fire. So that'll be at dusk. We're going to remind you later on. I don't know who's for Team Blue or for Team Red, but pick your sides. It's going to be going down at dusk. Thank you. Okay. Once more, let's give it up for the Hard Knocks Drift Team. Okay, handing over to the trampoline. I think the Jesse is going to be setting up down there. He's going to be continuing the entertainment in front of you. Thank you, Jesse. I'll hand it over.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, here at Mission Raceway Park, unfortunately on Thursday, we lost a member of the racing community. The legendary Buck Kinney passed away, and Buck was a drag racing superstock record setter. In a career spanning 6 decades, he raced many of the cars that are now coveted by muscle car collectors. He got them new, prepped them for racing himself, and was sponsored by the General Motors dealership where he worked as a mechanic. He stopped racing at 80 years old. Kinney grew up in Pitt Meadows and Maple Ridge. His first car at the age of 15 was a 1936 Ford, and a series of custom cars would follow, including a 1939 Mercury convertible, a 1949 Coupe, and a 1956 Mercury. Buck joined the British Columbia Custom Car Association, and in the early 50s began drag racing at the Abbotsford Airport. Perhaps the car that he is most known for is his orange 1971 Chevelle convertible that was never street driven, as it was immediately converted to race car duties by Buck. Kinney became the first Canadian to be inducted by the National Hot Rod Association into their Hall of Fame after racing in NHRA-sanctioned events for 45 years. He is also a Greater Vancouver Motorsports Pioneer Society inductee. By the end of his career, Buck Kinney had broke numerous world speed records in 10 different race cars that he painstakingly prepared himself. Buck's achievements include being a 5-time NHRA world record holder, the Winter Nationals class champion 7 times in his division, a runner-up in Superstock Eliminations twice at the Winter Nationals, an NHRA Division 6 Superstock champion, that coming back in 1991. The most winning car at Mission Raceway for 6 years, TRW points leader in 1992, the Eagle Motorplex Superstock champion, as well as the Northwest Governor's Trophy winner. From everybody at Mission Raceway Park, we'd like to say rest in peace to Buck Kinney, as well as to our other dedicated fallen members over the last little bit, Ken Bradley, Ken Boline, and Grant Clerkson. from the British Columbia Custom Car Association as the memorial makes its way down the return road. And I know Larry Pfister's up here in the tower. Larry, formerly with Horsepower Heaven's been back taking some photos. Larry, you got to meet Buck and spend a lot of time with him at various racetracks throughout the Pacific Northwest. What was Buck like throughout the years?
Buck was a man of very few words. He really backed up his legendary status with what he did on the racetrack, but just not at the racetrack. He mentored so many racers. He was even a baseball coach. He was great with kids, and I can remember the day when a Horsepower by Buck Kinney hat or a Horsepower by Buck Kinney sticker, that was gold to have because he didn't just give them out to anybody. And yeah, legend is a sometimes overused word, but there is no doubt in anybody's mind on this facility who knew Buck Kinney, he was a legend.
All right, well, there's nothing the racers love more than the sound of the round of applause from the crowd. So how about making some noise in memory of Buck Kinney and all the fallen members from the British Columbia Custom Car Association. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together as the memorial makes its way down the return road. Thank you, everybody. And of course, as track prep is now ongoing, we have got the big boys coming up next. The Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. Get ready in the staging lanes.
About to get so loud that we're going to be, I would imagine, hearing some car alarms being set off at the parking lot. But before it gets to be that loud, we all have our ears blown out. I want to make the call that we have drawn our first 50-50 ticket, and it'll be the only one if this can be collected in a timely fashion. $1,790 on the line. So folks, take out those 50-50 tickets. We are looking for blue ticket number 7903946. Once again, that is blue ticket number 7903946. You got 13 minutes and 20 seconds starting from now to come and collect your prize. You find it here on the second floor of the timing tower. Once again, attention in the stands. The 50-50 ticket has been drawn. Blue ticket number 7903946. That is 7903946 on a blue ticket. You have over $1,700 in prizes that are waiting for you on the second floor of the timing tower. Come on up and collect. You got 10 minutes. Attention spectators, direct your seats to the seats. You got 5 minutes, less than, before the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car will get set to fire down the quarter mile. And this means if you're looking to cross the spectator bridge to one under another, do so now. We will be closing that bridge down in a few minutes for safety grounds. So if you're going to cross, do so now, do so quickly. Soon we'll be firing up the Tomahawk Jet Funny Car. Once again, less than 5 minutes before we get set to put the fire in Smoke, Fire, and Thunder.
Ladies and gentlemen, just to remind you, while we're waiting for the jet car, that the ride-alongs will be going all day down at Turn 2, and there's a shuttle bus from just by the gate where you came in. That white bus will be taking you down to Turn 2 and back again, and you can purchase your ride-along tickets at the Variety Children's Charity Red Booth down the bottom at Turn 2. So it's the ride-alongs. We've got drift cars. All the drift cars that you saw at the top here during the show will be down there and doing the ride-alongs, and lots of others as well. So it's the ride-alongs, raising money for the Variety Children's Charity. Thank you.
Well, folks, you can feel that anticipation building with the Tomahawk Jet Funny car getting set to fire on up on the starting line. The driver, Derek Snelson for EFX Sports, set the land speed in Alaska for 309 miles an hour. His personal top record, a top ET of 5.95 at 273 miles an hour at the quarter mile in this funny car. This car operating straight out of Anchorage, Alaska. And he operates as the track operator down at the Renegade Raceway. Lynn Wiseman making sure everything is in tip-top shape on that car before we get sent to fire this thing up. And this is the type of car that will shake the ground beneath you. It'll shake the tower. It'll set car alarms off in the parking lot, both on the spectator side and the tower side. And you'll be able to feel that heat as this thing gets set to thunder by you. You can hear the whine of that jet engine spooling up. The tow car rockets away. It wants nothing to do with what's going on down here on the starting line. Well, it's making some noise. I wonder if you guys can make more noise than it. Strap in, hold on to your hat, this is gonna get wild. Wheel spin galore, full pull, given for a 634 at 246 miles an hour at the quarter. Put your hands together for the Tomahawk Jet Funny car crew. Seeing something that you cannot see just about anywhere else. And that's not the first time you're going to be seeing it. We'll be getting them back up more tonight. 396 kilometers an hour in just 5.4 seconds. still awaiting 50-50 ticket winner. We are still awaiting for the ticket holder of 790-3946. 790-3946. You got less than 5 minutes to get up here and claim your prize of $1,700+, or we are giving it away to someone else. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super Combo, you're on standby. Lordco Auto Parts, Super Combo, you are on standby. Attention spectators, or unfad racers as well. This could go to anybody. A little bit of a special announcement courtesy of Fast Lane for their Top Fuel Harley team. The ride, of course, over there being Ron How Neat. Of course, they are now sponsored by Great White North Distilling, and they were established just back in 2020, a brand new sponsor on that Top Fuel Harley machine for Fast Lane, and they are looking to do a little bit of a giveaway. They've got a special shirt that they are going to be giving on out. But there's a catch. You can't just walk up and get it, you see. There is a Harley Davidson part. There are Harley Davidson parts on that Top Fuel Harley. So here's the catch. You got to go to the Fast Lane pits, which are located in the first row of pit stalls closest to the river. You got to try to go over there to that pit, find Ron How Needs Top Fuel Harley for Fast Lane, and pick out a Harley Davidson part. The first person to do so will be winning a shirt. So once again, first person to pick out a Top Fuel first person to pick out a Harley Davidson part on that Top Fuel Harley will be getting themselves a shirt. But before you do that, I spy with my little eye 11,000 horsepower just sitting behind the timing tower. Darkside of the Top Fuel Dragster back up in just a moment. Darkside Top Fuel Dragster, of course, was out here last night, as they have been for many a Smoke Fire Thunder event before. And they are firing it up now in the staging lanes. Last night, they only attempted to make one pass. Unfortunately, it didn't quite go the way they were hoping it would. As they shook the tires and had to shut it off before the 60-foot. Now it is fired up and ready to see if it can finally make that full pull to 1,000 feet. Bumping into the pre-stage beams as the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster gets set to make its hit. Oh, there he goes! And gets to about 330 feet before shutting it off. Will run 382 at 142 miles an hour down to the 8th mile. Much further than he got last night. Still not the full pull to the 8th that they were looking for. But David Federauci going to be finding himself at least getting a half pass on that one. Put your hands together for the Darkside Top Fuel Dragster team as they come on out and give us one heck of a show once again, like they do every year. Attention 50-50 ticket holders, attention 50-50 ticket holders. We have a new ticket drawn. Once again, the prize pool, just over $1,700, waiting to be collected. The new number is 7055932 on a blue ticket. Once again, that is blue ticket, 7055932. You got 13 minutes and 20 seconds to collect your prize. And lastly, attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super combo to lanes 3 and 4. Super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Stand by for non-electronics. That is combo to 3 and 4. Shifters to 1 and 2. Stand by, no box.
I'm Kevin Ness, and this is Mission Raceway Park. Mission Raceway is a quarter-mile drag strip, a 9-turn 1.2-mile road course, an autocross track, a drift track, and even a motocross track. It's conveniently located in the city of Mission, BC, 1 hour outside of Vancouver. The facility sits at sea level, which gives it an advantage over many other tracks around, making it a record-setting place for many motorsports. If you already follow our socials, you know that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're going to be giving one lucky subscriber the chance to win this 2006 Mustang GT. I know it looks stock right now, but this badass 2006 Mustang GT is going to be a legitimate street strip cruiser when we're done with it. The majority of you that watch the channel don't even subscribe to us, so now's your chance to go hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications while you're at it. The faster we get to 10,000 subscribers, the closer you'll be to cruising this GT down the Titanium Strip. So make sure to like and share this video with all your friends for the best chances of winning.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
At home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the vanishing one stunt team. And the wind light. Association here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Share the replay. Glad about Valley Tech Convention. This is just the beginning, folks.
The pits, tension in the pits. Once again, Super Combo, we have called you to lanes 3 and 4. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4, Super Shifters to 1 and 2. Super Combo to lanes 3 and 4, Super Shifters to 1 and 2 for first round of eliminations.
So attention in the pits, non-electronics. You guys are on standby. Non-electronics are on standby for their next round of eliminations. So again, just down for a little bit of prep at the moment as the staging lane's starting to fill up with race cars. We continue through the program here on Saturday as Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. And as always, big shout out going to Lordco Auto Parts. Open 7 days a week in over 100 locations across BC. Go to lordco.com to find a location near you. You can check out their social media feeds at Lordco Auto Parts on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. That is Lordco Auto Parts. We continue to roll on through the racing program. Again, cars heading to the lanes. Looks like, I believe, Super Combo coming up next as we are going to get ready to get some race cars back on the racetrack very soon here. Don't forget, full evening as well, and the rest of the afternoon racing action. We still haven't seen the Outlaw 275, Limited Street, Outlaw Street, and Real Street gang come out. They're going to have one final qualifying pass this afternoon before they head into eliminations. Also some more Doorslammer qualifying action. The Pro Mod's going to make their first pass of the evening coming up later on, as well as the Top Fuel Harleys and the Jet Car and Top Fuel Dragsters. In the nighttime, going to be back as well for another pass later on this evening. So plenty of action still as we are going to roll into Super Combo action. So getting things fired back up as we roll into round number 1 of Super Combo. Kind of a smorgasbord offering of the super classes from the NHRA Lucas Oil's Sportsman Series. It's going to be round at number 1 of eliminations for them. So you got Super Gas, Super Street, and everybody else mixed in. It'll be 1090s a pair. These drivers trying to run on that 1090 index. Jerry Epp out of Abbotsford, his 66 Mustang up against Martin Rochelle over there in the Malibu. Throttle stops kick in as both drivers trying to run as close to that 1090 as they can without going over, and it is going to be Rochelle getting the job done. 1095 with the 9 on the 1090, 125 miles an hour, 044 light. So Rochelle left first on the tree and carried that advantage all the way to the stripe. 1099 with the 3. At 150 miles an hour, so the big speed top-end charge for Epp, but unfortunately couldn't close the gap to Rochelle in the trap, so Martin Rochelle will move on to the next round as Warren Jacobson from right here in Mission, his 67 Chevy 2 with the 1090 up against the 890 for Bob Lowe in his 67 Nova. So the Lowe waiting on the starting line. Let's see a Pro Tree for the super categories. And that one was decided on the starting line as Bob Lowe goes 017 red. So Warren Jacobson moving on into round number 2 goes 1079, way under on the 1090 index. But again, it didn't matter as Bob Lowe red lights his chances of moving on to round number 2 of eliminations away. And coming up next is going to be Keith Peterson. We're there in the Lordco lane. Grand Prairie, Alberta, the Pro Power Management Peterson Fabrication Ford Mustang up against Mark Downing from Maple Ridge. Downing going to get the slight head start, running on the Super Street 1090 index up against the Super Gas 990 index. So Peterson having to do the chasing as they get to the top end, and Peterson goes over the index, or under the index, 986 with a 559 miles an hour in the 990, a 1088 with a 6 on the 1090 for Downing. Both racers going under the index, but Downing the lesser offender on the TCS side of the racetrack. Attention to the pits, no box. We need you guys to the lanes. No box to the lanes and electronics. You are on standby. No box to the lanes and electronics on standby. Martin Jackman out of Mission over here in the TCS lane. And Brandon Hutchinson from Shawnigan Lake, the 990 index for Hutchinson as he tries to track down the 79 Monte Carlo for Martin Jackman. 998 with a 533 miles an hour. Hutchinson gets the job done on that 990 index, and 1102 with the 7 to 10 9 on the 1090 index for Martin Jackman over here in the TCS lane. So again, Hutchinson moving on to round number 2 as we get ready for the next pair. We are also going to be firing up the Mission Raceway Park Twitter handle to help with lane calls if you have Twitter. So make sure to go to @Mission Raceway. You'll get all the lane assignments as that is going to be firing up momentarily to help as well. If you haven't already, tune into 92.7 on your FM dial to hear the PA feed to help with those lane calls throughout the racing action. So Dan Parsons, the 1970 Duster out of Powell River that he's been racing for 50 plus years up against Steve Lowe in his 1968 Chevy Camaro out of Langley. 1090s on both sides of the racetrack in the Super Street index. So at the stripe, it's going to be Parsons as a 1088 with a 939 miles an hour for Lowe going under the index, and a 1092 with the 128 miles an hour. Parsons getting the job done at the stripe. Also got to the stripe first, so Lowe trying to track him back down. Fortunately, runs quicker than he would have wanted, as it will be, looks like one final car here is just a quick bit of work on the starting line. So Glenn Eagle in and out of Surrey in the Corvette, former Corvette Specialties. Corvette be the final car in Super Combo, round number 1 of Eliminations. So Glenn, by issue of how the ladder works itself out, getting the single run into round number 2 of competition. Well, good thing it was a single. Glenn can take a stab at the tree, goes 002 red, but is going to see how close he can get to that 1090 now. Perfect test and tune session, and still take it down to the top end of the racetrack. Runs 1094 at the 5 at 133 miles an hour on that 1090 index in the TCS side of the racetrack. It looks like that is going to do it for Super Combo. We got the BC Super Shifters presented by McLeod Clutches coming up next, rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. And of course, these are all clutch cars. You got the third pedal in these things. They'll be jamming through the gears as the first car rolling into the water box over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. So it'll be Scott Winterbottom at 62 Nova over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the Rags to Riches Top Shop sponsored machine. He's going to have a buy run by the way of how things worked out. 937 the dial in, so we'll see how close Scott can get. Wheels up launch as he'll jam through the gears down track. Winterbottom, 942 and the 937 dial in, 942 with the 640 miles an hour. As your next pair, this is going to be a little bit of an oddball pairing. Andrew Weeb, that 1947 Austin, dialed in at 1130. And Keith Winterbottom on the far side of the racetrack, dialed in with a 970 in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Keith from Maple Ridge. Andrew, his dad Alf, is also in Super Shifter competition in his Buick Grand Sport. Huge wheel stand, and that is not good in the front end department for the Anglia. Keep it off the fence, Andrew. Yes, he is going to, but unfortunately looks like the front axle is KO'd on that thing as it went to the moon and back before coming down hard on the ground. 983 with a 3 on the 970 dial. And you can see up on the big screen that that thing has some serious damage in the front end department as that high winding Anglia unfortunately getting some serious hang time. And Andrew, we, even with the limited steering, doing a good job to get that car out of the groove to help aid in the cleanup. And Andrew's going to fortunately open up the driver's side door and going to survey the damage here in a second. Give Andrew a round of applause. Tough break, a tough way for him to end his Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend. So, Keith Winterbottom obviously moving on into the next round of competition as we'll work on getting Andrew's machine off the racetrack. Terry Hootsen's in the Carmen Gia, lined up alongside of John DePort out of Langley in the Camaro for the next pairing. But again, the track crew is going to go to work here for just a few moments. We'll get Andrew's Anglia off the racetrack and make sure that the racetrack is good to go. The good news from down there is that there is no fluid and no debris reported, so it'll just be a matter of trying to get that car off the racetrack, and obviously Andrew is okay. Here's the replay up on the big screen. That thing was way on the rear bumper. And we'll get a look now when that thing lands. Comes down, and there you can see that the front wheels on both sides completely towed out as soon as Andrew came down on the racetrack. Then that thing tried to drive to the center line, and Andrew had to take a second to figure out that the steering was knocked out in that thing, but did manage to get it to a safe stop. So again, working to try and get Andrew's car towed off of the racetrack to that limited steering. The good news is, as soon as the Anglia is cleared off of the TCS side of the racetrack, we should be able to go straight back in to Super Shifters Eliminations, brought to us by McLeod Clutches. Also make sure to check out the Jack's Beer Garden. It is still open for business. You can hear them cranking the music. Jack's, just over the way at Mission Junction, is your go-to destination for all your beverage needs. You can visit today and experience the ultimate shopping experience. That is Jack's, presenting the Beer Garden here at Mission Raceway Park if you're 19 years of age or older. Hey, we got Chrissy joining us back up in the tower here for the rest of the night. We had Nolan had to run out for a second, so Chrissy stepping in as we had for the last night. And I know it's going to be another big day of racing action today, even more so than yesterday, where we still had an action-packed day to kick off the Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend presented by Lordco.
Thanks, Cole. Yes, we were racing into the wee hours last night, and boy, oh boy, it was exciting. And an even bigger day today. Now, speaking of the beer gardens, I was just down in the beer gardens. Oh no, I wasn't drinking beer. Okay, relax. But I had a smoky, and those smokies, that barbecue is delicious. So shout out to the beer garden and also to the crowd. You guys, they're so cool here in the stands. A gentleman fell with his beer, and another dude's like, here, have a beer, man. It's like, sweet. So thank you so much to that person there handing that beer off. It's just a big family here at Mission Raceway on the Titanium Strip, so it's good to see that. Also, I saw some pretty cool Smoke, Fire, and Thunder t-shirts, especially that tank top. I got to get myself into the pro shop and get one of those, folks, before they sell out.
Of course, that is a great place to check out. We haven't really touched on the pro shop at all. Attention the pits, final call for No Box, final call for National Tire Non-Electronics. Make your way to the staging lanes. Last call for No Box. So again, make sure to head on down to the pro shop, get your official Smoke, Fire, and Thunder merchandise. I know they also got some Door Wars merch that is left over, as well as Mission Raceway Park 2023 merch. To go check that out at the pro shop right across From the Half Track Snack Shack, if you are hungry, and I know the Pro Shop as well has some snacks in store and ice cream to help save a little bit of a line if there is one at the Half Track Snack Shack, so make sure to head on over there. And also, if you're on the spectator side of things, over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, got the food trucks all set up and ready to go. G's Donaires and the Yardie Grill are going to be open until late this evening, so make sure to head on over and check that out. Again, 2 food trucks over on the spectator side, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, but of course, you are more than welcome to come across the Lordco Auto Parts Spectator Bridge and make your way to check out some of the cars competing in this weekend's racing action over here in the pits. Of course, the beauty of events here at Mission Raceway Park and drag racing, every ticket is a pit pass, so make sure to come on over and check things out over on this side of the facility.
Was just noticing that the Titanium Auto Group's got a great giveaway. It's $500, folks. If you head on over to the Titanium Auto Group tent, they're right at the winner's circle behind the stands, and scan that QR code. You could win $500. Holy moly. I know I can't win, but you can, folks. So make sure you scan that code to be the big winner.
And it is the Titanium Auto Group strip here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, the Titanium Auto Group sales and lease. You can get approved now with good, bad, and even ugly credit. You can head to the titaniumautogroup.ca for more information. And also, while you're over at the tent, you can find out how you can win that Mustang GT that we are giving away. You can head to missionraceway.com for more information, as well as Titanium Auto Group's website, the titaniumautogroup.ca, for the Mustang GT giveaway. So they're going to give the signal to fire up the next pair in eliminations for the BC Super Shifters. Terry Hoogstens in the Carmen Gia in the TCS side of the racetrack. He's dialed in at an 11:97. And John DePork from Langley, that 77 Camaro, he's going to be doing the chasing with a 10:35 dial-in. So again, if you're new to bracket racing, just like we had with the Index class and categories in Super Combo, you're trying to run as quick to what you estimate your elapsed time to be without going quicker than your dial-in. The idea is that both cars are going to get to the stripe at pretty much exactly the same time, as John DePort, already pre-staged, waiting on Hoogstens to bump in the Volkswagen. So Hoogstens leaves, and John DePort in the Camaro goes red. So it'll be Hoogstens getting the win, and a 12 at 29 with a 510 miles an hour. Had some problems getting off the start line, so that was a lucky break for Hoogstens to get into the next round. 10:45 with a 5 on the 10:35 dial-in for John DePort, but that was all for naught as he goes red. 0-10 red on the tree. So it'll be Alf Weeb over there on the far side of the racetrack. Looks like a competition single for Alf out of Chilliwack, that 1970 Buick that usually sees some action in Stock Eliminator with the NHRA Lucas Oil Drag Racing Series. Alf need to shave a little bit off in the reaction time department. 156 light. Fortunately, getting that single into the next round. And at the top end, 1050 with a 9 on the 1049 dial. Not too shabby for Alf Weeb, as he'll get to move on into round number 2 competition. And up next will be Rich Graves out of Puyallup. His 1967 El Camino, another competition single into round number 2 of competition. You'd hear that thing kind of chirp the tires off the line for Rich as he's going to drive it on out, see how close he can get to the 1169 dial-in. And at the top end, how about an 1170 with a 6 in the 1169 dial for Rich Graves. So again, getting that single into the next round of competition and then running pretty darn close to the dial-in as we'll get ready for Will Zorick out of Langley, his 62 Bel Air with an 1130 dial-in. Up against Jamie Roth out of Langley, that 1964 Comet. On the far side of the racetrack, a 10:03 dial-in. In the Lordco Auto Parts lane, so it'll be Jamie doing the chasing. This looks to do it for round number 1 of eliminations for the BC Super Shifters. 2 green lights, so it's going to come down to the finish line as Jamie Roth try to reel in Will Zorick. Battle of the 60s iron, and it is going to be Jamie Roth at the stripe. 10:09 with a 1 on the 10:03 dial-in, and 11:36 with the 0 on the 11:30 dial-in for Will Zorick, an 066 light for Roth, and a 102 light. So Roth with the advantage off of the starting line and also running closer to the dial at the top end. And he is going to move on into round number 2, and we're going to get ready for non-electronics presented by the folks at National Tire.
All right, moving into our non-electronics class here. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway. We've got Rob Hodgson in the 1967 Plymouth. He is from Mission, dialed in at a 1078. And Krista Loat, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group in the 90 GMC Chevy, packing a 350 small block Chev. Looking to get around him at the top end, double breakout, but going to Rob at a 10.72 at 123 with a 3. Krista 13.46 at 9.6. Rob just broke out last. Rob Monroe Sr. in the 1931 Model A, part of White Knuckle Racing, packing a 414 small block Chev, going against James Dobson from Langley in the Deadman Racing Ron's Engine Machine 70 Camaro, 383 small block Chev. Chevy Power lined up. Green going to Rob Monroe Sr., 8.96, 147 with a 5, and James breaking out, 400th off his dial. Non-electronics, boy, we have a huge field of cars here. I think I heard 80 cars in this class. Rick Hoekstra in the 49 Chev going against Chris Stone in the 68 Dodge, running 440 Mopar Power, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get electronics to the lanes? Please, electronics to the lanes. Chris Stone taking a 10.13 at 130. And Rick a 10.32 at 129 with a 5. Richard Love in the TCS lane from Osoyoos in the Reflections Guest House SS Motorsports Chevy S10 going against Steve Baskerville in the 2016 Golf Type R. It's Richard Love moving on at 10.70, won the 15 with a 9. Jordan Almas from Enderby in the TCS lane from the Detonator Car Club. Going against Carson Barlow from Mission. Carson dialed in at a 13.64. Jordan a 9.08. So Jordan will have to be very patient as Carson takes off. Jordan blasting off to get around him. Can he do it? No, he cannot. Carson Barlow moving on, a 13.63, 97 with a 4. Remember, this is about getting as close to your dial-in as possible. It was a double breakout, but Carson broke out less. Colin Jackson in the Tower Lane, 78 Datsun running a 350 Chevy's from Abbey. Going against Sydney Young in the 81 Malibu, sponsored by Lordco. There's my girl, Sydney. Attention in the pits, juniors. You are on standby, please. Juniors, you are on standby. Colin Jackson moving into the next round, a 13.08, 98 with an 8. Non-electronics, a massive amount of cars here in this class. Ross Walker in the TCS lane. He's in that 66 Chevy 2, dialed in at a 10.11, going against Scott Wilson in the car he calls Charlie Brown, the 81 Malibu, dialed in at 12.45. So he'll take off first there in the station wagon. And we'll see if Ross Walker can get around him. A green light for sure. He's launching after him like a slingshot down that track. And he makes it a 10.15 at 122 with a 5 for Ross. Moving on. Veronica Hodgson here. Fan favorite and Mission Raceway favorite. 1969 Dodge from Mission. Going against Kyle Winterbottom, also another regular here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Kyle's going to take off first. Oh, and a little too eager for Veronica. $14.71, 91 with the 2 for Kyle Winterbottom. Moving on in eliminations here in non-electronics. Dustin Hunter on the Tower side, 1964 Falcon called It's Falcon Fast. Dialed in at a 9.15. He's going against Eric Hansen from North Vancouver. I'd like to say thanks, Matt, North Van. In a 68 Plymouth, packing a 360. Now Dustin Hunter in that Falcon's got a 557. Cars lined up here, top bulbs are lit. Dustin being very patient on this one, and he gets the green. Bracket racing at its finest, you guys. And Dustin Hunter, 9.22, 133 with a 1, moving on into the next round. Derek Johnson from Cloverdale, 1966 Chevy here in the TCS lane. Going against Neil Cutherson from Aldergrove in his 90 Chevy with a 427. He's dialed in at 1170. Derek, a 1318. after him, but it's going to be Derek Johnson, 13.3885 with a 1. Neil. Terry Kramer from Kelowna on the line here. The 2010 Dodge running a 6.2 liter, dialed in at 925. He's going against Grant Gordon from Surrey in the 69 Dodge. Battle Dodge, sponsored by 4 Cycle Customs, dialed in at 1220. Terry getting after it. Will it be enough? No. Grant Gordon moving on in the Lordco lane at 12.47 at 85. Stephen Modenese in the TCS side going against Lorenz Schwartz, last year's king of the track. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. This is the last call for electronics. Electronics, we need you to the staging lanes, please. That's Lorenz moving on. Steven broke out, so a 10.38 at 124 with a 7.4 Lorenz. Daryl Tippy, the 1962 Chevy 2, sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies, going against Blair Criddle. He's from North Delta, running that 1927 Ford with a 434. Daryl will be taken off first, dialed in at a 10.77. Blair an 8.90. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It is the last call for electronics. Electronics, Mr. Box drivers, come on down to the staging lane, please. We need you, electronics. Red light for Blair, making it easy for Daryl to move into the next round. Although he did break out, it doesn't matter, he's moving on. Dustin Brewington. He's from Kennewick, Washington, 1999 Chevy Camaro with a 408 LS, dialed in at a 10.35, going against Steve Wilson from Delta in the 65 Acadian with the 383. He calls his car the Mooch. Pretty close dial-in times here for these two, and they're ready and they're off. Liftoff for Dustin. And they're making it a drag race, folks, neck and neck at the 8th mile. I'm telling you, it's going to Dustin Brewington after a battle down the track at 10:41 at 123 with a 9. At the 8th mile, both of them were 6.53. That's how close that was. Walter Johnson in the 72 Chevelle in the Tower Lane. He's from Abbotsford. Dialed in at an 11.24, going against John Van Capel from Quesnel, 1966 Chevy 2, running a 540 Chev, dialed in at 9.62. So he's going to have to be patient while Walter takes off down the track in his Chevelle. It is John Van Capel moving on into the next round of eliminations, a 9.67 with 137 with an 8. Walter an 11.25 at 118. Lauren Dufour from Langley in the Tower Lane, sponsored by Do4LL Auto Body and Done Right Performance, going against John Sayer in the 68 Dart from Poco. John will be taken off first, dialed in at an 11.93 versus Lauren and his 8.15. So attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Have you lost your cell phone? Someone turned in a cell phone to the tower, and we appreciate that. If you do find something that someone has lost, just bring it on up to the tower so we can reunite it with its owner. So right now we have a cell phone. So if you've lost your cell phone, come on up to the tower and we can reunite you with your phone. Moving on into the next round is John Sayer at 11.94 at 112 with a 3. Sean Langley here, tower side, the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman champ. And it's going against, that's Sean Langley going against Craig Johnson, 1984 Oldsmobile Cutlass. Sean leaving a tad early, but here comes Craig Johnson. Craig breaking out 0047. Man, oh man, Sean Langley moving on into the next round. A 12.02 at 112 with a 1. Barry Siebert, part of the, if you've ever had a mini donut, that's his little shop there behind the grandstands. Barry in that 67 Plymouth running a 566 Ford, dialed in at 940. Non-electronics here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the titanium strip here at Mission Raceway. Tons of racing action yet to come, folks. We'll be racing into the night, way into the night. Tower side taking off first, and Barry chasing after him, but oh, bad luck for Barry. Barry just getting his license, but not making it into the next round. A 14.34 at 92 with a 9 in the tower lane. Non-electronics here, Mark Brenzinger from Richmond, 1964 Nova with a 415. That's out of time, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop. Going against Dieter Gerst. Big launch for Mark there. Looked like Dieter might have ran into a little trouble in 9.7 at 122. The 4, Mark Bresinger, moving on into the next round, non-electronics. National Tire non-electronics class. Lots more cars to come. I think there's 80 cars in non-electronics. Pretty amazing. Big turnout today, so glad you're all out here, especially everyone in the stands watching with us today. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. We've had tons of that this weekend already, and some more yet to come. Darkside Top Fuel Dragster and the Jet Car, of course, on a little later to get our Smoke, Fire, and Thunder really on. Aiden Katnick in the tower lane. 2020 GT500 sponsored by Lordco and TK Performance, dialed in at a 1090. Going against Roland Lowen from Aldergrove in the 55 Meteor. He's dialed in at a 1290. We'll see him, the head start, and Aiden is after him in that GT. It's going to Aiden. Rolling low and going red. 11.24 at 105 with an 8 for Aiden. Got a single pass here. Scott Middlemiss from Kelowna. His 1995 Pontiac. Scott on the bye run, moving on into the next round. Have you lost your cell phone, folks? Have you lost it? Check your pocket, check your purse. We do have a cell phone here turned in. So if you've lost your cell phone, come on up to the tower so we can reunite you with your phone. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits, juniors. I have some information for you now. Junior Thunder, we need you to lanes 1, please. Junior Lightning to lane 2, please. And Junior Street to lanes 3 and 4. Again, juniors, we need you. Junior Thunder to lane 1, Junior Lightning to lane 2, and Junior Street to lane 3 and 4, please.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to have a ride along, you can go to the variety tent. So come on down, buy yourselves a ride along ticket. That money is going towards the children's charity, and there's a free shuttle at the gate there that will take you all the way down. And once you've had your ride along, a choice of cars, you'll see them in the stunt show, you can get a free shuttle back. So and enjoy the rest of the show. But we got ride alongs all day. Thank you.
No, thank you. Now remember, you guys, you can get a ride in a drift cart. Now this is no joke. Those things are awesome. So head on over to the variety tent. Make a donation for the kids and drive in a drift car. It doesn't get much cooler than that, folks, and you'll see them, the Hard Knocks stunt team, coming out here in a little bit. Keith Peterson in the Pro Power Management Peterson Fabrication Stitches by Shireen West Coast Pro 2008 Mustang. Going against Nick Angelisi in the 78 Malibus from Agassi 355 Chevy and I think he'd like to take that one back. Red light in the Lordco lane. And even though Keith Peterson here broke out, doesn't matter. He's moving on. 9.85 at 165 with a 9. Electronics class here. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder weekend is the big race. Thanks for being here with us. Electronics class here, sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. And Smoke, Fire, and Thunder brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts, your first choice in high performance parts. Big shout out to Valley Tech Productions there, helping us out with the filming and the big screen. You guys rock. And of course the live stream. Shout out to all of you guys. Hope to see you down here tomorrow or sometime real soon. All the cool kids here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Having a great old time. It's Ted Booth from Shawnigan going against Jan Christensen. But Jan having some problems here, rolling him back in that Dragster with the 572. That's too bad. Ted sponsored by Shawnigan Trucking and the Straight Line Race Cars. Moving on to 9.16, 144 even. It's Kevin McNichol Tower Side, that beautiful red 67 Nova. It's got a 434 small block Chev sponsored by Lordco, Titanium Auto Group, and Ken's Specialty Auto. Dialed in at a 10-2-1. Going against Mark Musgrant and that 77 Chevy Monza. Part of Musgrant Racing, sponsored by Lordco and the Liquid Cool Visa. I hear you, my friend. Kevin in the TCS lane, Mark in the Lordco lane. Who's going to move on here into the next round? Two green lights here, rocketing to the top end. It'll be Kevin McNichol moving on at 10.30, 127 with a 7. Lots more racing action here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. It's Mike Stewart in the 1967 Chevy 2, sponsored by Bucky's Mini Excavating, Gibson's Transmissions, Big Al Motorsports, and Ken's Specialty Auto. Going against Wes Vath from Kamloops, that 83 Firebird, sponsored by Acumen Machine Shop. Mike going to be taken off Tad first. And there is Wes on after him in the Firebird. It's going to be the Chevy 2, Mike Stewart, 10.05 with 130 with a 2. Moving on. Here is Jim Benke, Towerside, 1967 Plymouth Cuda, 440 Mopar Power, going against Dustin Brewington in the 99 Camaro from Kennewick, Washington, 408 LS. Dustin at a 1037, Jim a 1012. Lift off for both of those cars. And a double breakout, but Dustin Brewington breaking out less. Moving on into the next round of electronics. Jeff Bell in the Lordco lane from Oliver, BC. 76 Dodge running 455 Mopar Power Plant. Going against Richard Love in the Reflections Guesthouse SS Motorsports. 1989 Chevy S10. He's from Osoyoos. Red light for Richard Love, so it's Jeff Bell moving on. 9.64 at 137. Chris Stone in the TCS lane, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing, going against Herman Chan in the Lordco lane 67 Camaro running a 468 Chev, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get super shifters to lanes 1 and 2, please? And super combo to lanes 3 and 4. That's super shifters to lanes 1 and 2, super combo to lanes 3 and 4. So it was a double breakout there between Chris Stone and Herman Chan, with Chris Stone moving on into the next round. A 0051 breakout versus a 0092. So Chris moving on, and it's Dustin Hunter, and it's Falcon Fast here. Double classing. And it is Falcon Fast. Look at that. 9.15 at 146 with a 3. I bet you he is having some fun in that 64 Ford Falcon. Electronics class here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Brought to you by Lordco Auto Parts. Just a reminder that we've got those food trucks. It's G's Donaires there behind the spectator grandstand, as well as Yardy's Grill. Both here till 10 o'clock tonight. Couple food trucks, G's Donaires and Yardy's Grill. Definitely going to have to check it out. Yummy food trucks. You can never go wrong with a food truck. We also got our awesome concession stand, Claire, there running the show. She was the Employee of the Year last year in 2022. And for breakfast, I usually have a fries and gravy. It's delicious. Just put that gravy all over the top there at the concession stand. And the big secret there is the Slurpees, you guys. They have some delicious Slurpees, and they are in the concession stand. And someone in the pro shop, you know, that's where I get my fruit rock stars. They also have very cold beverages along with ice cream and freezies and all of the yummy chocolates and chips. But they said if you get a lemonade slushy and you pour some of this fruit rock star into it and have a little mix, oh boy, energy boost and Slurpee time. Gonna have to try that a little bit later. So definitely check it out. It's concession stand and the pro shop with all the cold drinks, and it is very warm out there, so please stay hydrated. And at any time, if you have a problem with your health or your safety, please find a staff member so we can get some help for you immediately. We have some great first aid staff here. So again, if you're not feeling great, maybe you get stung by a bee or whatever it is, please contact one of our staff members so we can help you out. Badass garage on the property as well, selling some super cool man and woman cave gear. Also, of course, the pro shop has those Smoke, Fire, and Thunder t-shirts, tank tops, and hoodies, and they are so cool. I saw some of you guys wearing those, and I want one. I need a tank top. I've got to get after that because I know it's going to be sold right out. Just want to remind you about a couple of events we've got coming up. The Fraser Valley Drag Boat Association having their 2-day boat race. That's September 16th and 17th. Yeah, we've got a beach behind us. Did you know? I mean, I just found out this year, but there's a great beach down there behind the tech area. And they have boat drags there. So we had a boat drag, I think it was last month or maybe 6 weeks ago, and it was a great old time, but now it's bigger and badder than ever. So make sure you come on down September 16th and 17th for drag boats here at Mission Raceway, as well as street legals. Now, normally I'm a street legals announcer, and you could be a race car driver. Come on down to the street legals, bring your ride. We have a great old time. September 1st, September 15th, and October 6th are our last 3 street legals. So you'll want to come on down, bring some friends, and have some fun with us at Friday Night Street Legals, brought to you by Mopac Auto Supplies. Of course, the West Coast Outlaw Shootout, folks, it's coming up at the end of September. And the Mission Finals, September 22nd to 25th. Moving on into our junior class, sponsored by Peden Industries. We've got April Bond in the Tower Lane, sponsored by JBS Equipment. She's from Missions, going against Wesley Armstrong. In the Fountain Tire, Chilliwack Sea to Sky, Lordco Badass Garage, sponsored 2012 Martin. The junior classes here, it's a big deal on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. These are the racers of the future, folks. April Bond, we've got Dad Justin Bond of Pro Mod NHRA fame, hanging out here with us, helping his kids race. I mean, how cool is that, folks? All right, bulbs are lit. April Bond, Tower Side, Wesley Armstrong, part of Armstrong Racing. 2 greens. April getting after it there. Racing to the 8th mile, and April Bond breaking out. It's going to Wesley Armstrong at 11.94 at 5.3 with a 6. Natanya Peterson pulling up to the line in the Peterson Fabrication Van Ross Services Big Rig Construction 2001 Boss Dragster. All the way from Grand Prairie. All right, a bye run here. All right, attention in the pits, you guys. Attention, super shifters. We need you to lanes 1 and 2, please. Super combo to 3 and 4. Again, super shifters. Super shifters, we need you. Come to the lanes 1 and 2. Super combo, lane 3 and 4. Natanya winning the best package last night in the Glow Junior Exhibition Pass. Last night we had a whole lot of fun with the juniors. They came and did an exhibition pass, and they decorated their race cars with things that glow. So glow sticks, they had lights under their dragsters. It was really something. And then they all hung out and had a glow party after their pass. So great times for the juniors. We have a huge junior program. If you'd like to get your kids involved, it's probably one of the smartest things you could ever do, folks. It's like a big family here, and these parents, they go the distance for their kids, and those kids are super cool. Can you imagine, your kids going to school and they're like, oh, what'd you do this weekend? Oh, I was drag racing, I won a Wally, and yeah, they're going to be the star of their classroom, as well as learning, sportsmanship, how to compete, without having any issues. And of course, the family setting here, it's a family hanging out with their friends, as well as they go on events. Like, I think they went to the Cultus Lake water slide. So again, a huge junior program for you to get your kids involved with from pretty much 5 years old to their 17th birthday. So get involved in the junior program here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. You will not regret it. Just a reminder to our racers that tomorrow morning we've got the Racers for Christ non-denominational chapel service. Sunday morning at 8 a.m., 3rd floor of the tower, with Chaplain Jerry Lucky, one of our longtime announcers here at Mission Raceway. And the subject is being salt and light. So tomorrow morning, chapel service, 8 a.m., top floor of the tower. Okay, so how about riding in a drift car, you guys? You can get your chance to do it here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Just make your way over to the Variety Club tent and make your donation there to get a ticket to ride along in the drift cars. They can't wait to have you in there, and it's helping the kids, folks. So riding along in a drift car, it's something else. I think our tower staff Guntus was in there, and he was having a great old time in that drift car. How cool was it, Guntus? Oh, big smile and thumbs up. Like, probably an experience of a lifetime, folks. So the drift car is waiting for you. Get over there to the Variety Club tent and get a ticket and go for a ride in a drift car. And he was just mentioning to me that they're going to have a little skirmish, he called it, in front of the bleachers a little later. The Hard Knox Stunt team going to come out and put on a show for us. Next up, we're moving into our super shifters and super combo classes here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Have you scanned the QR code at the Titanium tent yet? Because that's the way to win $500. So bring your phone on over there to the Titanium tent right at the winner's circle and scan that code, and you could be the big $500 winner. Holy cats. It's a lot of flow. Definitely want to do that. And speaking of bringing your phone, hey, where is your phone? Do you have it? Especially if it's an Android phone. So you Android phone users, is your phone there? Is it really? Because I have one up here in the tower. So if you've lost your phone, come on up here and claim it. We have it up here in the second floor of the tower for you.
So it's great to see all these fans out here today at Mission Raceway Park. But again, another reminder that unlike on the roads, when you drive here, race cars have the right of way in the pits. So make sure that you're walking at the edge of all paved surfaces on the shoulder, not walking down the center. We've had multiple instances of race cars trying to get to the lanes and people blocking the way, even though apparently they can't hear a race car coming up behind them. So again, race cars have the right of way. Please walk at the edge of all paved surfaces.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, you are on standby. Outlaw 275, you are on standby, folks. All right, super combo coming right up here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip. It's Mark Downing. From Maple Ridge in the Tower Lane, going against Brandon Hutchington. From Shawnigan Lake, 2002 Davies Corvette in the far lane. He's dialed in at a 990 and Mark Downing at a 1090. So these are the two dial-ins for this class. Got the throttle delay on the start, and then they kick in and race on down to the top end, but it's red for Brandon, so it'll be Mark Downing, although he broke out 10.88, 1:45. He's moving on into the next round. Warren Jacobson, the 1967 Chevy 2 in the TCS lane, running a 454 Chevy Power, dialed in at 1090. They're both 1090 dial-ins. Dan Parson in the Lordco lane in the 70 Duster. Some people love Super Combo. Some people hate Super Combo. I think it's pretty darn cool. Side-by-side racing here to the 1,000 foot. It's going to Warren Jacobson, a 10.96, 133 with a 4. Glenn Golden from Surrey in the Corvette going against Martin Rochelle from Surrey. Hear those throttle delays, and then they let off and rah, all the way to the big end. Red for Glenn in the Lordco lane. So Martin Rochelle moving on, a 10.91 at 125. Here is Jamie Roth in that 64 Comet. He's from Langley in the Tower Lane. Moving into Super Shifter now, you guys. Alf Weeb in the 70 Buick. From Chilliwack. Super Shifters here. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. The Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Two for super shifters, and Alf breaking out. That's Jamie Roth moving into the next round at 10.08 at 133. It's Terry Hoogston's in the TCS lane, a 1971 VW. Carmen Gia, he's from Maple Ridge, going against Scott Winterbottom. He's in the Nova, sponsored by Rags to Riches Top Shop. It's coming after Terry. Can he get around him? No. Terry breaking out. Scott Winterbottom moving on into the next round, a 9.50 at 130. Rich Graves from Puyallup, Washington, pulling up with that 67 El Camino, going against Keith Winterbottom. So family racing action here in that Camaro. Jumped up and was spinning that tire in that El Camino. I'm not sure if that's going to hurt him. Let's find out. No, because Keith Winterbottom breaking out at 9 thousandths. Wow, that was a close one. 11.78 at 109 with the 3. Rich Graves moving on into the next round of Super Shifter.
1, 2. Ready? Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a great day today, but the show isn't over. We've got lots to come. Once again, if you haven't had a ride along, you can go to the Children's Variety charity. They're set up at turn 2 down the bottom there. It's one of our drivers. There are lots of drivers. And lots of freebies. Grab your t-shirt. There's one. Yeah, so we're raising money for a really good cause, children's charity, variety, and hey, what's going on? You weren't supposed to be here. Guys, this again? Seriously? I thought we sell this. Hey, red and blue, stop fighting, stop. Guys, seriously. Stuntman standoff at dusk. Once again, stuntman standoff at dusk. Did you have to do that? I'm sorry. Okay, give it up for the red and blue team. I'm sorry.
All right, attention to the pits, Outlaw 275, MDA Fabrication, Outlaw 275. We need you guys into the pits. The Hard Knox Stunt Show is still ongoing, but Outlaw 275, we need you guys to the lanes. Also, attention the pits, Limited Street, Gulf and Fraser, Limited Street. We need you to the lanes as well. Outlaw 275 and Limited Street. We need you both in the lanes as the minions are going to go back down the return road, and that'll wrap up the little skit that they had planned for the Hard Knox Stunt Show as we continue on with track prep. So we're going to get these the racetrack dialed in and ready to go for our Radial competitors. And again, we have made the call for Outlaw 275 and Limited Street to make your way to the staging lanes. You can see right now the starting line crew is just burning off some excess patches of rubber that they have identified that they need to scrape down on the starting line. That's where they have the chalk lines drawn around them. So that is what is currently being taken care of. The tractor with the mat on the back actually is helping to drag and put some rubber down. You'll also see the traction compound sprayed out the back of the tractors as well through the track prep, easy for me to say, process that is currently ongoing is, again, the Radial tire cars. Those competitors trying to put a lot of horsepower through very small tires. So they're going to need all the help that they can get with the preparation of the racing surface, which is currently ongoing as we continue through the program here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, presented by Lordco Auto Parts. Again, good time to check out the Midway. The Bouncy Castle still in operation. You can get yourself free $500 potentially from the Titanium Auto Group by scanning their QR code. You can also enter to win that Mustang GT that's being given away at the end of the season here at Mission Raceway Park. You can find out more on that by going to the titaniumautogroup.ca, also by going to missionraceway.com and our website. You can also check out their website for any upcoming races. Of course, the West Coast Outlaw Series is what the Outlaw 275 competitors and the limited street competitors for Gulf and Fraser running for. They're going to have one last race on their season coming up September 29th to October 1st right here at Mission Raceway Park in the Titanium Strip. The West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Going to decide the champions in those divisions, so still plenty of action as well. And tomorrow here at Mission Raceway Park, the NHRA Summit ET Series is going to be in action as well, so still plenty more racing action tonight, as well as tomorrow here at the Titanium Strip.
Just a reminder, if you've lost your cell phone, have you lost your cell phone, an Android cell phone? We have one up in the tower. Now, someone has tried to call it a few times. Maybe they're butt dialing. I'm not sure. So maybe someone in the beer gardens, maybe not. So if you're missing your Android phone, we have one here, second floor to the tower, waiting for you. After our track prep, we're going to be moving into the West Coast Outlaw Series, starting with the Outlaw 275s. Carrying on in there. Sounds like they're still in qualifying. We'll find that out for you. But it should be exciting. Radial Tire Racing. This is a part of their point series, and they'll be back September 29th through October 1st for the West Coast Outlaw Shootout. Always a great time. Just a reminder about the Fraser Valley Boat Drags Association, September 16th and 17th. Behind us in the beautiful, mighty Fraser River. Such a gorgeous view of the river, the track by the river here, Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We'll have those boats, a 2-day event, so it's always a great time. That's September 16th and 17th. We've got the Mission Finals, September 22nd to 25th, and we have 3 final Mopac Street Legals as well. I'm the announcer for the Mopac Street Legals. We'd love to have you out. We always get a great crowd and people just hanging out and having some fun, so if you'd like to be a race car driver for a night, come on out to Street Legals. We'll get you hooked on drag racing and have a great old time. So September 1st, our next Friday night Street Legals, and September 15th and October 6th will wrap up the season. It's amazing how fast the summer has gone by, folks. But be sure to come out and hang out with our final races here. Of course, the Summit ET Series and the Mopac Street Legals. If you're on the spectator side or any side, we've got some food trucks over there behind the spectators grandstand. G's Donaires and Yardy's Grill. They're here till 10 p.m. tonight. So if you're looking for some yummy food trucks, they're back there. G's Donaires and Yardy's Grill. Now, secret information is some of this tower staff have tried the Donaires there and said it's absolutely delectable and to die for. Oh, we've got the trampoline performers out. Trampoline show, give him a hand, you guys. Is going to put on a show for you. Whoa, holy cow. Maybe I should come out there and try that. Wow, she's talented. Give her a hand. Holy tamale. So Who in the beer gardens is going to go next? Shout out to everybody in the beer gardens. If you'd like a nice adult refreshing drink and you're 19 and older, come on down to the beer gardens. They've got the barbecue going and the beer flowing and the best seat in the house there. Big thanks to Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits for sponsoring the beer gardens, and they're located right across the street in the mall. The Mission Junction, that's what that mall is called. I couldn't remember, but anyways, I've been in there, and they do have a fine selection of beer, wine, and spirits for a pretty good price, I must say. If you want to drive in a drift car, folks, head on over to the Variety Club tent. You could ride along with these drifters, and it is so cool. Make it a donation for the kids, and you could hang out with the drifters while they drive up. I don't know, maybe you'll want to drive, but they do have sessions where they teach you how to drift and how to do stunts. So if you're following us on the Facebook page, you know all about it. If you don't, make sure you add us on Facebook, join our page, and get all the details for everything that goes on down here at the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. Wow, look at these tricks of these trampoline kids. Wow, good job, guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to our trampolinists. I'd like to give a big shout out to Jesse and Joey. They're the coaches. We've also got Xavier, Liam, Rylan, Jada, and Jonas. They've been entertaining you today. Nice. Whoa, touchdown. Please give it up for Aviva and Flip City.
Well, we have a missing child here at the tower. Kimberlyn is looking for her mom, Andy. Andy, we have Kimberlyn nice and looked after here at the tower, at the base of the timing tower. If you want to come to the timing tower again, Andy is looking for her mom, or Kimberlyn rather. I flipped that. Kimberlyn is looking for her mom, Andy. You can go find Andy at the base of the timing tower.
It's Xavier on the trampoline. Becoming airborne. Very nice.
Well, we'll finish up the trampoline shows. We have got our first cars rolling underneath the water, or rolling underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge into the water box and getting ready to go. How about one final round of applause for all of our trampoline performers? We get ready to go back to some racing action with round number 4 qualifying for MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275. So it will be Tyler Bodke out of Rochester, Washington, the TCS side of the racetrack, up against Justin Gallant, who went into the next to last session last night as your number 1 qualifier, got knocked back down to the number 3 spot in his Mustang out of Chilliwack over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And of course, the Outlaw 275 class heads up, running to the 8th mile. Big power. Very small tire, the drag radial in the back of these machines for MDA Fabrication. Tyler Bodke made some solid passes so far in his weekend. Gallant overpowering the racetrack on his final pass last night. Again, comes into this session, best elapsed time of a 4:45 with a 5 over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Tyler Bodke in the TCS lane, getting guided in by his crew member. See on the side of that thing is for sale for the racer out of Rochester, Washington. Was very frequent competitor in bracket racing competition before moving into the Outlaw 275 categories. You can hear the boost building over in both lanes. We get ready for the first pair of Outlaw 275. The Lance car really struggling to get any traction at the top end of the racetrack, though. No problems for Tyler Bodke. A 460 with a 9, 161 miles an hour in the heat of the day on a very greasy racetrack for these Outlaw 275 competitors. Justin Gallant, you can see him struggling to get that thing hooked up as it drove towards the center line one final time. He wisely clicked it off, 672 with a 9 at 75 miles an hour. So both cars completing the burnouts now. Is backing up in the TCS side of the racetrack. That is Jason Gagnon in the Radial Flyer Nova. Jason, no stranger to running Novas. He usually has his own angle plug 1970 Nova. Switching over to the JS Power Sports Gen 3 Speed machine, and the car that's got quite the pedigree. In small tire competition here on the West Coast, up against Rick McLeod from Vernon. That 1970 Dodge Dart, the only Dodge Dart in competition in Outlaw 275. Fittingly, 689 cubic inches of Mopar power with a little bit of nitrous assistance for Rick over there. The Lordco Auto Parts lane for the racer from Vernon in the interior. Jason from just south of Rick in Kelowna. He's been on the brink of breaking into the 440s with that car all weekend. Ran a 450 coming into this session. His best run so far the weekend. Rick McLeod has been flirting in the 460 second zone with the Dart. Ran a 460 right off the bat in that machine. So McLeod overpowering the racetrack, and Gagnon gets to the top end. 462 with a 3, 158 miles an hour for the Nova, as McLeod having to shut it off. Unfortunately, he's going to coast through the traps with an 814 with the 6 at only 77 miles an hour. So Jason Gagnon, solid run again in the heat of the day for the Outlaw 275 competitors. As a big smoky burnout from Parm Jawanda, the racer out of Surrey, is 1991 Ford Mustang, the Fox Body, the Night Shift Mustang for Jawanda Motorsports. He's up against Daniel Rodrigue, another nitrous combo. Daniel getting into the 440s on his last pass last night, snuck in with a 449, putting him in the top half of the qualifying field. The Ken Specialty Automotive, Milron Truck Body, McGraw Metalworks, Color Compress Corporation, sponsored machine, 598 cubic inches of big block Chevy, and Dan runs a whole lot of spray on that thing. You also notice the vinyl top on Dan Rodrigue's machine, the defending Smoke, Fire, and Thunder event winner over in the Lordco Auto Parts side of things. A full family affair for the Rodrigue family, as Dan's daughter also in junior dragster competition here this weekend, and Parm Jawanda getting guided up to the starting line. Turbocharged Ford Mustang, 5-liter. Parm, unfortunately, only getting one pass in yesterday, and lighten up those rear tires as he trips on both bulbs, so Rodrigue having to rush just a little bit in the staging process. Rodrigue, quick pedal job. He's going to get down to the top end with a 499 with an 8, 155 miles an hour. As Parm Jawanda, you could see him since it's qualifying. Reaction time doesn't really matter. Waiting to spool up that Mustang. Unfortunately, not going to get down for an A to B run. It's 643 with a 6 at 99.76 miles an hour. The TCS side of the racetrack, and Dan Rodrigue, again, that quick pedal just past the 60-foot mark, and 499 with an 8 carries it through to 155 miles an hour. So it will be Jeff Whitworth up next in his machine out of Nanaimo, and this car has been wheels up pretty much on every pass. He's been trying to tame it down, keep that front end down. Jeff at 5:23, his best run so far. Scott Schulhauser, one of our cars, into the 4:42 zone. They 4:45 with a 0 last night, currently putting him in the number 2 qualifying spot. The racer out of Calgary, Alberta, the 1994 Mustang. So the battle of the Mustangs, you got the Fox body and then the generation immediately after the Fox body, 1994. For Scott Schulhauser. The first year post-Fox body, you could say. Both turbocharged combinations getting brought up to the line. The Precise Mechanical sponsored Fox body and the TCS side of the racetrack. Schulhauser pedals it quickly, goes to a 5:05 with a 0-160 miles an hour. You can see lacking in the T department as he had to give that thing a quick pedal. It looks like something coming off of Schulhauser's car. You can see a little piece of debris over there in the right lane on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack. Still carried it through to that 5:05. 5:25 with a 737 miles an hour for Jeff Whitworth for the racer from Vancouver Island. So they put a button on qualifying. We'll get ready for eliminations coming up momentarily here for the Outlaw 275 class. Limited street coming up after the completion of the final qualifying session for Outlaw 275. It's Tony Souza. And Steve Skokin. Skokin, the Pro Charge Mustang over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the only Pro Charge combo in competition this weekend. Tony Souza with, hey, look at this, a Ford-powered Ford Mustang. It's more rare than you think. The Violent Performance SDK Performance Langley Westcan Auto Parts machine up against the LMS Group Mustang for Steve Skokin. Former Door Wars winner in that machine and actually went to the finals of the first ever Door Wars in the Outlaw 275 category. Both racers pre-stage. Skokin is in, waiting on Souza to trip on the bottom bulb. Man, it was looking promising for Skokin as he almost got out of the shake zone. Had to do a quick pedal job in 5:15 with a 455 miles an hour. As the end result, 5:50 with a 228 miles an hour for Tony Souza over there for the racer out of Surrey. And in the Battle of Surrey, Steve Skokin coming out on top. Again, in qualifying, as we will have eliminations coming up a little bit later on in the afternoon. Later this evening is Mike Hawkins getting ready to come into the water box next in the TCS side. And you're getting to look at Bob Cook's Ford F-150 up there, the big screen, and on the live stream at home. Bob out of Lloydminster, Alberta. Mike Hawkins from Chilliwack. As you can see, the starting line crew with the brooms out, just giving the right side a tiny bit of attention as both racers waiting in the water box. Still see a few more Outlaw 275 competitors for NBA Fabrication working their way around the tower in the staging lanes. Hawkins completing the burnout there in the Malibu, the 1981 Chevy Malibu, and another one of the nitrous combos in Outlaw 275 as he'll get backed up from the burnout, guided back by the crew member out in front. And the Turbocharge LS in the F-150 for Bob Cook. We saw this truck here last year in its initial stages of completion. They've done some extensive work in the off-season, got this truck with the new paint job on it, and starting to work out some of the bugs and chase the performance end of things. It's Mike Hawkins going for the purge of the Nitro system. 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. For the Ken Specialty Automotive Diversified Metalworks machine, the Horsepower Solutions Milron Trucking F-150. So Mike Hawkins finishing purging the Nitro system. As you can see, he's being brought into the beams right now. Bob Cook already has the top light lit, waiting to bring that truck in. Hawkins waiting to turn on that top bulb in the Malibu. So both racers striking the tires on either side of the racetrack. So Cook will get to the stripe first. 541 with an O, 139 miles an hour. A 694 with a 5 at 91 miles an hour for Mike Hawkins. So make the call for Outlaw Street to 3 and 4 and Real Street to lanes 1 and 2. Outlaw Street to lanes 3 and 4. Real Street to 1 and 2. Junior Thunder, you are on standby, and this is the 20-minute standby call for Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, this is your 20-minute standby call. Chris Houston out of Lethbridge, his 1990 Fox Body Mustang. And hey, look at that over in the TCS side of the racetrack. Another 1990 Fox Body Mustang, Trevor Mulder. Carstairs, Alberta. So the two Albertans side by side here in this final qualifying session. Trevor Mulder has been kind of struggling this weekend, had some mechanical troubles, missed out in the first pass in qualifying, and then has had two really unrepresentative runs from that machine as Chris Houston is solidly in the field, hanging around the number 10 spot at the moment. We'll see what Chris can pull out from this turquoise machine over in the far side. The Lordco Auto Parts lane, the turbocharged combo up against the turbocharged combo. And it is both drivers struggling to get traction off the line. 594 with a 351 miles an hour in the TCS side of the racetrack for Trevor Mulder. Chris Houston runs a 975 with a 071 miles an hour for the racer out of Lethbridge. So both racers struggling to get down to the other end of the racetrack and trying to apply that power off the starting line. As your number one qualifier at the moment rolls into the water box, just having to hang on for a few more pairs. Jordan Brandon, far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane in that 2000 Chevy Camaro. Up against Chris Gould, completing the burnout, his 2000 Ford Mustang. The CT Automotive sponsored machine, and Jordan Brandon, who's pretty much been winning everything small tire there is to win so far in 2023. Looking to keep the streak alive heading into eliminations later on this evening. Is your current number one qualifier with a 442. Chris Gould in that Mustang, no slouch either. The two turbocharged combos. Chris, a former racer in Outlaw 10.5 competition. Again, the two Albertans, Sherwood Park and Spruce Grove. Jordan Brandon, the winner at the inaugural Just Send It shootout for Pro Power Management and all the folks at Rad Torque Raceway just outside of Edmonton. Both racers pre-stage. You can hear them building up the boost and getting ready to see what they can do in the heat of the day. Again, big power cars, both of them struggling. You can see the chute coming out on Gould's car as it really waltzed up into some heavy tire shake, and an 898 coasting to the top end for Brandon. Another coast to the top end for Gould with that 784. So, wait for Jordan, Brandon, and Chris Gould to make their way off the top end, and it looks to be the final car in Outlaw 275. Their final qualifying session is J.R. Lazick currently in the water box, but again, just waiting on the Mustang to clear off the top end. You can see the chute managed to shake itself out. So they're going to get that gate open at the top end to get Chris Gould's car towed off of the racing surface. And again, doesn't look like anything's been laid down. Just a matter of making sure that the racetrack is clear so that we can send J.R. Lazick on his way. The racer from Kelowna, that 1963 Nova. The big block Chevy. Again, one of the bigger cubic inch combos in Outlaw 275 with 632 cubic inches. The Gen 3 Speed machine. JS Power Sports as well helping out. Trying to get all that power again through that radial tire on the back of these race cars. MDA Fabrication helping out as the presenting sponsors. You can see working to get Chris Gould's car still off the top end as the red light's flashing at the bottom of the tree. We're going to roll into Gulf and Fraser Limited Street coming up after that. Of course, as the name suggests, there's a little bit less you can do to those race cars, a little bit more closer to some of the street machines that you'd see, kind of the street strip combos, but still some very potent combinations that can run rather well into the low 5-second zone at 130 plus miles an hour for Gulf and Fraser Limited Street.
Just checking out all the smoke down at the end of the track. Those are those drift cars, and you could have a ride along too. Drive along with those drift cars. So check out the Variety Club tent and donate for the kids and go for a drive with the drift cars.
Yes, I believe they still have some seats open for their next run. So again, go to the Variety tent to make sure to get yourself a ride, as J.R. Lazick now got that car backed up from the burnout. Current small block and big block Nitro Series world record holder, as J.R. had a solid hit in the Thursday practice session that was dedicated in the evening for Outlaw 275. To get a good look at J.R. purging the Nitro system on that machine. The beautiful airbrush front end on that car. So Dan Rodriguez, another one of the nitrous combination runners, just to show how big of a cubic inch combo, runs a 598 cubic inch big block Chevy. JR with 632 cubic inches. Again, trying to get that through those very small tires and run deep into the 442nd zone. Might be a little bit tricky to try and do that right now, but JR is still trying to get from A to B, heading into eliminations to get himself a good baseline. Well, it's a little bit soft on the line, as you can see JR is selecting to shut it off and save it for elimination. 673 of the 6 at 81 miles an hour, but they will take that back and again get that data downloaded in the Gen 3 Speed pits as JR will make his way off the top end. We'll get ready for Gulf and Fraser Limited Street coming up next here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, day number 2 at Mission Raceway Park. So your first pair in Gulf and Fraser Limited Street will be Bobby Ehlers out of Maple Ridge and Chris McGraw. McGraw is 1990 Fox-bodied Mustang from Abbotsford that he calls Flipper. Up against Bobby Ehlers, running a little bit of spray on his machine with the LS power plant. We've seen Bobby have some wheels up launches. He was talking with Larry Pfister earlier, and Larry was telling me that they've done some stuff in the suspension to hopefully calm that down. There's a great shot of him at Door Wars with that car completely standing on the back bumper. As Bobby Ehlers already staged, waiting on McGraw to bump in the turbocharged combo. both cars getting off the line clean. McGraw going to get to the top end, goes into the 530s. 538 with the 2, 130 miles an hour. No problems for McGraw. As a 580 with an 8, 116 miles an hour. So Ehlers actually making his best run of the weekend so far in his Ford Mustang. And Chris McGraw not too shabby as well with that 538 with a 2 on the Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, showing that there is a little bit of bite after all in the MRP track surface here, even with how hot it is for these radial competitors. Of course, we mentioned that small tire size, but of course, as you're trying to apply more power, the bigger slick that you have is more of an aid, and that's actually why a lot of these guys like running these race cars, is that it is a challenge to tune these things and hit the setup. Looks like somebody losing a belt, so that has been retrieved. Should be getting underway with the next pair, which will be your current #1 qualifier over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. That is Max Nielsen, running a 5:18 yesterday in his first run in competition of the weekend. Racer out of Sturgeon, Alberta. He's up against the ultimate sleeper in the category, Matt Black, in his 1994 Jeep Cherokee. Yeah, you're getting a look at that thing up on the Lordco Auto Parts big screen, and you're thinking a Cherokee up against a 1997 Mustang. But Matt has, again, been able to put that thing on the back bumper, the racer from Kelowna. Former regular at the Thunder Mountain Raceway. It is about 40 minutes or so from right downtown, the mountains surrounding the city. And Max Nielsen, we mentioned Jordan Brandon taking out a small tire win at the inaugural Just Send It shootout. Max getting the job done over Vanessa Richards in the final round. And again, coming into this final session is your #1 qualifier at the moment. Wheels up and hauling from the Cherokee as Max gets to the top end with a 5:31 at 132 miles an hour, but Matt Black to the 8th mile in a Jeep Cherokee goes 5:95 with an 8 at 115 miles an hour over 660 feet. Yeah, Max was yarding that thing out for all it's worth. Didn't want to lift off the gas and goes into the 5s. Gets himself on the qualifying board, as that was Max's first run of the weekend here at MRP. It'll be Justin and Jason Gibson pairing up side by side once again in a Gibson family matchup. Justin managed to get into the 520s with 528 last night. His dad overpowered the racetrack in his orange Mustang, but hey, Jason's got the bragging rights. He's got a win so far in the 2023 season. Got the job done down at Pacific Raceways, just outside of Kent, Washington. Won the full-blown Frenzy in the Outlaw 275 class with the West Coast Outlaws. Both racers out of Surrey. Justin, a former runner-up at Door Wars. Both cars leaving the line strong, carrying it through to the top end. A 5:35 with a 5, 128 miles an hour from Justin Gibson. And a 5:36 with a 429 miles an hour for Jason Gibson. So Justin gets the bragging rights over there, getting the friendly matchup win, the TCS side of the racetrack. Tension in the pits. Remaining Junior Thunder competitors, we need you to lane 1. Junior Thunder competitors, we need you to lane 1. So, Kate Shirk in the Titanium Auto Group, 1999 Chevy S10. Kate has kind of been struggling with this truck so far. They had some difficulty getting it to back up from the burnout and then in gear once they did get it back to the starting line, and unfortunately had to abort their run last night. So Shirk, again, trying to get that into reverse. He's got Derek out in front, helping to guide him back from the burnout. And we'll see Derek in Canada West Doorslammer competition coming up a little bit later on. The full Titanium Auto Group fleet. Hey, if you want your Titanium Racing or Titanium Auto Group merchandise, head over to Derek's pit area in the Titanium Auto Group pits. You can also, again, head to the Titanium table where they're going to be giving away $500 later this week. Again, you just got to scan the QR code to enter into that. So Cade Shirk has seen pretty much every single one of his limited street competitors ahead of him make a solid A to B pass, trying to do the same. For the young racer out of Langley, kind of a last-minute addition to the limited street field. Came in late yesterday with this truck set up, ready to go. Will be hopefully making his first appearance in Eliminations. Looking much better. And that is his best run of the weekend so far. 598 with a 2, 120 miles an hour for Cade Shirk as he will get to the top end without any drama. And up next will come the Hawaii 5-0 Mustang for the racer out of Kelowna, Vanessa Richards. Your Door Wars winner for the past 2 seasons. Former category champion, defending West Coast Outlaws Golf and Fraser Limited Street champ. Vanessa in the Gen 3 Speed Precision Concepts Kelowna Chevrolet sponsored machine. Go figure, the Chevy dealership sponsoring the Ford Mustang. The 1989 Fox Body Mustang running a whole lot of nitrous assistance, and that has been a potent combination with Vanessa behind the wheel. Again, going to the final round of the last race in the West Coast Outlaws schedule for the just ended shootout back on August 11th through the 13th at the Rad Torque Raceway just outside of Edmonton, and getting the job done earlier this year right here at Mission Raceway Park for their first appearance here at Mission for the 2023 season during perhaps the biggest weekend for door cars in the Pacific Northwest, Door Wars 11. So, Vanessa Richards coming into this session, your number 2 qualifier behind Max Nielsen. What does she have in store for the Lordco Auto Parts lane? About to find out. Richards carries it through to a 5:27 with a 0-132 miles an hour. Solid run for Richards. Again, we've seen all these limited street competitors able to get down the racetrack with relatively no drama, as Richards getting a good pass in. She's got to feel good about that heading into Eliminations coming up a little bit later on. And it's like we're going to sneak in some motorcycle action at the 2-wheel variety before moving into the next class. Steve Abusini in the CBR has attention in the pits. Canada West Doorslammers. Canada West Doorslammers, we need you to lanes 2 through 5. Canada West Doorslammers, lanes 2 through 5. Steve in the TCS side of the racetrack. We see him frequently at the Boatpack Auto Supply Street Legals as well on that motorcycle. And that thing is a wild machine carrying the front wheels. The Hayabusa over there in the far lane. Another street-tired motorcycle trying to go into the 7-second zone, 6-second zone. Problems there for the motorcycle over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. And Abusini off it early and still runs a 7.64 with a 9 at 157 miles an hour, as that bike is capable of running well over 190-plus miles an hour in the quarter mile with the front tire dancing off the ground, and the Hayabusa getting to the top end with a 986 with an 872 miles an hour. As we have rolled into Real Street, Chrissy's coming back. I'll let her take you through this category, which is a dial-in class over the quarter mile for street legal vehicles.
It's
Rob Klein, Beatman in the TCS lane from Edmonton, Alberta, 1972 Chevelle. Going against Mike Stewart in the Lordco lane to the quarter mile in Real Street. Part of the Outlaw, West Coast Outlaw Series. Final qualifying round, a 10.11 at 132 even for Mike Stewart, sponsored by Ken Specialties, Bucky's Mini Excavating, and Gibson's Transmission. Rob, an 11.57 at 117, part of the Londonderry Outlaw Club there in Edmonton, Alberta. Good to have everybody out here. Chad McKenzie in a car called the Flash. This is his first mission race in the Tower Side. He's from Edmonton in the 08 Dodge, running a 3:45. Scott Kolodachuk in the Lordco lane in his car called Snoop. Real Street Racing here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Radial Tires, West Coast Outlaw Series. 10.48 at 128 for Scott, and at 11.88 at 113 for Chad. On the bike, we have the Daytona Motorsport Boulder Design 2017 GSXR, driven by Tom Turand. He calls that bike the Kraken. It's going against Brian Livden from Edmonton, Alberta, in the 05 Chrysler, part of that Londonderry Outlaw Car Club. 2005 Chrysler. Tom having a great qualifying pass, an 8.70 at 154 with an 8, and Brian an 11.36 at 119. Rob Monroe Jr., sponsored by Gibson Racing Transmission and Horizons Paint and Auto Body in the Lordco lane, going against Joel Smith in the Jerry's OK Tire RPM Alignment Zap Strap Racing 71 Pontiac. I was noticing on Facebook that Rob Monroe putting in a new 423 cubic inch Steve Schmidt's short block. Rob going 001 red. Lucky it's just qualifying. A 10.77, 131 for Joel. That's Tyler Smith's dad, currently dominating in the junior class. And here is Rob Monroe Sr. Tower Side, sponsored by White Knuckle Racing, Gibson Racing Transmissions, and SD Performance, going against Andrew Camello from Edmonton, 68 Chevelle. Chevelle also a part of that Londonderry Outlaws in his car called the Stickler. Last round of qualifying here in Real Street. Rob Monroe Sr. an 8.99 at 146, and Andrew Camello a 12 even at 114. Sean Langley, Tower Side, in the car he calls the Hustler, the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman champ, going against Real Piccolero from Coquitlam in the 1955 Chevy, sponsored by Bel Air Stainless. Great looking 55 Chevy there, hauling down the track. A 10.25 at 128 for the Bel Air, and Sean Langley at 12 even at 112 miles an hour. Single pass here, Brad Thomas from Squamish in Mean Green, sponsored by Lordco Auto Parts. 2019 Mustang, he's from Squamish. Brad Thomas with those twin turbos. 8.68 at 164. That looks like that wraps up Real Street, part of the West Coast Outlaw Series. course, the big West Coast Outlaw shootout on September the 27th to October 1st. You won't want to miss that one. Big race full of radial tire action. Just a reminder, the Badass Garage, they have those balloons for sale for only $5. It comes with a Hot Wheels car, and all the proceeds go to our junior racing program. Badass Garage, located behind the grandstand here on the tower side. Balloons for only $5, comes with a Hot Wheels car, probably to hold the balloon down. And again, all the proceeds go to our fabulous juniors, the junior racing program here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. All right, we have a final round here in Junior Thunder. How exciting. Racing for the Wally. Now, this is the JBS Junior Shootout. And it's for $500 and the Wally. It's Natanya Peterson in the Tower Lane. Going against Wesley Armstrong in the Lordco Lane, sponsored by Fountain Tire, Chilliwack's Sea to Sky, Lordco, and Badass Garage, dialed in at an 11.94. Natanya is sponsored by Peterson Fabrication, Van Ross Services, and Big Rig Construction, dialed in at a 12.60. So this is it, folks. Junior Thunder final, the JBS Equipment Junior Shootout, the Wally on the line, $500. Natanya leaving a little. And there's Wesley going after him. Here we are, the final. Smoke, fire, and thunder in the junior class to the 8th mile. Who wins the Wally? Natanya Peterson. Let's give her a big hand, folks. Our junior classes, you know, in their mind, they're doing 100 miles an hour. They are race car drivers. Someone pat Keith on the back there. Congratulations, all of our parents in the junior classes. Amazing, amazing people. But the Wally, the cash Ola goes to Natanya Peterson. Congratulations from Alberta. Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. Pro Mods, you are on standby, please. Pro Mods, you are on standby. All right, folks, going into our Door Slammers here. Door Slammers class, sponsored by Winter Harbor Marina and RV, Total Dairy Solutions, Green Light Auto Sales and Financing, Paradise Homes, Associated Tire, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCS Performance Products, and Travel Land RV, the Canada West Door Slammers. All right, 4th round of qualifying here in the Canada West Door Slammers. It's Peter Lacanis from Coquitlam, Tower Side, sponsored by Transporters Logistics, going against Paul Soares from Terrace, the 1995 Pontiac 584 cubic inches. Paul soars an 8.08. And Peter an 8.64 at 156. Brody Shirk in the Tower Side 1967 Chevy, running a 562 big block Chev sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Napa Auto Parts, going against Jason Field from Mission 1971 Chevy Nova. It's a 632 pump gas motor sponsored by Ritchie Racing Engines, Greenlight Auto Sales, and Induction Solutions. Canada West Doorslammers here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Fourth round of qualifying. The next round is where we get down to business. Both those cars keeping their foot in it, but a 003 red for Brody. An 8.12 at 165 with a 9.4 Jason Field. Speaking of Shirks, here's Dad, Derek Shirk on the Lordco side, 1955 Chevy Bel Air, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group, Bubba Speed Shop. Going against John West on the Tower Lane, 1957 Chevy, sponsored by Kingsley Trucking, J&L Drive-In, and Lordco Auto Parts.
Well, if you ever get the chance to go over to Port Alberni, the J&L Drive-In, very cool place to grab yourself a burger. And Battle of the Tri-5 Chevys is getting the Canada West Doorslammers just in qualifying mode for today, and they will be running their eliminations coming up tomorrow here as part of the Summit ET Series race on Sunday. So Johnny West going to get to the stripe first. You can see him pull the chute just a tick early, 7:45 at the 3 at 178 miles an hour. Well, guys, how about that burnout from John DeYoung over in the TCS lane, laying down a solid patch out the back of the Artex Racing TDS Camaro, your current #1 qualifier. Hopefully killing every mosquito on the property. Up against Scott Robinson, the AFD Petroleum Titanium Auto Group Rad Torque AccuCut Lasers Chevy Beretta, a 1994 Beretta. Which actually, if you're going, hey, a Beretta in drag racing, that was actually a body style for a while in NHRA Pro Stock competition. Scott Robinson, former Doorslammer champion, over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, and that car capable of solid 770 runs. And this matchup, though it's only in qualifying, was the final round for Door Wars this year, where John Young with a big top-end charge managed to get around the Beretta of Scott Robinson. So DeYoung getting ready, already staged, waiting on the Beretta to bump in, and we'll see what kind of a pass these two can make here as we continue on through qualifying. Getting to the stripe, a 682 with a 201.97 miles an hour for John DeYoung, and Scott Robinson, 774 with a 976 miles an hour for the racer out of Chilliwack. And up next, it's going to be Terry Langdon Davies in the TCS lane, that purple and black Willys that is oh so iconic here at Mission Raceway Park, up against Otto Schulte. His 2005 Chevy Cavalier, 598 cubic inches of Sunset Racing Engines power. For the Georgia Straight Collision Next Gen Hearing sponsored machine. Always good when you can have an earplug sponsor for Otto Schulte over there on the far side of the racetrack. How about 030 lights a pair? Hey, that would have been a pretty decent race in terms of things. And eliminations, of course, they're going to be dialing these things in. 757 with a 181 miles an hour for Otto Schulte, and Terry Langdon Davies, an 819 with a 163 miles an hour for the racer out of Yarrow, BC. And talking with John DeYoung, pause for burnouts. was talking with John DeYoung, and when it comes time to dialing in these race cars and trying not to go over the dial-in in eliminations, he was saying that the closing rate at the top end is very hard to judge at these high speeds. Of course, John's closing in on the car at approaching 200 miles an hour, over 300 kilometers an hour. Is your next pair, Mike Bedsworth out of Marysville, Washington. Just over the border, that 1996 Olds Cutlass going up against Brad Powell in the Battle of Washington State from Linden, Washington. His 1967 Chevelle. Both of these racers well qualified into the field, running quicker than the 870 that these racers have to hit. So Bedsworth's going to get to the stripe first, 711, 190.92 miles an hour. That's 711 with a 5 and 848 with a 0, 157 miles an hour for Powell over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. As it looks like it's going to be a single for Ray Bollinger. Nah, I jinxed myself. Dave Warren rolling in. Warren in that 1962 Chevy Bel Air, the Blue Max, they call it. And Ray Bollinger, that swoopy 69 Camaro, obviously the composite replica of a 69 Camaro. That thing has been stretched beyond imagination. That swoopy body style, and Ray just getting his license and kind of introducing himself into Canada West Doorslammer competition earlier this year. And Dave Warren has been racing with the Canada West Doorslammers pretty much since the class was started in club back in the early 2000s, getting backed up from the burnout. And many a time, Dave Warren has gone down the Mission Raceway Park strip in that Impala, and it is a very seasoned race car over the years. Dave running a 800 during his last qualifying pass that happened earlier today. And Ray Bollinger from Maple Ridge. Dave from right here in Mission. So Bollinger pre-stage. We'll wait and see what that 8-second Camaro can do. And Dave Warren trying to dip into the 7s. Hey, how about Dave? He was ready on the tree. 030 light, going to get to the stripe first with an 809 with the 668 miles an hour. 829 with the 763 for Ray Bollinger. So they dump the chute at the top end of the racetrack. Got the parachute in the back. An HRA requiring a chute, a single parachute if you go over 150 miles an hour. If the car is capable of going 200 miles an hour, you got to have the double chute on the back. Paul Stretch backing up from the burnout. It's 2002 Cavalier, the Mid-Island Engines sponsored machine, and Mid-Island Engines helping to provide the power plant. 638 cubic inches of big block Chevy in that Cavalier. And over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, the 1941 Willys for Roger Winter. Cool retro machine with, as Nolan, who was here earlier, pointing out the massive rear wing that you usually see in AA gas supercharged competition. .029 light for Stretch, not too shabby for your defending Canada West Doorslammer champion. Runs it through to a 731 at 188 miles an hour, 832 with a 4. 160 miles an hour for Roger Winter. As your next pair, coming out of the water box, Andy Hatton over in the Lordco lane, and the Grinch Chevy Camaro, 1969 Camaro that for the longest time didn't have a hood. And Andy put the hood on and left it black, but then they've painted the Grinch on the hood on that Cal Scoop as Dale Phillips out of Chetwynd, his 1967 Shelby. Problems for Phillips. You can see it almost looked like he had a hard time keeping that thing under the line and just kept it from rolling out of the beams. 009 reaction time, though, for Andy Hatton. An 864 with a 643 miles an hour, and that car has been busy also running in electronics competition this weekend. So Grant Howell is 1937 Chevy. And Adam DeYoung in that very clean 1967 Camaro. Going for the short burnout for Artex Racing and Total Dairy Solutions. See Howell trying to get that car backed up into the tire tracks, having some difficulty getting that machine to cooperate into reverse. And you're blipping up the motor, try and get that car back. Now he's going to try and get that thing in the center of the racetrack, which is what the crew member is trying to communicate to him with the hand signals, which way he needs to turn the car so that it is lined up in the lane and in the way that they want that 37 Chevy. The big cubic inch naturally aspirated combo, 632 cubic inch big block Chevy for Grant Howell, and 430 cubic inches of Chevy power for Adam DeYoung, driving, as we've mentioned throughout the evening, Dad's old car. Stepping up from junior dragsters into the 8-second Camaro. Adam going red, taking a shot at the tree, which again, good practice session. Top end of the racetrack. 782 with the 172 miles an hour for Grant Howell. And a 861 with a 158 miles an hour for Adam DeYoung for the racer out of Abbotsford. Howell making the ferry trip over from Victoria. As Brian Ritchie backing up from the burnout, the Ritchie Racing Engines 68 Chevelle. Good advertisement for his business. Ritchie Racing Engines. Of course, he built his own power plant in that race car for the racer out of Coquitlam. Up against Howie Winklehorst in his 55 Bel Air that, I believe, if I'm not mistaken, used to be Henry Zacharias' old car. Chris Stone took a turn behind the wheel about a few years ago before the car got in Howie's hands. As Henry graduating to his 53 Corvette. So Howie going red, but Brian Ritchie 010 on the tree, 802 with a 669 miles an hour for the Chevelle. Howie Winklehorst 834 with 960 miles an hour as the high revving Firebird over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. Terry Shaflita getting ready to back that machine up from the burnout, waiting for the crew member to get up to help guide him back. And it'll be Darren Buick in the TCS lane. You can see Darren with the shorter burnout, waiting until Terry gets back from his burnout to start the staging procedure and bring that car up to the starting line. Shaflita, the 500 cubic inch setup underneath the hood of the Pontiac Firebird and under the scoop, making his first Canada West Doorslammer's appearance of the season over there in the Lordco lane. It's been trying to crack into the 6-second bracket. They've been trying to dial that thing in. Terry, also a guy that helps to build his own engines with some help from Mid-Island Engines in Duncan over in the island. And Darren Buick from right here in Mission. Terry out of Victoria. Buick pre-stage, Shaflita pre-stage. Both racers going to go in, and Shaflita again in search of that 6-second pass. Right at 7:02 earlier on. So there it is, Terry Shaflita. 694 with a 6, and he's going to go inside of the top 5 in qualifying with that run. 196 miles an hour for the Firebird. Darren Buick again rolling through the beams in the Chevy 2, so he is not going to get a time as he left before the tree was activated. How about Terry Shaflita and the gang getting that 6-second pass that they were after as they go down the return road? Give them a little round of applause. Their first 6-second run in the Pontiac Firebird, as Rod Leclerc going to come up next over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The Paradise Homes Chevy Camaro. That new wrap courtesy of M2 Graphics. And Zach Joyce from Langley, the 1948 Austin. Hear him clearing out the motor after he backs up from the burnout supercharged machine. So Rod Leclerc, currently your number 2 qualifier in the 670-second zone with a 676. Ran in the 680s earlier on today. And Zach Joyce, a solid 7-second player. Leclerc, the nitrous-assisted Camaro, 598 cubic inches, getting to the top end with 682 with a 0-202 miles an hour. As Ray Rusiani from Kelowna up against Mark Thompson out of Coldstream. Thompson over there in the 1954 Studebaker, which for a while was a very popular body style in pro-modified competition through the mid-90s into the early 2000s. And Ray Rusiani, who moved to British Columbia just this year from back in Ontario, is regular at the Grand Bend Motorplex as well as St. Thomas Dragway. Attention in the pits, West Coast Pro Modified. We need you to the lanes. West Coast Pro Mod to the lanes. Solid lights pair and getting to the finish line stripe first is going to be Mark Thompson, 764th and 880 miles an hour for Thompson, and 827 with a 763 miles an hour for Ray Ursiani for the online pet supplies machine. The Marvel Racing Studebaker, though, getting to the line first at that 764. Jan Christensen is in the TCS side of the racetrack. Christensen, that 67 Nova that he calls El Gringo, and Devin Jansen in the generation after Jan's Nova, the 1970 Nova out of Armstrong with big block Chevy power. So Christensen leaves the line first, and it's going to be Jansen, though, driving around him at the finish line in what would have been a really close race in eliminations. 868 with a 9, 151 miles an hour, 871 with a 5 at 154 for Jan Christensen. Attention in the pits as well. Top Fuel Harley, you guys are on standby at the moment. Top Fuel Harley is now on standby, and again, West Coast Pro Mods, we need you to the staging lanes. On the Lordco lane, that is Mike Sapiri from Abbotsford in that wicked 1969 at GTO, the supercharged combination for the Stone Speed Shop gang. And Lane Woolley, the Hemi-powered Duster, the Bucky's Mini excavating machine for Token Fiberglass and the Marcus family. So Mike Sapiri. Again, they've done extensive work to this car after it kind of sat for a few years, bringing it back out and still kind of chasing the tune-up. It's been in the 8-second zone. They managed to pedal that thing to a pretty impressive run in the first qualifying session of today. Lane Woolley is in the TCS lane. And that Duster, again, the Hemi-powered machine, only natural as it is going to get guided into the beams. Another solid 770 player. So Sapiri pedals it, and then it goes pop. Over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane as it lit up the rear tires, and a 777 with a 5 at 176 miles an hour. For Lane Woolley out of Langley. So we'll get ready for our next pair. Looks like red lights, though, coming on. Christmas tree is they're going to have a quick look over at the racing surface as Mark will make his way off the top end. So again, plenty of action coming up. Pro Mod, Top Fuel Harley. Again, Pro Mod to the lanes and Top Fuel Harley still on standby. Jay Severston and Corey Stewart in the water box at the moment. As you can see that the MRP safety team is out at the top end, just checking over the shutdown area here at Mission Raceway Park, making sure that everything is A-OK. Some of the starting line crew taking a look up the racetrack as well. On the right side is last car to go down that lane. Did have a little pop and a little flame coming out of the headers, so best to be safe and check out the racing surface where we roll on with the next cars here in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying. Well, it's quiet. I'd like to thank the Canada West Doorslammer Association's sponsors for 2023, Winter Harbor Marina and RV, their title sponsor, Total Dairy Solutions, Greenlight Auto Sales and Financing, the VP Racing Fuel distributor, and Paradise Homes, Associated Tire and Auto, Alpine Backhoe and Lance Racing, Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, TCI's Performance Products, and Travelland RV. And at Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating, they cover everything for your project requirements, covering all aspects of land clearing, foundation and site prep, septic fields, driveways, irrigation ponds, riding rings, sports field, golf courses, you name it. They've got it covered. That is Comox Valley Bobcat and Excavating.
Hey, we had a wallet turned in. Are you missing your wallet? It's a gentleman's wallet, and they're a hockey fan. So if you can come up here and tell me what the name of the hockey team that's on the wallet, we'll give it back to you. So check to make sure you're not missing your wallet.
So it will be Corey Stewart over on the far side of the racetrack, the Lordco Auto Parts lane, that 55 Chevy up against Jay Severston, the twin turbocharged 67 Acadian Canso. But, well, the first attempt at the burnout didn't quite go to plan. Now Jay's going to light up those rear Hoosiers. Do a little short burnout in that twin turbocharged machine. Getting ready to bring it up to the beams. Another part of the cars in the JS Power Sports fleet. You can see that Jay on the side of that thing trying to run 7:32. He ran a 8:11, I believe, in round number 1 of qualifying to get himself into the field. It's a little bit off pace for that car. So Jay Severston, he's got the Acadian Canso hooked up, going to the top end, 7:29 with a 191 miles an hour for Severston. And Corey Stewart, an 8:02 with a 968 miles an hour. How about this? Your junior dragster competitors in the winner's circle right now behind the Tower Side grandstands. They're going to be signing autographs. Make sure to bring your kids down to have a chat with our junior dragster and junior street drivers for Peden Industries. So they have completed their JBS equipment Junior Dragster Showdown here at Mission Raceway Park, and giving out some cash prizes as well. And big thanks to Peden Industries helping out with the junior programs here at Mission Raceway Park. Again, the junior dragster and junior street competitors all signing autographs at the winner's circle behind the Tower Side grandstands over here on the TCS side of the racetrack. As speaking of the TCS side of the racetrack, Henry Zacharias is in his 1953 Corvette up against Anthony Katnick. Katnick, so far, the only car that is not in the Canada West Doorslammers field that has made a qualifying attempt so far in that fox-bodied Mustang. Again, has to run quicker than an 870. And Katnick getting timed out on the trees, so he is not going to get a time. 771 with a 179 miles an hour. It's Anthony Katnick still idling his way down the racetrack in the Lordco Auto Parts lane when we say that racer's getting timed out. When that other competitor turns on that bottom bulb on the Christmas tree, the starter usually has about 7 seconds in mind that racer that is last the stage has to turn on that bottom bulb, and unfortunately looks like Katnick getting timed out by the starter on the starting line, as it'll be Mike Kenworthy out of Arlington, Washington, over on the far side of the racetrack, his 1992 Firebird, up against Dale Jansen from Armstrong, his 1966 Acadian Canso. Supercharged small block Chevy for Jansen up against Kenworthy's machine. Because unfortunately, you heard Jansen go to build up the revs in the Canso, and then that thing quit on the starting line. So it is going to get pushed back. Tough break for Dale Jansen and the team. They're going to take that car back to the pit area and hopefully get it repaired and ready to go for the next round of qualifying. Again, Jansen already into the field in that 66 Acadian, but it is going to unfortunately take the long trip down the return road. As Mike Kenworthy getting down the racetrack in the Lordco lane with a 850 with a 0, 161.12 miles an hour for the Illusion Motorsports Speed Mart sponsored machine. Is again just getting Dale's car off the starting line, making sure that nothing's been laid down by the Acadian. Looks like Kathy Freeborn. You can already hear the Camaro getting ready to fire, and Poe Freeborn rolling into the burnout box. So the second side-by-side matchup of the Freeborn family. So just a brief discussion going on down there in the starting lines. As that is all sorted out, we'll have our next pair getting ready to head down the racetrack as they have just wrapped up the cleanup and the TCS side of things. So Kathy Freeborn and Poe Freeborn going to be your next pair, and coming up here for Canada West Doorslammer, presented by Winter Harbor Marina and RV.
You guys.
And just like that, we are ready to go with the Freeborns. Kathy over there, the 1970 Camaro, running down the Lordco Auto Parts lane. The 1967 Shelby with the big block Chevy for Poe Freeborn from Courtney. So the two smoky burnouts on either side of the racetrack as Kathy will get that machine backed up. Solid 8-second player. Poe, though, into the 7-second zone in that Shelby Mustang, which actually, when you talk about the body style of that car, again, we're talking about a composite replica of a Shelby. They originally made the mold for that. Kelowna's Keith Korecki, I believe, had one of the first Shelby Pro Mod bodies back in the 1990s. kind of helped with the development of that body style that has since gone into top Sportsman competition, Canada West Doorslammers, and Pro Modified. Well, James Bond on the tree for Poe Freeborn 007, 720 with a 191 miles an hour for Poe, and Kathy 856 with a 659 miles an hour. So Poe getting a little bit of vengeance from the last time those two paired up, because Kathy, if it would have been in eliminations, got the win because Poe red lighted last time. So Mike Mahone in that 69 Camaro over on the far side of the racetrack, who they've been wrenching on that thing pretty much since the test and tune day, trying to get it back together after having some mechanical trouble. All right, if you're the owner of a sedan delivery parked over in front of the spectator side washroom, we need you to move the vehicle immediately. Again, if you got a hot rod style sedan delivery parked over in the spectator side, you're blocking the spectator washroom in a no parking zone. As Mike getting to the top end, 862 with a 0, 156 miles an hour. So that wicked fuel injected 69 Camaro is going to get himself into the Canada West Doorslammers field. Again, running quicker than that 870 with a 0. And that will book in the largest field in Canada West Doorslammer history. 45 cars now qualified, getting ready to go into eliminations tomorrow. And again, they've got a few more passes coming up. A little bit cooler conditions as the sun continues to set here in the evening hours. And you can see underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge, your West Coast Pro Modifieds getting ready to take on the 8th mile here at Mission Raceway Park. They are lined up and ready to go in the staging lanes as we speak. And the first pair is going to be the pairing between the supercharged setup of Chris Murphy, that Flame 55 Chevy, up against Ryan Griffin, the twin turbocharged 1967 Mustang. He's going to take on the Lordco Auto Parts lane, as we'll obviously give a quick check over of the racing surface. So far, 378, the quickest run that we have seen in West Coast Pro Modified competition. Ryan Hayward out of Marysville, Washington, his 69 Camaro, the only car in the 70s at the moment. Garrett Richards' second quickest run of the weekend, a 384 at nearly 200 miles an hour, 198 miles an hour for his Shelby Mustang. He is in the staging lanes, getting ready to take on the racetrack in just a few pairs. Looks like actually the next pair is, we'll again get that quick once over the racetrack. Just as soon as they give the AOK sign, we are going to fire up your first pair of West Coast Pro Modifieds for Chop My Rate, I should say, Daco Ventures, all the other fine sponsors for the West Coast Pro Modifieds, as well as Pro Power Management. So, Ryan Griffin's car going to come to life. Getting ready to fire over Chris Murphy's 55 Chevy. So Ryan Griffin, again, the twin turbocharged 67 Mustang from Olympia, Washington. That car is unique in the turbo world as it's got these zoomy headers on it. Usually you'll see the bullhorn style headers, as we are about to get drowned out over the PA system by Chris Murphy rolling through the water box for the burnout. That 55 Chevy, a clutch car, which is quite rare nowadays in pro modified competition with the traditional root style supercharger setup. All right, if you're the owner of a BMW X5, gray BMW, license plate MH912W, you're blocking a racer trying to get to his truck and trailer Over on the spectator side, the parking lot, we need you to move your vehicle. Again, license plate MH912W, a BMW X5. We need you to move your vehicle. You're blocking in a race. You're trying to get to his trailer. So Chris Murphy in this car that was formerly piloted by Dwayne Grossart back in the day. They used to run kind of in with the AA Gas Supercharged Association, put in that Brad Anderson Hemi, the Root Supercharger, more Pro Mod style setup, run an Outlaw competition. Attention in the pits, no box. We need you guys to the lanes, no box to the lanes, and getting ready for the first pair of Pro Modifieds for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on Saturday. Ryan Griffin gets to the top end with a 4:15 with a 7. So 4:15 with a 7 is the quarter mile numbers flashing up on the scoreboard there. So 4:15 with a 777 miles an hour for Ryan Griffin, a 4:33 with an 8 at 160 miles an hour for Chris Murphy out of Chilliwack in that 55 Chevy. So Ryan Griffin, his best run of the weekend so far with that 4:15 with a 777 miles an hour for the twin turbocharged Mustang. Lordco Auto Parts side of the racetrack, and you can see early, even with the early shutoff and the shoots out, still ran a 674 with a 9 at 147 to the quarter mile. 734 with an 8 coasting, 141 miles an hour for Chris Murphy. But again, the 8th mile times what matters for the West Coast Pro Modifieds. Chris Murphy with that 4:33 with an 8, 160 miles an hour. Also, Chris's best run of the weekend. So as those teams go down the return road, and make sure to make some noise, show them how much you appreciate them coming out to Mission Raceway Park as they make the journey down to pick up their drivers after another successful pass. Ryan Griffin's crew already starting to head down as getting the next pair fired up. Steve Nicholson in the Lordco Auto Parts lane is 1963 split window Corvette, the Outlaw 10.5 competitor, up against Garrett Richards, that wicked 2012 Shelby Mustang with the Boss Hemi combination and the massive injector hat on the screw supercharger running on alcohol. Richards out of Tacoma, Washington. Multi-time Door Wars winner here at Mission Raceway Park. Of course, with the pandemic and all that followed with border restrictions, wasn't able to get up to Mission Raceway Park for the last few years. Made his return to the facility at Door Wars in that wicked Ford-powered Mustang. Again, that is a Walt Austin Racing, essentially a top alcohol funny car engine. It was developed for competition. As Steve Nicholson getting backed up from the burnout in that absolutely beautifully presented 63 Corvette, the big cubic inch combo, the Sonny's racing engines, 900 plus cubic inches for Steve Nicholson with multiple stages and kits of nitrous. As Richards, again, the screw supercharged combo. We saw the Roots supercharged car, Chris Murphy, on the TCS side of the racetrack, previous run. That comes down to the way that the rotors are actually shaped in the supercharger. Nicholson purging the nitrous system is Richards' crew getting ready to bring him up to the line, and Garrett Richards was regular here at Mission Raceway Park back in the day in Pro Street competition, where he had a series of different Chevy trucks that he ran over the years before switching about 10 years or so ago now to that swoopy Mustang body, and has now been a solid 380 player with the West Coast Pro Modifieds when it comes to 8th mile action. Steve Nicholson, again, finishing purging the nitrous. His crew member bringing him forward as we are getting ready for the second pair in Pro Modified. Nicholson has to shut it off. How about a 384 with a 4, 198 miles an hour to the 8th mile for Garrett Richards in the Mustang and the TCS side of the racetrack. So they have got a 380 bracket car that they are playing with so far this weekend. Their second 384 of Smoke, Fire, and Thunder, and Steve Nicholson, again, having to shut off early his best run of the weekend so far, a 4:02 that he ran last night, coasting through to the top end, a 7:51 with a 0 at 54 miles an hour. As your next pair is already rolling up to the water box, and it is Eric Horvath out of Kelowna, the Tommy Guns Barbershop Firebird twin turbocharged machine up against the 1969 Camaro of Ryan Hayward. So far, the quickest car on the property in the West Coast Pro Modifieds. It's out of Marysville, Washington. So Ryan Hayward, 959 cubic inches of rare Morrison power. Again, running a whole lot of nitrous in that machine. Went 378 yesterday. And again, right around that 200 mile an hour mark. As over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane, Eric Horvath, the twin turbocharged Hemi for that 1968 Pontiac Firebird. They kind of switched up the combination of that car. Took a year off, really, from Pro Modified competition to get that combo switched over, and they have really hit on something in that race car. They've been making some solid passes as of late for the racer out of Kelowna. They brought that thing out for the Langley Loafers old-time drags here a few weeks ago at Mission Raceway Park during the BC day-long weekend. Still testing and tuning on that thing, and of course the Pro Mods and exhibition duty here this weekend. So this is the perfect test and tune session for each and every one of these Pro Modified teams. Is Horvath's crew now just adjusting the wheelie bars in the back of the Firebird as Ryan Hayward's team waiting as Hayward doing final purchases of the nitrous system, making sure that the pressure is A-OK in the system. And Horvath's car, which the turbo cars are generally extremely quiet at idle, but you'll hear this thing spool up as soon as Eric turns on that pre-stage bulb, and he'll have to kind of bump that thing in to turn on the bottom bulb into that final beam as Hayward is pre-stage, Horvath pre-stage, Hayward in, here we go. Horvath straight up into tire smoke in a 382 with a 0, 198.24 miles an hour low ET of the round for Ryan Hayward in the Camaro out of Marysville, Washington. Getting her stop down there at the top end is Eric Horvath from Kelowna, again, pretty much right off the hit, spinning the tires in the back of the Firebird. As that'll complete West Coast Pro Modified action, but don't go anywhere. We got Nitro of the two-wheeled variety. The Top Fuel Harleys are in the lanes getting ready to come up to the start line. And we'll sneak in one more Pro Modified as well. Nick Duda, the final car in West Coast Pro Modified for this session. Nick, in this Corvette, the small block combination with twin turbochargers, 2 precision turbos for the Performance World machine. Ready to back up from the burnout. The 2021 Door Wars winner in Pro Modified competition. And again, you don't see a lot of racers running that small block combination in Pro Modified competition, usually going with the twin turbocharged Hemi setup, but Nick looking for a little bit of a challenge with that small block in that Corvette that formerly was actually a Pro Modified before Nick ran it in Outlaw 10.5 with the 10.5 tire like you saw Steve Nicholson running his car with. Switching back over to the big tire here this weekend, we saw Nick in Outlaw 10.5 trim in Pro Street competition at Door Wars and changing back and forth between the two combinations as he gets ready to be guided into the beams. And the final car in West Coast Pro Modified will come on up before we get ready for Rad Torque Top Fuel Harley. And unfortunately, Nick is going to have to shut that one off. As again, the problem with the turbo cars is you have all the power application that suddenly comes on with the turbochargers, so you have to be very delicate with how you apply that power. And as we've kind of backed things up from running the quarter mile to running the 1/8 mile, you have to get very aggressive with that setup with the turbo car to get it to leave the line. And unfortunately, just a little too much for the TCS lane to handle there for Nick Duda as he goes through to the top end with an 810 with an 9 at 67 miles an hour. And There are the first pair of Top Fuel Harleys just shy of the water box, getting ready as soon as they get the signal to fire it up. The Western Canadian Nitro Top Fuel Harley bikes, again brought to us by Rad Torque, Chop My Rate, Comox Valley Bobcat for the 2023 season, as well as Big Kids Racing. These motorcycles, again, can go deep into the 6-second zone at over 200 miles an hour. So again, a quick one-star. You can see that the crew's down there at the top end, just making sure everything's good to go. And just like that, your first pair coming to life underneath the Lordco Auto Parts Bridge. The veteran Jim Schellenberg from Surrey, the TCS lane, and Pete Waugh from Nanaimo, the second half, the Big Kids Racing team for Rad Torque, Chop My Rate, Comox Valley Bobcat, getting ready to start the burnout, and Schellenberg for LMS and Cool Code. Again, the massive Mickey Thompson slick in the back of these bikes. You can see the crew members releasing the parachute pin on these motorcycles is hopefully we will see a wheels up run, and again carrying out that front wheel almost the 8th mile, well past the 8th mile in some situations. Both riders pre-stage waiting on them to bump in. Side by side to the stripe, and it's Schellenberg who gets there first. 673 with a 4, 208.82 miles an hour for Jim Schellenberg out of Surrey. Pete Waugh side by side sixes with a 694 with a 4, 191 miles an hour for the Big Kids Racing Machine over in the Lordco Auto Parts lane in their third qualifying session of the weekend. So Schellenberg, again, 673 with a 4, 208 miles an hour, just shy of his best run of the weekend as we get ready for the next pair, and it's Damian Cowden. And the TCS side of the racetrack, the three-time CMDRA champion. For Parker Johnson Roofing, Danger Boy and Steve Drain, and Ron Howneat from right here in Mission, the Braden Sport Fishing, ADV Fast Lane Racing, Fast Lane Custom Machine. Over there in the Lordco Auto Parts lane for the rider that was oh so dominant in the early 2000s in Top Fuel Harley competition. Took some time off. Took some time off from being on the bike and came back this year with this beautifully turned out machine as we'll make the final call for non-electronics. National Tire, non-electronics, you guys need to be in the lanes. So Damian Cowden from Shawnigan Lake, Vancouver Island, up against Ron Howneat. So Cowden trying out a new combination in Top Fuel Harley Racing, the supercharged V-Twin, which they're still trying to dial in. But if they do get that set up, or when they do, as the team would tell me, they think that that is the ticket to maybe getting a V-Twin into the 5-second zone. And Ron Howneat going with the more traditional injected on Nitro Top Fuel Harley setup in the Lordco Auto Parts lane as Cowden is already pre-staged. Howneat now tickling on that top bulb. Here we go for pair number 2 at Top Fuel Harley. Cowden having to shut it off early, and Ron Howneat going to take it through to the top end. 697 with a 3, 181 miles an hour for Ron Howneat for the rider out of Mission as Damian Cowden Had some strong early numbers, 113 to the 60-foot, then had to shut it off before he got to the 330-foot cone and coast through to the top end with a 13.69 with a 2 at 58 miles an hour. So waiting to make sure that both bikes are cleared off at the top end of the racetrack is going to get ready for a Pro Mod motorcycle to come up to the line next. So again, as we mentioned over at the Winner's Circle, the Junior Street and Junior Dragster drivers are going to be having a little bit of an autograph session, so make sure to visit with our Peden Industries junior category competitors over at the Winner's Circle, again, behind the grandstands over here on the TCS side of things. But again, Pro Mod bike getting ready to roll into the water box. As again, just making sure that everything is okay at the top end. Both riders are cleared off of the racetrack. Damien Cowden and Ron Howneat. So Jim Schellenberg, 673 with the 4, has low ET of the round with a 208 mile an hour top end charge. Their third qualifying session of the weekend. See, the fire department, Missions Fire Rescue, has arrived with their ladder truck getting all set up here. So it'll be Austin Christopher on board of his machine. Austin riding the quickest Kawasaki in the world at the moment. The Carson excavating machine deep into the 620s at the CMDRA drags back in June. Made it on the Cycle Drag Facebook page and their social media channels as well. Had the bike featured on their YouTube channel. So here we go, Austin Christopher building up the boost. Carrying out the front end as he is going to go through the traps with a 640 with a 3, 217 miles an hour for the turbocharged Kawasaki as Austin Christopher was on a run there. Still 2/10 off of his personal best on that bike, but still a 217 mile an hour top end charge for Austin Christopher. So that'll, by the looks of things, wrap up Pro Modified Motorcycle, and we will get ready to roll into non-electronics coming up as they continue to mow on through their elimination round. But looks like we've got Anthony Katnick in the water box in that fox-bodied Mustang. So it looks like there's a little bit of a weird incident on the tree there for Anthony Katnick in Canada West Doorslammer qualifying, so he's going to get another stab making a qualifying pass as in that Ford Mustang as it has cooled down sufficiently. See the crew's just out having a quick check over the racetrack as well as the top end at the moment as, again, Anthony Katnick will make his qualifying attempt in Canada West Doorslammers, and we'll head into National Tire Non-Electronic coming up next.
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can we get electronics to the back of the staging lanes, please? Electronics to the back of the staging lanes. One last pass here in Canada West Doorslammers. We'd be moving into non-electronics, a huge field of cars here today. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters and super combo, you are on standby. Super shifters and super combo, you are on standby. Electronics, make your way to the back of the lanes. Smoke, fire, and thunder here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Wow, what a great day of racing it's been so far. And boy, oh boy, we have a lot more racing to come, folks. A huge field of cars here in non-electronics. I've heard there was 80. And we'll be heading into the National Tire non-electronics as soon as we get Anthony Katnick doing his last qualifying pass. The Canada West Doorslammers. Don't forget, you can ride in a drift car. It's not too late. I can see them at the top end there, that big smoke rising. Those are the drift cars, guys. So head over to the Variety Club tent and buy yourself a ticket. The money goes to the kids, and you get to have a great time in a drift car. All right, Anthony Katnick here from Maple Ridge in that Ford Mustang with a 555 cubic inch motor sponsored by TK Performance and Lordco. His final qualifying pass here for Anthony. Then we'll be moving into National Tire non-electronics. .75 at 156 with a 3 for Anthony Katnick. All those door slammers will be back for another qualifying round a little bit later. National Tire non-electronics here at Smoke, Fire, Thunder on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. It's Rob Hodgson from Mission in the TCS lane, dialed in at a 1070, and John Van Capel, the 1966 Chevy 2 running a 540 Chev from Quesnel. He's dialed in at a 962, so we'll see Rob Hodgkin taking off first. Both the cars have lit the top bulb. Nice liftoff for John Van Capel in the Lordco lane, chasing after Rob Hodgson. 9.65, 135 with a 2 for John Van Capel. Moving on into the next round, a 10.73 at 122 for Rob Hodgson. It's Richard Love in the Tower Lane 1989 Chevy S10, running a 383, sponsored by Reflections Guest House and SS Motorsports, going against Derek Johnstone from Cloverdale 1966 Chevy with the big head start, and here comes Richard. Richard trying to get around him in the top end, and he breaks out 004. So Derek Johnstone going into the next round of 13.18, 99 with a 6. Colin Jackson in the TCS lane, 1978 Datsun pickup truck, running a 350 Chev, dialed in at 13.05. Going against Carson Barlow from Mission in the 70 C10 in the Lordco lane. And a tough break right off the bat for Colin Jackson. Going red. So it'll be Carson Barlow moving on. 13.55, 97 miles an hour. Broke out, but it didn't matter. Non-electronics here, the National Tire sponsored non-electronics. Don't forget, it's not too late to get yourself in a drift car. Head over to the Variety Club tent and get yourself a ticket for a ride along and have memories forever, folks. It's for a good cause, for the kids. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack 1964 Falcon. It's Falcon Fast, going against Ross Walker from Langley 1966 Chevy 2. Ross dialed in at a 10.09 and Dustin a 9.15. All right, some problems for Ross Walker. So Dustin Hunter having no problem in 9.20, 145 for its Falcon Fast. Dustin Hunter. Sean Langley from Lyndon, Washington, Towerside in the Hustler, going against John Sayer in the Lordco Lane 1968 Dodge Dart. Dialed in at 1188. Sean 1198. So taken off virtually at the same time. Sean Langley, the 2022 Pacific Raceway Sportsman champ. Side-by-side racing already at the 8th mile to the thousands. And whoa, a 12.03 for Sean Langley versus the 11.92 with the bigger reaction time for John. So Sean is moving on into that next round. It's Kyle Winterbottom, Towerside, Grant Gordon, Lordco Lane. Grant sponsored by 4 Cycle Customs. Grant Gordon, a 12.49. Dustin Brewington, Towerside, and Lorenz Schwartz, last year's King of the Track, sponsored by Titanium Auto Group and Bubba's Speed Shop. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Can I get super shifters to lanes 1 and 2 and super combo to 5 and 6? Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Super shifters to lanes 1 and 2. Super combo to lanes 5 and 6. A double breakout there, but Lorenz breaks out last. 004 off his dial. He'll move on into the next round at 10-2-3 at 128 with a 5. Mark Brenzinger in out of time, sponsored by Vinny's Speed Shop in the tower side, going against Rob Monroe Sr., sponsored by White Knuckle Racing in that 1931 Model A, running a 414 small block Chev. Mark. A liftoff for Mark, but surprisingly not for Rob Monroe Sr. I usually see him lifting off, and it'll be Mark Brenzinger moving on 9.63, 138 miles an hour for out of time, that 64 Nova. Aiden Katnick in the Lordco lane. 2020 Mustang GT dialed in at 1086, sponsored by Lordco and TK Performance. Chris Stone from Mission, 1968 Dodge. Sponsored by Stone Cold Racing. And they're making it a drag race except for Aiden and the red light. It's going to Chris Stone, a 10-10, 130 with a 1. Rolling through our National Tire non-electronics class here. 80 competitors this weekend in the class. Wow. Daryl Tippy in the 1962 Chevy 2 with a 383, sponsored by Horizon Paint and Auto Body Supplies. Scott Middlemiss in the Lordco lane, 1995 Pontiac, dialed in at a 14.21. Daryl at 10.75, so Daryl's going to have to be very patient as Scott makes his way down the track. There he goes. And here comes Daryl chasing after that Pontiac. Can he get around him in the top end? He can double breakout, but Daryl only breaking out by 4/10,000, so he's moving on into the next round. Okay, I guess this is a Malibu wagon. Very cool regardless. And off he goes here. National Tire, non-electronics.
So the Malibu getting the buy run with 421. Fortunately getting the buy run because going way under the dial in. 421 on a 1430. So again, 1421 with a 9 on the 1430 dial, 96 miles an hour. Also, if you've lost your Fitbit, if you've got a pink Fitbit, we've got that up in the second floor of the timing tower. Again, if you've lost your Fitbit, we have that up here in the timing tower.
Also, Ralph Voss. If you're around, we have a bank card of yours. Ralph Voss, come see us at the tower if you can hear me. Moving into the electronics class now. Sponsored by Rad Torque Systems. Just a reminder, tomorrow morning, 8 a.m. Sunday morning, third floor of the tower, there's a chapel service. It's Racers for Christ non-denominational service with Chaplain Jerry Lucky. So if you're interested in a service, it's tomorrow morning, 8 a.m., bright and early. Chaplain Jerry Lucky taking care of that. The subject is being salt and light. Also, a reminder, we've got those food trucks, and we've had some rave reviews. G Donaires on the spectator side, right behind there, a couple food trucks, and Yardy's Grill. So if you're hungry for dinner, make your way over to some food trucks, or if you prefer, go see Clara at the concession stand. Now, they have delicious fries and gravy and poutine. That is the choice up here in the tower from the tower staffs, as well as the chicken fingers. Very, very good. So head on over there if you're feeling a little hungry. Say hi to Clara for us. Also in the pro shop, all sorts of nice cool drinks, ice creams, freezies, and of course Smoke, Fire, and Thunder t-shirts. They've also got a couple sales going on, those old Door Wars pullovers. Hoodies, if you will. Those are on sale. And, of course, the Smoke, Fire, Thunder gear out there. Absolutely amazing. Now, I see those juniors are still out there signing autographs. Be sure to get your autographs. The juniors, the future of racing, folks. Go check them out. Get their autograph while they're in their juniors. And you can say, hey, I met that kid when he's racing Pro Mod. Hello to the Mission Fire Department, ladder 1 here. What a great ladder you have. They're going around with the boot drive, collecting some money for muscular dystrophy, so please go ahead and put some money in the firefighter's boot. We've learned this summer how absolutely amazing and valuable our firefighting crews are after some serious devastation up in the interior. So we thank all of our firefighters and their commitment to keeping everybody safe. Electronics class now, it's Kevin McNichol from Mission in the 1967 Nova, sponsored by Lordco, Titanium Auto Group, and Ken's Specialty Auto. Going against Ted Buss from Shawnigan Lake in the 34 Ford, sponsored by Shawnigan Trucking. And the straight line race cars. .114 at 1:30 with a 7 for Kevin McNichol, moving on into the next round of electronics. Dustin Hunter from Chilliwack, it's Falcon Fast 64 Ford Falcon double classing here into electronics, going against Keith Peterson. Sponsored by Pro Power Management, Peterson Fabrication, stitches by Shireen, and the West Coast Pro Mods. Keith going on into the next round. He double classes also in Super Combo. You can see that throttle stop on there, and then it kicked on and hold on. 9.92 at 163 with an 8.4 Keith. Next up, it's Dustin Brewington, Towerside from Kennewick, Washington, 1999. Camaro dialed in at a 10.31. Going against Jeff Bell from Oliver in the 1976 Dodge, running 455 Mopar power, dialed in at a 9.62. Nice pair of liftoffs for those two cars here in electronics class. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here on the titanium strip at Mission Raceway. Jeff Bell, a 9.64 at 1:37 with an 8. And look at this, 001 off his dial-in. Great job to Jeff Bell in the electronics class here. He sure figured out his dial-in time. The Rad Torque Systems electronics class here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. It's Chris Stone, Towerside, sponsored by Stone Cold Racing, going against the Ken Specialty Auto, Bucky's Mini Excavating, Gibson's Transmissions, Big Al Motorsports 1967 Chevy 2, driven by Mike Stewart. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. It's last call for super shifters. Super shifters, we need you to the lanes. It's the last call for you, super shifters. A 10-1-8 for Chris Stone. Moving on into the next round. 120 even, and Mike Stewart a 10-04 at 130. Great racing here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. Shout out to everyone in the beer gardens. Looks like you guys are having a great time. If you're 19 and older, be sure to visit the Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits Beer Gardens. Thanks so much to them for sponsoring our beer gardens. And they're located across the street in the Junction Mall there. So for all your beer, wine, and spirits needs, be sure to visit Jack's. All right, so here's the ladder. Here's the ladder for electronics, showing you how we got here today. Moving in here to Super Combo. It's Martin Rochelle from Surrey and Warren Jacobson in the 1967 Chevy 2. This is the class with the throttle stop, so it sounds like they're going real slow, and then it'll kick in. Boom, hello. It's all about the top end. Super Combo, and it's 10.94 at 132 for Warren. And look at that, quad zip, you guys, on his dial. Boom. Oh, margin of victory. Oh.
So with that, the margin of victory at the stripe, .0000, going to the 5th decimal place, which is actually not shown on the computer screen, but the computer deeming that Warren Jacobson going to get the job done. Went 009 in the tree, didn't run close to his dial-in, or rather, Rochelle ran closer to his dial-in than Jacobson, but still Jacobson getting the job done on the starting line is Mark Downing from Maple Ridge, a 10.94 at 145 miles an hour. I believe that was the semifinal, so we'll see Downing and Jacobson meeting up in the final round for Super Combo here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder.
That final should be awesome. Just looking at their times, 10.94 with a 3 for Warren, 10.94 with a 2 for Mark. So that final round in Super Combo should be pretty rad. Don't forget, we've got the Bouncy House down there. The Bouncy House is a family-run business. They purchased it last year, and they've been having a lot of fun, providing next-level excitement for the kids. Come on down there and check out the Bouncy House. The Big Fun Run is their amazing obstacle course, great for all ages. The Carnival Castle has tunnels, obstacles, a basketball hoop, and an indoor slide. And of course, the Mickey and Friends is the toddler-sized bouncer, great for the younger kids who are just not quite ready for the giant bouncy castle. So big thanks to our friends bringing us the Bouncy House and entertaining the kids. Again, don't forget, it's not too late to ride along in the drift car. Check out the Variety Club tent donate. It's for the kids, folks. Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Outlaw 275, you are on standby. Outlaw 275, you're on standby. Super Shifters, it's Rich Graves from Puyallup, Washington, the 1967 El Camino, dialed in at 11.67. There he goes, going against Scott Winterbottom now. Unfortunately, Rich Graves going red. Semi-final here in Super Shifter. Scott Winterbottom broke out, but it was okay. Rich went red. He goes into the next round. This is the semi-finals of the Super Shifters. A bye run here for Jamie Roth in the 64 Comet, getting his free ride into the So it'll be Scott Winterbottom and Jamie Roth here. .10.02, 134 with a 4 and 007 off his dial, but he had a free ride into the finals. Super Shifter finals. Should be interesting.
So there's your BC Super Shifters ladder for McLeod Clutches up there on the big screen and at the live stream at home. You can see that Jamie Roth going to go up, as Chrissy just said, against Scott Winterbottom in the final. Winterbottom dialed in with a 941. That last round, 10.03, the dial in for Jamie Roth. So no matter what those drivers decide, looks like Roth is going to be leaving the starting line first in that final round for the BC Super Shifters.
Attention in the pits. Attention in the pits. I'm saying it in my loud voice. Outlaw 275, you're on standby, please. Outlaw 275, you're on standby.
So you can see that the Hard Knox Stunt team is getting set up on the strip, getting ready for their big show of the weekend here for Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. They've got all those cones set up for their course. They're also getting the ramp set up as well. Got Charles up here in a little bit, just as soon as the setup is complete for the Hard Knox Stunt Show. And man, oh man, they are going to put on a show here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder as we'll get ready to head into round number 1, Outlaw 275 Eliminations. First, we got the Hard Knox Stunt Show, just a few moments away from getting started. Again, setup is currently underway to get this thing kicked off. Gaston and the team are going to try and finish their weekend off in style with a spectacular display coming up.
Ladies and gentlemen, if I can bring your attention to the top of the drag strip, we have something a little unusual for you right now planned. We've got Gaston Morrison in the ski car. He's going to be taking that up onto two wheels. And Colin Farrell. Yes, I've checked his ID. That's his actual name, Colin Farrell. So I guess in his spare time, he likes to do some stunt riding. We've got the cones set up for their slalom race. And I need your participation to help me with the countdown. So we're going to count down from 3. Once the track is secured, and I get the thumbs up, we'll start the race. And that will be basically first person to the tape at the end of the drag strip. You'll see it stretched across there. And I think Gaston's his plan is if he can get to the second cone, he's going to call it on the ramp. The ramp's going to be withdrawn, and he loses his chance to start again. But it's the first person to the tape at the end.
Yeah, of course. Okay, yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a 3, 2, 1, and action. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, I've been given the green light. So we're going to count down from 3. Here we go. Give me a 3, 2, 1, action. Colin Farrell's up on the back wheel. Gaston Morrison has taken it up and he's holding it steady. Colin's in the lead. He takes he's approaching the first cone, but Gaston is always getting close to the wall there. Come on, Gas. Hold it steady. He makes it past the second cone, just touches it. Colin. Oh, it takes out a cone. And Gas! Stay away from that wall. Thank you. Can't actually see who's in the lead right now, but whoever makes it to that tape will be the winner. Oh, someone's through. I see the tape go down. Well, that was exciting. Big round of applause for the guys there. Gaston and Colin. Let's see who gets up. Oh, Gaston wins. But really, they're both winners. Thank you. And coming up, we will have, I believe, some more ride-alongs. They've been very successful, so thank you very much for everyone that's bought a ticket. It goes to a really good charity. That's the Variety Children's Charity there. And we've got the Stuntman Standoff coming up. So watch out for that. That's going to be just next to the trampoline setup. We're going to be setting someone on fire. I'd like to give a quick shout out and a big thank you for Kevin and Adrian at Mission Raceway. They've been awesome all weekend, and also the guys that came out to help. So Melissa, Jasper, we've got Alana, Xavier, Cassius, Edwin, and there's so many more. I'm forgetting names. Oh, Jackie. Thank you, Jackie. Yeah. How could I forget Jackie? She's normally here in the tower. And Kevin just behind her there. Thanks, guys. We couldn't put this on without you.
So the Hard Knox stunt team, they're going to be back a few times throughout the night here as we're a few steps back in the schedule. As attention in the pits, we're going to call Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4. Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4 for MDA Fabrication to get ready for your first round of eliminations. Again, Outlaw 275 to lanes 3 and 4 at the moment as we got a completely different taste of 8th mile racing from the Hard Knox stunt team. And man, oh man, it was almost a dead heat between Gaston up on 2 wheels in the Ford Ranger and Colin on the motorcycle. As we'll get ready now for some track prep and get ready to get the racing surface in tip-top conditions. There's the glimpse of the ladder truck up there on the big screen. Make sure to, again, donate to the Mission Fire Department's boot drive that they've got on for muscular dystrophy, raising funds for that, as well as fire departments across the province and across Canada. So again, make sure to donate to the Mission Fire Department's boot drive going on. You can see their ladder truck set up over here beside the tower over in the TCS side of the racetrack. So again, as the tractor's heading out, we'll get things all set up and ready to go. Eliminations for the MDA Fabrication Outlaw 275 camp coming up in a few minutes. And again, Outlaw 275, we need you to lanes 3 and 4. And this is the standby call for Gulf and Fraser Limited Street. Standby call for Gulf and Fraser Limited Street for your first round of eliminations.
I'm Kevin Ness, and this is Mission Raceway Park. Mission Raceway is a quarter-mile drag strip, a 9-turn 1.2-mile road course, an autocross track, a drift track, and even a motocross track. It's conveniently located in the city of Mission, BC, 1 hour outside of Vancouver. The facility sits at sea level, which gives it an advantage over many other tracks around, making it a record-setting place for many motorsports. If you already follow our socials, you know that in partnership with Titanium Auto Group, we're going to be giving one lucky subscriber the chance to win this 2006 Mustang GT. I know it looks stock right now, but this badass 2006 Mustang GT is going to be a legitimate street strip cruiser when we're done with it. The majority of you that watch the channel don't even subscribe to us, so now's your chance to go hit that subscribe button and turn on notifications while you're at it. The faster we get to 10,000 subscribers, the closer you'll be to cruising this GT down the Titanium Strip. So make sure to like and share this video with all your friends for the best chances of winning.
Quality is never an accident. It is the result of high intention, knowledgeable effort, intelligent direction, and skillful execution. It represents the wiser choice of many alternatives. JBS Equipment. The field's the limit.
At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible. Not power like a superpower with laser eyes. More like power with financial advice and spreadsheets. Oh yes. Because with great goals comes great responsibility. Something we've taken to heart for more than 80 years. When you have the freedom to live the life you want, that's when your possible becomes real. So let's talk. Gulf and Fraser. Power your possible. At Gulf and Fraser, we're here to power your possible.
home with the live feed.
Little Ford Ranger, the Vanishing One stunt team. And the win light. Elimination here looking for that outside line. We are going to ramp it up big time from here. Expect pro competition of beauty.
$2,500 cash winning drive.
Really awesome. Share the replay provided by Valley Tech Production Group. This is just the beginning, folks.
So big thanks to Valley Tech Productions for all their help here with the live stream and the big screen there, making it happen for us here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder on the Titanium Strip here at Mission Raceway. So glad you're out here watching this race with us today. So glad to have you. And shout out to everyone on the live stream. Don't forget, we've got the beer gardens rock and roll in here beside the tower. Big thanks to Jack's Beer, Wine, and Spirits. They're located across the street there at the Junction Mall. So be sure to purchase all of your alcohol products from Jack's and tell them we sent you. Have you scanned the QR code at the titanium tent there at the winner's circle? Well, you better, because they're giving away $500, folks. 500 big ones. I don't know about you, but I sure could use 500 extra bucks right about now. Be sure to scan that QR code. $500 to be given away. Big thanks to the Titanium Auto Group here, a huge sponsor of Mission Raceways. We're racing on the Titanium Strip, so we appreciate the Shirk family and glad to have them on board with us here today. We've got the trampoline kids out again. The Avita group from Coquitlam and Flip City in Langley. Shout out to all of you kids out there putting on a show for us. Also, we have Mission Fire Department here. They brought out big old Mission Ladder 1. They're doing their boot drive for muscular dystrophy. So if you see a firefighter, shake their hand and put some money in that boot. The firefighters doing such a great job here in beautiful British Columbia. Let's show our thanks and give to the kids. Just a reminder, we've got a couple food trucks here today. Behind the spectator grandstand is G Donaires and Yardy's Grill. They're here till 10 p.m. tonight. I've heard great things from both of these, but if you'd like to get a killer donaire, according to our assistant race director, she enjoyed one with extra tzatziki and said it was amazing. So check out those food trucks, G's Donaires and Yardy's Grill. We're going to watch these kids for a few moments here putting on a show for us. Remember when you were a kid bouncing on a trampoline? Did you do that? Wow, good job. I think I made my doctor his first million from having a trampoline and 3 sons. But look at these guys, double bounce, holy tamale. Oh, yeah. Amazing trampoline acrobatics here from Flip City Langley and Avita Gymnastics in Coquitlam. That's pretty tricky there, passing the ball while doing tricks. Smoke, Fire, and Thunder here on the Titanium Strip at Mission Raceway. We have it all. Drag racing, stunt cars, drift cars, and trampolines are one of my favorites so far. I'm quite impressed with the aerodynamics of these young people. Wow. Give them a hand, you guys. Those guys are amazing over there. I don't think I've ever seen anything like that. Oh, now they're bringing out the trick props. Uh-oh. Make some noise. They're going to do some tricks for us here at Smoke, Fire, and Thunder. What? Wow, is that cool or what, you guys? Whoa, man. Flip City, Langley, Aveda, Coquitlam Gymnastics at its finest here at Smoke, Fire, Thunder.
This is a Jerry song. There's a request by guys who love bigger than me. So here we go. Stroke it.
They make it look so easy. Uh-oh, double bounce, here we go. Wow, that's wild. Awesome. Give him a hand. That's amazing. How many flips was that? 10? 4. I don't know. It looked like a dozen to me. Wow.
So our Outlaw 275 competitors lining up in the staging lanes. Can already see some of the cars at the head of the lanes right now, curving their way around the staging lanes over the side of the tower. And again, round number 1 of Eliminations is still the trampoline. Folks putting on a good show in front of the spectator side of things and up there on the big screen. Give them one final round of applause there as they get ready to wrap things up down front. We get ready to go racing with your first pair in Eliminations for Outlaw 275 for MDA Fabrication.